Planet DH-3501, deemed by Tramarin Ashenazaland Philanda Platiofex for criminals. As time flows, resources dwindle, and this planetus gradually buried beneath Thurlant, swin sands, casting everything into isolation. There is an inch Hiransarai zet, Hirudum and Terraweapon Sindifiance, but time and again Hafacidi fet. Ultimately left with no choice but to gaze skywards, witnessing Themer Silas descend profuse. From the garbage ships that arrived regularly, as Bothland dans were progressive like be waste. Lush forests shave been supplanted by heaps of trash, Antheon's fresh air has been replaced by a foul stench. The criminals exiled here from various corner soft universe, have rendered this planet heaven more of Ajdansgard. Robbery, crime, murder, pillaging, and assault. Asiasilis tragedie acanto heloni are thunfoldshire without respite. Whoosh. A violent gusto of wind whips up clouds so file out dust, causing feel reedy precarious mountain oaf. Garbageito collapse in an instant, ondinare of mechanical refuse cascades down like a waterfall. Thecrode flees in panic, their terrified cries echoing through heavily formed by the debris. Cole, run. No. That's the power coupling. Are you insane? Damn it, just run. As the metallic refuse tumbles, the clashing sounds produce dazzling sparks, enough to shatter bones upon contact. A few individuals, who had just begun Theris and Toftiger BG Mound, retreat willa dodging the debris, but call procession alone. That power coupling could provide us with half a year's worth of rations. Has Scott Cyto Facronero T coupling if Hecana tretrivite before a Thegar BG Mounta and follicolapses, it may be lost forever. Physis Thepoer coupling. A coveted treasure sought after be those guards. With this thought, calls robust form lawn ches forward like a cannonball, histo esperli brushing against a window pane, using themamentum verbwords. Hestumble sassurins, grasping gata steel pipeth a thirtle stored shim, swing in jitasend various spiso furfuse flying. Yet the man's strength has its limit sass the mechanical the brisk continues to rain down, calls movements grow increasing lilaboard. The seemingly close amid mountain o feel sasin surmountable asachism. Crash boom. Ah. The sharp, grating soons resonate tinheasers, and amidst the yellowed, rancid air, call census the breath of death closing it. Het whist shister south force, colliding the steel pipe with the massive object plummeting down, only to be violent lifeling away. His right hand is sliced upon, blood spilling into theer. Damn it, run. His companions, no taste of fetistance, watch in horror, yet dare not venture forth to assist. Whoosh boom. Another deafening crash echoes, akin to thunder rolling gay crossed hesky, as more fuse tumbles for the mountain. Cole, nearing Themid Mountain, face a avalanche of mechanical debris, his spaller star salut. Cole, no. Stop shouting. Unbeknownst to Anyan, Aouth darts past the crowd, casual Uteringha phrase, and in the blink of Fanny, he pierceth the base soft mountain. In the next moment, the youth lifts his foot, his form dancing like a spectre, deftly evading the massive mechanical waste. Within mere seconds, Hestons before Cole. Wooling, Don snatch it away. Before a word scantful escape his lips, Wooling sizes Colby the collar, effortless lie tossing Haima side, get lost. Calls creamsishi sure lead away, narrowly avoiding the cascade of debris, crashing heavily to the ground. Thud. Cough, cough. Kaluk supat the garbagey mountain, struggling to suppress his rising fury, and bellows, Wooling, Yusham less bastard. Soklos, Soklos. He was on the verge of obtaining the power coupling. No can only watch helpless lie as it slips into another's grasp. Upon the mountain, Wooling, undeterred by the impending collapse of mechanical refuse, moves with precision, unleashing a flurry off. Punches Thetaco with painful collisions throughout, heavily. Following gasping kick that sends debris flying. Hess springs upward, seizing the power coupling with lightning speed. And he yanks it outward. Crack. The mountain scries completely hollowed out, and mechanical refuse scatters in all directions. From a distance, Wooling can be seen hoisting the power coupling high, his figure swaying like a leaf in the storm. Asha lands gracefully amidst swirling dust. Boom. Idisonly when Hiriak hazes a fees on a thought the mechanical mounta in final collapses. The cold metaliques hard spelt the facezovtos watching, causing their lips to twitch os the gaziate thunske the douth, hesitant outer a word. Wooling, having secured theodum, cast say disinterestage land sotham before turning talif. However, Asha take us twa steps, call blockshus path. Wait, thought power coupling was discovered views first. Bang! Wuling drive is the already damaged, yet salvageable, power coupling into the ground, the heavyweight creating gas hallow crater in Thessalide earth. Calls companions feel their hearts lurch, signaling him with Thyrias to stand down, lest thee be met with that brutal beating. Almost forego to booty you. A seeming lyslender handresses, delivering gassery a soft sharp slaps hat swift high bruise Cole's face, causing several teeth to spill forth. Keep talking, Analindia. Histo nice and remarkable, yet eat carry saw eat that sin skills through over yon present. For the knoth izzy out his true lie capable of murder. Despot hizzy outh, he's a figurinato be trifled within the Chadacroc district. His infamous reputation is not merely our soul Tofishan's mevisage, but Tritharas been carved through formidable actions. Calls comrades Doreno Tevingland sought the power coupling. Instead, they lie together, covering Cole's mouth. Ugh, Little boss, heh, you see, Cole's not the brightest. Please don't take Hiedo Hartweezing curl apologies on his behalf. Onoff Tim delivers off Tai Kikto Cole, urging him to beave. Then, like eager lapdogs, they shower willing with goodwill, not in gin agreement. Wessaw a clear live power coupling was found by we ourself. Whoever lays claim first, it belongs to 'em, no arguments. Besides, little boss, you saved Cole's life. In a comical display, a group of Fruffmen, noun for their brawling gone misdeeds, now belonch crepe for you. While Wuling feels the tenancy of pride, instead hoisting the power coupling and striding towards the outskirts of Tigerbiji Mountain. What? Let's go. You read what? In the 888th generation of artificial intelligence, designated ZZ-9527. Good job, idiot. Damn. A mechanical dog, with a mechanical paw for frontal gundam missing segment in its rear leg, suddenly bursts forth, its mechanical eye as flashing red, scanning the youth's body, calculating the best point of attack. The youth pats the power coupling in his shoulder, grinning, quit it, let's get back to work. Get lost, I want doit. It'll make you a mechanical bone. Lord Dogwu Dre 30th in yield. 2 bones. Deal. A Thebe soft tea collapsing mechanical mountain, the shadow wove thuthin dis dog stretches long. Gradual it is disappearing into the swirling sands. Chapter 2. One must have dreams within the dilapidated confines of a metal factory. A variety of machines lay scattered about, occupying nearly half of the available space. Wu Ling kicked aside the obstructive what? And under the gaze of its erratically flashing mechanical eye, calmly set down the power unit. The old man, who appeared to be napping with his eyes squinted, slightly lifted himself from the wicker chair, glanced at Wu Ling, and with evident disinterest, reclined back down. The third-generation H8 type Stinger mech power core, a piece of junk. There was no helping it. Wu Ling picked up a cup of water at the entrance and took a delicate sip before continuing. The Tremiel people absolutely refused to allow their high-precision mechanical refuse to be dumped here. The advanced design blueprints you taught me cannot, in essence, no, I would say are entirely unfeasible within this prison on planet Ditch 3-501. The old man fell silent at these words, evidently in agreement with Wu Ling's assessment. Once a distinguished scholar of the Galactic Federation, Malazan now found himself trapped on this garbage planet, labeled a criminal. Were it not for Wu Ling's unexpected arrival, he might have long since succumbed to a dark and dreary existence. Once prepared, we send it to the recycling station. I certainly do not wish to be shot dead in my sleep by a horde of soldiers. Given that this place was referred to as a prison, it was only natural to have guards on duty. However, these so-called guards were merely disillusioned individuals who had failed to secure connections within the upper echelons and had been marginalized by the military. They were stationed on warships in geosynchronous orbit, occasionally dispatching soldiers for surprise inspections to prevent inmates from crafting heavy weaponry from mechanical waste. The recycling station served as a dedicated site for reclaiming usable mechanical parts. Representing their sole avenue for illicit profit, the planet's criminals brought usable mechanical components to the recycling station in exchange for the untainted food necessary for survival. The rotating soldiers at the recycling station dispatched garbage transport vessels, secretly sending items into space, either to be sold to cosmic merchants, interstellar pirates, or even nations in a state of hostilities, provided the price was right. Most of the wealth they acquired was funneled upward, retaining only a small portion as pocket money. This served dual purposes. silencing certain individuals while also cultivating connections, hoping to secure a swift return to a more prosperous world. After all, on this desolate planet, no matter how much money they possessed, what good was it? Transferring funds to their wives' accounts so they could secretly support their lovers. For them, becoming the lover was the only option. From top to bottom, the Tremel soldiers had long since rotted from within. Malazan's private repair shop was, in fact, a cog in the machinery of the waste trade. More precisely, he and his sole student, Wu Ling, were responsible for emergency repairs, taking the damaged components sent by inmates and performing simple fixes through conventional means, charging fees ranging from 10 to 30 based on the level of repair. This arrangement allowed the inmates to acquire more food for their mechanical parts, while the prison guards could sell them at a higher price, creating a situation beneficial to all three parties. However, ever since Malazan took Wu Ling under his wing, he had relegated all the work to him, opting instead to eat, sleep, and give the occasional directive. Wu Ling, who enjoyed working with machines, found joy in the arrangement. This is indeed a key oversight area. I certainly won't act recklessly. Hemph. Malazan squinted, turning his back to Wu Ling, mumbling as if in a dream. Do you think I'm blind, my dear student? It's always wise to exercise caution. Wu Ling's breath hitched slightly. Then, feigning ignorance, he continued to wipe down the damaged power assembly, murmuring, "One must have dreams while alive. Then may your dreams come to fruition. Get inside and dismantle it. Don't disturb my sleep." The old man's mood shifted like the erratic weather of the trash planet, sunny one moment and engulfed by swirling dust the next. Wu Ling grasped what by the nape and cradled the power assembly as he moved deeper into the factory. With a snap, the bright white lights illuminated the dim room, revealing a massive machine before him. The smooth, pristine metallic surface of the table was large enough for 5 adult men to lie side by side, starkly contrasting the chaotic disarray outside. Placing the power assembly upon the table, Wu Ling's fingers danced like a butterfly, deftly disassembling it without the use of any tools. The metal casing, high nano cushioning layer, and liquid circuitry point one by one. The components were dismantled and placed into a special maintenance solution, finally revealing the core. Connect the scanner, activate the lens at 800x, and prepare the mechanical claw for charging. Life is arduous. Perhaps I should just explode. What grumbled incessantly, yet its mechanical hands continued to work tirelessly, executing Wu Ling's commands without pause. After 3 years of being salvaged from the junk heap, it had long since grasped its operator's temperament. Never, under any circumstances, must it refuse a task assigned by him. Otherwise, this lunatic would undoubtedly reduce it to mere components. Charging complete, Wu Ling donned his goggles, focusing intently on the core of the power assembly. He reached for the mechanical claw, its fine tips crackling with electric arcs, and guided it toward the core where the metallic liquid flowed. Zzz. Under his control, the mechanical claw slowly began the cutting and separating process, the blue arcs ensuring that the liquid within the core remained contained. High-energy solution level at 93.27, extracting 70. What hesitated? Isn't extracting too much risky? Wu Ling, his gaze unbroken, continued his meticulous work while his voice turned icy. Execute. Currently executing. Connecting the micro-liquid tube, focusing. Successfully connected to the main core area. Extracting high-energy solution, setting quantity to 70, extraction in progress. An hour later, having seamlessly welded the remaining 23.27 of the high-energy solution back into the core using a seamless welding technique, Wu Ling gazed at the bottle containing the extracted solution. A flicker of contemplation flashing in his eyes. Time was running short. What observed, its crimson eyes betraying a hint of unease. Yet it remained undeterred. It understood Wu Ling's concerns. In 3 years, the soldiers on this garbage planet would rotate back to headquarters, replaced by another unfortunate soul. After spending years deciphering the personalities and patrol patterns of those soldiers, Wu Ling was not eager to start from scratch again. He had waited far too long to escape this prison and had prepared extensively. However, compared to the increasingly refined escape plan, the preparatory work had progressed far too slowly. 3 years was simply too tight a time frame. Risky? Wu Ling chuckled, the calmness in his eyes rippling with unexpected fervor, his fists clenching without his notice. Life, after all, was a gamble, wasn't it? In the quiet room, the electronic eye of the mechanical dog flickered. This is thrilling indeed. Chapter 3. We welcome you to return Lock District. How Qiangzhuang Clinic. Cole's cheeks were swollen, blood still dripping from his nose, and he cradled 5 teeth in his hands, looking at Hao Ren with eager anticipation. Wu Gaiya He Long and Huangma? As an exceptional and scrupulous doctor, and the only designated protected talent in Lock District, Hao Ren surveyed the pitiful yet unbroken Cole and glanced at the 5 teeth in his possession. With an understanding that transcended words, he realized Cole was inquiring whether his teeth could be reattached. Cole nodded frantically. Yes, yes, yes. Ah. Hao Ren subtly puffed out his chest, adopting a somewhat reserved demeanor. It is well known that I am the most skilled physician in all of Lock District. With that, he showed no trepidation toward the muscle-bound Cole, extending 3 fingers and shaking them before him. 30 energy bars. I guarantee that even if you are beaten to death in the future, these 5 teeth will remain intact, Cole. This statement felt oddly unsettling. You fool. He is cursing you. The accompanying members of his organization, witnessing his foolishness, could barely contain their anger. How did we end up with such an idiot in the Blast Heaven gang? Damn it. Furious, Cole swatted his companion aside. He dared not offend Hao Ren, as he still needed his teeth fixed. However, unable to vent his frustration toward Hao Ren, he redirected his anger toward his companion, which served as a form of catharsis. Ignoring the bewildered companion, Cole placed the 30 energy bars on the table and extended the teeth to Hao Ren. Here. 10 minutes later, after making a tidy profit, Hao Ren placed his latex gloves in a filtering solution for cleaning and disinfection. I almost forgot to mention, if your teeth get knocked out by the little boss again, that one be covered under warranty. In Lock District, there was only one little boss, and that was Wu Ling. Why didn't you mention that earlier? Faced with Cole's question, Hao Ren carefully retrieved the gloves back into the glass box, then took a towel to gently wipe his palms and back of his hands. Even the most skilled doctor could not cure the affliction known as recklessness. What do you think, Cole? Return to Barrier No. 2. In the maintenance department factory, Wu Ling patted What's Dog on the head and handed over the high-energy solution, which served as the foundation for our successful escape. You understand the stakes? Absolutely. What's body twisted as he opened a hidden compartment from his belly. After securely stowing the item, he wagged his tail and dashed outside. However, upon reaching the side door, he glanced back at Wu Ling, baring his sharp steel teeth, and inquired, when will my bones be ready? Once the task is completed, return for them. The factory's main entrance. Mira, who was dozing with her eyes squinted under a blanket, mumbled indistinctly, her words barely audible to others. Wu Ling watched what disappear from sight. He exhaled a long breath, casting a furtive glance at the almost skeletal old man before silently retreating to the side room. What he intended to do was well known to his mentor. Over the years, their fates had become irrevocably intertwined, inextricably linked. Yet, having made his decision, Wu Ling could only drag his teacher along as they charged toward an uncertain future, even if it led down a path of no return. Since the technological explosion, the average human lifespan had seen geometric growth, yet whether living for a century or a millennium, the journey remained a mere repetition of 2 pursuits: the incessant struggle to live or the relentless endeavor to die. He merely sought to live better. Theo realized this aspiration. Certain impediments in his path must be cast into the abyss, crafting 2 distinct metal bones with varying textures for the artificial intelligence. He gathered the restored power assembly and various mechanical parts into the cargo box. Wu Ling started the car, poking his head out of the window. Teacher, I'm heading to the recycling station for delivery. Receiving no response, he withdrew his gaze and, after driving out of the factory, watched as the alloy gates closed behind him. Within the colossal planetary prison, automobiles did exist, albeit primarily constructed by inmates from salvaged mechanical debris, assembled into abstract, makeshift transport. Take this vehicle from the factory, for instance. It comprised a patchwork engine from the original all-terrain armored vehicle, 6 tires from the 4-137 civilian variant mecha, a re-welded metal chassis, and a myriad of other components, all painstakingly collected over the course of half a year. As for the vehicles owned by others, they were often in dismal condition, scarcely deserving of the title car. Hence, in this prison, 2-wheeled motorcycles were far more prevalent than automobiles. Hey, little boss, off to make a delivery, exclaimed a familiar voice. Wow, that's quite a load you've got. Slowly traversing the makeshift streets carved by criminals, he encountered many familiar faces, most of whom he had previously bested in combat. Those connections forged through conflict. For ordinary factions, hauling such a cargo without sufficient manpower would likely result in losing both vehicle and goods midway. Yet Wu Ling chose an unconventional path. He had little faith that anyone in the Rock District would dare to touch his belongings. As he passed by the strongman clinic, his gaze crossed with that of Cole, whose body was stiffened in place. Wu Ling raised an eyebrow, lazily drumming his fingers on the car window. Cole bit his lip, averting his eyes to the ground. Once he withdrew his gaze, a barely perceptible smile graced Wu Ling's lips as he honked the horn and sped away, disappearing into the swirling dust. Only after he left did Cole dare to breathe deeply, wiping the sweat from his brow. If you're so afraid of him, how could you dare to confront him? What? Cole rolled his eyes. How could I possibly steal from him? Stammering, Cole rubbed his still swollen chin and muttered, that was our food supply for the next 6 months. The bombing gang is barely scraping by. Moreover, having spent 30 energy bars on dental replacements, the already struggling gang found their situation further exacerbated. The very comrades he had just fought alongside had quietly slipped away during his dental procedure. Likely to report back, upon returning to the gang's hideout, he remained blissfully unaware of the punishment awaiting him. Such trivial matters were enough to cast a shadow over his thoughts. Cole's foolishness was all too familiar to Hao Ran. Those like him, seemingly brawny yet mentally simple, were doomed to a short life in this planetary prison if they did not mend their ways. The bombing gang's overall strength was merely that of petty thugs. Far from the true underworld lords, they could bully ordinary people, but when faced with real adversaries, their downfall was swift and inevitable. Come again next time. Hao Ran waved dismissively, turning back to the clinic. The instant he locked the door, his demeanor shifted subtly. He opened a glass case on the storage shelf and tapped in a rhythmic pattern on one of its compartments. With a soft click, a narrow secret door appeared, just wide enough for a person to slip through sideways. Once the door closed behind him, the pristine figure vanished into the shadows, leaving only faint whispers trailing in the air. A prison? Ha! Chapter 4. And who might you be? Traveling eastward along Rock District for 40 miles, the immense metallic city walls loomed like a ferocious beast coiled amidst the swirling sands. Dust kicked up by the vehicle danced wildly behind, leaving deep impressions on the bumpy terrain. Upon reaching the entrance, the defensive mechanisms flanking the gate autofocused, red scanning beams weaving a grid enveloping the entire vehicle. .16 medium laser cannons lined the city wall, their icy blue muzzles ominously trained upon the lone man and his car before the gate. With the escape plan not yet officially underway, Wu Ling had no intention of drawing attention to himself. Vehicle secure, clearance granted. A cold mechanical voice resonated from the loudspeaker, and the heavy gates slowly slid open. Wu Ling surveyed the perimeter of the walls, silently starting the vehicle and driving into the recycling station. Damn! How does this little brat have so much cargo? At the massive sorting facility, criminals from various locales obediently queued, greedily eyeing Wu Ling's vehicle and its contents. Yet most merely whispered behind him, for the name of the little boss had long spread throughout the region. Only one middle-aged man, blind in his left eye, grinned broadly, swaggering toward the vehicle, displaying his yellowing teeth. This isn't Rock District. Be careful on your way back, or you might get robbed. His words ignited laughter among the many followers behind him, their malicious gazes appraising Wu Ling as he alighted from the vehicle, spewing forth the unique brand of goodwill characteristic of Garbage Star. They belonged to the Red-Blue Society of North Bay Road, their leader a formidable figure commanding 3 squads of ruthless killers. With their numbers, they felt emboldened against Wu Ling, such a delicate-looking fellow. How did he not get pampered in Rock District? The fools there are nothing compared to us from North Bay Road. They're all soft. Is it possible that the old coot who took him in secretly had a taste for this? Ha 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 ha. The laughter erupted again, and Wu Ling discreetly cast a glance at the one who had mentioned the old coot. Tall and lanky, that mechanical armed him. It was actually a MA-03 model, with a hardness surpassing regular alloys by 0.7%, exhibiting excellent tensile and compressive strength. The components inside could be disassembled and repurposed, fortifying his own second barrier. What's your name, brother? Ignoring the taunts, Wu Ling smiled at the man as if admiring a magnificent piece of art. Feeling the scrutiny, the man instinctively took a step back, but then remembered the dozen or so brothers at his side and thought, why should I be afraid? Thus, he stepped forward again, lazily glancing at Wu Ling, sneering, "I'm Chuan Sui Lang. What's it to you, kid?" Wu Ling's fearsome reputation held weight in Rock District, but to many criminals from other districts, it was merely a joke. If a little brat could frighten them into submission, then what kind of criminals were they? Really, merely lambs. At that moment, the one-eyed leader intervened, swaying over to Wu Ling and nearly pressing his face against Wu Ling's. The grin on his lips twisted into something sinister, his voice oozing a chilling undertone. "I heard you recently left the Genius Society of Huayuan Street Erek? And who might you be?" Wu Ling replied, gazing at the frenetic one-eyed man with a sigh, maintaining a semblance of decorum. "York. Good York." The one-eyed man's breath hitched slightly, yet Wu Ling answered with an air of nonchalance, "You could always give it a T or Y." As the escape plan gradually took shape, he welcomed the prospect of criminals attempting to rob him along the way. However, as his notorious reputation grew, few dared to act foolishly, yet here he was, unexpectedly confronted. This was what it meant to be excited at the sight of prey, especially since among the 10 or so adversaries, there were components he required. Little brat, the waste from the Genius Society only have one who recently entered F rank. The rest are just ordinary criminals. Taking them down isn't worth boasting about. York slapped Wu Ling's face, the crisp sound eliciting more delighted laughter from his followers. It was this exhilarating sensation of bullying others that could instantly send them into ecstasy. Chunzu Akiro audaciously stepped forward, brandishing his mechanical arm. "Our Captain York is on the verge of achieving E-class status as a genius. If you fall into our hands, you'll be considered a significant figure in the vast cosmos. Countless races possess unique abilities. The 3 major powers of the universe have instituted a classification system based on energy levels to differentiate the combat prowess of superhumans, dividing it into 10 tiers. With F-class being the lowest, requiring an individual combat strength of 100 crystals, sufficient to destroy ordinary alloys with bare hands, already deemed formidable in the eyes of an average person. E-class, on the other hand, necessitates a combat strength of 1,000 crystals, enabling one to withstand large-caliber energy sniper bullets, possessing such overwhelming strength that they can effortlessly obliterate alloy walls, inflicting devastating damage. As York approaches E-class status, even though he has yet to reach 1,000 crystals, he is perilously close on this garbage planet, predominantly inhabited by ordinary criminals. He is already regarded as a mid to high-level powerhouse, eye in the face of intimidation. Wu Ling remained unfazed, brushing aside the opponent's hand and gazing at the group of over 10 individuals opposite him. "We'll meet soon." Today, the personnel at the waste recycling station were absent, yet none dared to act in this area for fear of attracting the attention of the starships on synchronous orbit, which would dispatch soldiers to eliminate them all. The standoff naturally drew the attention of others, though no one dared to intervene, preferring to watch the spectacle from a distance. York, momentarily taken aback by the rejection of his hand, quickly grinned maliciously and nodded, "Just don't cry when the time comes." "Ha ha ha, Captain! Leave that little brat's rear end to me. I haven't had fresh meat in ages." "You fool, good things should be enjoyed by the captain first." "Tiske, such tender flesh, I'm practically drooling." Amidst the cacophony of vulgarities, Wu Ling chose not to squander his energy on verbal disputes, but instead returned to the vehicle, closing his eyes to feign sleep while awaiting the mechanical arms at the sorting station to collect the goods. Before long, as the mechanical arms descended, everything in the cargo hold was transferred onto a metallic aluminum conveyor belt, destined for a fully enclosed storage chamber. 7 superior goods, 19 high-quality goods, and 42 medium-quality goods were tallied, totaling 68 items. The moment the mechanical voice resonated, the previously noisy atmosphere fell silent for an instant. 1 person. 7 superior goods, damn it, it's explosive. A surge of fervent discussion erupted, with greed unmistakably shining in everyone's eyes. Chapter 5. The criminals who opened champagne early on the garbage planet. Each superior good can be exchanged for 1,000 energy bars, high-quality goods for 100 energy bars, and medium-quality goods for 50. Wu Ling's batch contained no inferior goods. A quick calculation revealed that he would obtain a total of 11,000 energy bars. Given that the flora and fauna of this garbage planet had long been extinguished, and the heavily polluted world could not yield anything edible, energy bars, as a necessary tool for controlling criminals, not only provided essential nutrients for the human body, but also gradually acquired a monetary attribute in the collapsed currency system of the garbage planet. Damn it! After all our brothers toiling for over half a year, we only exchanged for 25,000 energy bars, and this little brat's income exceeds 10,000 alone? A full 7 superior goods. Can the 3 mechanics we support in the Red-Blue Society even repair 7 superior goods in a year? Not a chance. The members of the Blue-White Society, who had already completed their exchanges, openly awaited Wu Ling at the exit. Leading them, York sneered, but before he could speak, he noticed an individual approaching from a distance. Following this person was a group of 15, leisurely trailing behind. The tyrant gang, Tripna. Meeting York's icy gaze, Tripna extended his hand first. Perhaps we can collaborate. Humph. York grasped the offered hand. Intrigued, go on. Quite simple. All energy bars go to you. The little boss belongs to me. You wouldn't fancy that brat's rear end too, would you? If I said yes, would you believe me? York burst into laughter at this, but then abruptly ceased, his malicious one-eyed gaze scrutinizing the other. Do you think I'm a fool? He had never contemplated killing Wu Ling. His antics, whether feigning madness or pretending to intimidate, were merely tactics to unsettle his opponent before making a move, thus facilitating Wu Ling's abduction. Intelligence is a valuable asset, and fortunately, he possessed it in the blood-soaked arena of the garbage planet. He was no longer one of those brash youths who knew only violence. On the contrary, these individuals were shrewd, fully aware of how to maximize their gains. Killing Wu Ling would yield merely a handful of energy bars, but abducting him would provide an endless gold mine. The other party attempted to persuade him to relinquish this gold mine with mere words, clearly underestimating his intelligence. Tripna, stung by the mockery, did not take offense but instead remarked, "Those who gain a reputation on the garbage planet all have their unique methods. Countless have tried to abduct him in the past 2 years. Yet none have succeeded. Dio, you really think a mere dozen people can hold on to the little boss?" York remained unaffected by this. "Then go where it's cooler. Seems we can't reach an agreement?" Ha 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 ha. The atmosphere grew tense, with only York's laughter echoing. When he finally approached, tears of laughter streaming down his face, he spoke coldly. "Do you think I was raised in fear? How about this?" Realizing he could not deceive the other, Tripna softened his tone and pondered. "What if we make him our shared property? Keep your little schemes to yourself. I prefer to monopolize." York, on the brink of becoming an E-class superhuman, stood his ground. In his view, he could likely reap both wealth and power. Why should he inexplicably share the spoils with an outsider? The two were at an impasse, as their subordinates began to crack their knuckles. Engaging in their own verbal sparring, damn, giving face but not taking it. What the hell are you cursing at? I'm saying all you Red-Blue Society folks are cowards. Meanwhile, Wu Ling, back in the car, was indifferent to their bickering, scoffing at their premature celebrations. While starting the vehicle, he discreetly focused on the distant massive warehouse. The conveyor belt creaked as it transported one item after another inside. The dark entrance of the goods storage resembled a gaping maw, voraciously consuming delectable offerings. Click, click, vroom, click, click, click. The vehicle seemed to malfunction, failing to ignite after several attempts, yet the dashboard behind the steering wheel flickered twice, transforming into a radar map amidst a flurry of static. The goods he had brought were already being transported inside, and unbeknownst to the onlookers, hundreds of miniature mechanical spiders stealthily emerged from the mechanical parts, scanning the surrounding environment before silently infiltrating their designated positions. Disruptor number 1391 positioned. Disruptor number 1387 positioned. Disruptor number 1390 positioned. Disruptor number 1392. Encountering defensive mechanisms, attempt to dismantle. Abandon dismantling, relocate disruptor. Disruptor number 1388 positioned. Casting a glance at the miniature radar map, Wu Ling exhaled deeply only after all the mechanical spiders were in place. He tapped a few times on the display, returning it to the normal display interface. The garbage transport ship emptied its load approximately once a month, and once a year, it would stealthily arrive at the recycling station to carry off the temporarily stored goods. Given that such matters could not be made public, the prison guards would disable the transport ship's signal transmission during that time and deploy at least 100 fully armed mech soldiers for protection. The multitude of little companions Wu Ling had covertly introduced had their ultimate target set on the garbage transport ship. TO date, Over 1,000 mechanical spiders of various functionalities had successfully infiltrated the transport vessel. Lying dormant, awaiting Wu Ling's command to spring into action, in the synchronous orbit of the planet. Although only one main battleship was stationed, it was equipped with high-power laser cannons capable of emitting widespread electromagnetic interference. Along with 300 mech soldiers permanently stationed, this overwhelming display of force rendered the criminals of the garbage planet utterly helpless. They longed to resist but lacked mechs and battleships, utterly incapable of mounting any form of defense. This was the pressure Wu Ling faced. To successfully escape, he could only lay out his plans meticulously, akin to dancing on a tightrope, where a single misstep could lead to his demise. Having accomplished the primary objective of the delivery, the progress bar inched upward once more as he glanced at the two groups of people gradually converging at the exit. His eyes brightened with anticipation. It appeared they had reached an agreement in just a minute or two. Scanning the crowd of 30 or so individuals, he noted the abundance of valuable components they possessed. He could only hope these components would endure and not sustain damage in the impending conflict. Otherwise, one would truly feel a pang of heartache. Chapter 6. Let us appreciate the art of explosions together. In the Rock District, Cole wandered aimlessly for quite some time, his once bright eyes now devoid of their former luster. With a swift kick, he sent a piece of metal refuse flying, watching as it traced an artistic parabolic arc before crashing heavily into a distant heap of garbage, prompting a deep sigh to escape his lips. Alas, Cole, you are a stalwart of the Bombastic Gang. Surely, the brothers can understand a trivial mistake during an operation. 30 energy bars exchanged for 5 teeth hardly constitutes a loss, does it? That quack merely made a small profit. Even if he struck someone, it was an instinctive response born of rage. Come on, brothers, it wasn't even a full-force strike, he muttered to himself, and as the sky darkened, he finally resolved to head towards the Bombastic Gang's headquarters. At worst, he would apologize to Tiger. Surely, the big brother wouldn't cast him out over such a trivial matter. The name Bombastic Gang sounds imposing, yet in reality, they merely occupy a 3-story building as their base in the Rock District. The gang comprises only a handful of members, with the strongest being their leader, Su Urza, an F-class superpowered individual of considerable strength, whom Cole idolized. However, ever since he was soundly thrashed by Wu Ling, Su Urza's cowardice in response had somewhat tarnished the image Cole held dear. Still, that did little to diminish the aura of a good big brother that he had built in Cole's heart. The more he pondered, the clearer the reasoning became, and as he approached the 3-story building, Cole's demeanor straightened with renewed vigor. Liangzi, on guard? Cole raised his hand in greeting to Liangzi, who was lazily leaning against the doorframe. Is Tiger around? I need to speak with him. Upon seeing this muscular man, Liangzi instinctively stepped away from the door, a complex emotion flickering in his eyes. You dare to come back? Liangzi's words sent a shiver down Cole's spine. Yet he maintained his composure. Huh? This is our home. Where else could I go? You're really something, striking the big brother's own brother, and still acting nonchalant as he spoke. Liangzi looked up and shouted towards the upper floor. Cole's back. What the hell? The window on the 2nd floor flew open with a loud screech, and a head popped out, incredulously exclaiming, He really came back. Big brother. Cole stammered. Brother, please don't blame me at this point. The informant Liangzi had already moved closer. The big brother has long sent word. If he sees you, at the very least, you'll lose an arm. Bang! Cole deflected the punch aimed at him with his elbow. His foolish mind racing, and within an instant, he made a decision. He had to run. The big brother was a superpowered individual. If he came downstairs, escaping would be impossible. Damn it, don't run. The window was too small for Su Urza to leap down, and unwilling to damage his meager possessions, he could only charge down the stairs like an enraged bull. The sounds of shouts and chaos echoed behind him. Although Cole was simple-minded, he wasn't foolish. Ignoring the commotion, he sprinted away. This Bombastic Gang was no longer a place to stay. The so-called brotherhood collapses like a rootless weed when interests clash, and no one is exempt. Cole's plight was merely a minor episode that often occurred on Garbage Star, creating no significant waves. Even if a notable figure happened to cast a glance, it would only be accompanied by disdain as they averted their gaze, muttering, Fool, just like Wu Ling at this moment. Leisurely driving his car while occasionally glancing at the pursuing criminals in the rearview mirror, Some rode modified motorcycles, others pedaled bicycles, and a few sprinted like exhausted dogs, tongues lolling. Almost everyone brandished various weapons. And occasionally, bullets from black powder guns ricocheted off the car's exterior with a clanging sound, leaving no trace behind. Traditional black powder firearms had long lost their advantage against alloy metal. A smile widened on Wu Ling's face. He had always believed his tongue was clumsy, incapable of delivering an insult. Yet, he was confident that if what were nearby, he would disdainfully utter 2 words from a dog's mouth. Fool. The fishing operation had persisted for so long. And there were still those unafraid of death who came to offer warmth. His heart brimmed with gratitude. Thus, the multitude of pursuers witnessed the vehicle ahead suddenly drift, 6 tires grinding against the ground. Carving out visible grooves, creak. The violent impact caused the car to emit a mournful wail, ultimately coming to a steady stop, its nose facing the rapidly approaching criminals. Bang. The car door swung open, and Wu Ling leaped onto the roof, raising a metal box amidst the swirling yellow sand. Ding. Identity verification complete. A cold blue hue enveloped his palm, accompanied by a series of crisp clicks. 3 mechanical arms descended from the box, firmly securing themselves atop the car. The box itself had transformed into a robust, cylindrical cannon. Bullets as thick as an adult's arm were neatly arranged in the rear loading chamber, and Wu Ling opened his mouth, silently exhaling a bang, bang, boom. The allure of traditional artillery was splendidly displayed at this moment. A massive mushroom cloud billowed from the distance, scattering the already disorganized formation of criminals into chaos. Wails of despair echoed as cannon fire decimated half of the 40 to 50 individuals. Damn it! This bastard has a cannon. Help me, dumb my leg is broken. Traditional firearms might lack lethality against alloy metals, but to ordinary humans, they still posed a deadly threat. Garbage Star strictly prohibited laser weapons, but imposed no restrictions on the circulation of firearms. The jailers stationed in the sky viewed the conflicts among criminals as mere performances, allowing them to manufacture garbage firearms as long as it did not threaten their dominion. Yet even then, the criminals on Garbage Star typically wielded handguns, assault rifles, or sniper rifles. None had ever seen someone casually deploy a cannon to bombard others, and this cannon, no less, had transformed from an ordinary metal box. York's eyes bulged in rage as he dodged cannon fire, yelling loudly, "Stay calm, don't panic. Everyone, spread out and surround him." Meanwhile, Tripna was spitting blood in frustration. He was not merely an ordinary mechanic, he was a mechanic. How could a mechanic exist on Garbage Star? Shut up. Even if he is a mechanic, after killing so many of my brothers today, I will not let this go unpunished, York bellowed, nearly mad with rage. Turning to flee now would only mean death. Mechanics were physically weak, and only in close combat did they stand a chance. Follow me into battle. Together, facing the increasingly close enemy, Wu Ling narrowed his eyes in enjoyment. Then let us appreciate the art of explosions together. Chapter 7. This defies science. Boom, da-da-da-da, da-da-da. With a thunderous roar, Wu Ling's palm glided over the cannon's body, and he watched as the barrel rapidly folded and transformed, morphing into an oversized Gatling gun in the blink of an eye. The fiery serpents unleashed a torrent of crimson flames that carved a fiery circle before him. Moreover, the custom bullets Wu Ling had designed carried a self-detonation function, ensuring that any bullet making contact with the ground or a body would trigger the self-destruct sequence upon penetration, inflicting secondary damage upon the enemy. As a mechanic, the greatest joy lay in adding enhancements to the weapons he designed. Under the ultra-wide-angle coverage, blood mingled with shattered limbs as it scattered through the air, and the craters were filled with the cries of the fallen. Seeking death, York charged forward to Wu Ling's side. His titanium alloy long knife raised high, flames surging from his palm, spreading along the handle to the blade. The extreme heat distorted and warped the air as it rushed towards Wu Ling's elbows with a thundering force. If he had harbored fantasies of capturing Wu Ling before the battle, intending to reduce him to a money-making machine for the Red and Blue Society, after losing so many brothers, his mindset had entirely shifted. The surrounding scent of blood continually stimulated his nerves, and with hormones flooding his body, he discarded all calculations, leaving only an intense desire for slaughter in his single-minded focus. The long knife drew near. A furious wind howling, the intense flames nearly singeing Wu Ling's hair. Meanwhile, the Gatling gun transformed in an instant, the clattering mechanical sounds resembling heavy metal notes, and as Wu Ling regained control, a large spiked mace revealed its menacing fangs. Composed of interlocking, super-strong alloy spikes, crashing violently against the long knife, bang! Wu Ling flipped backward, rolling in midair to absorb the impact before landing steadily. York, however, did not fare as well. His body flew backward like a kite with a severed string, kicking up clouds of dust. The mouthful of reverse blood surged from his chest, and he couldn't help but tilt his head back to spit it out. Lying on the ground, York stared at Wu Ling in horror, utterly bewildered. How could he also excel in close combat? This defies science. At that moment, Tripna, accompanied by his last two subordinates, was locked in a fierce battle with Wu Ling. What left him astounded was that, as an impending E-level superhuman, leading two recently promoted F-level superhumans to besiege a mere mechanic, he still found it impossible to break through the opponent's defenses, and instead was forced to retreat repeatedly. This defied all logic. In that instant, Tripna's feelings mirrored those of York. They simply could not comprehend how a mechanic, primarily focused on ranged area attacks, could be so formidable in close quarters. Moreover, prior to their exile to Garbage Planet, they had encountered mechanics before, but those individuals' mechanical weapons were limited to one or two variations of the same attribute. How could Wu Ling's weapon be so extraordinary? Damn it, a cannon could transform into a Gatling gun, and the Gatling gun could morph into a spiked club. If you are this powerful, why have you ended up on a garbage planet that only houses low-level prisoners? Tripna, whose abilities were based on strength, considered himself exceptionally powerful on Garbage Planet, yet he could not suppress Wu Ling, who wielded a spiked club with astonishing prowess. The stark disparity in strength ignited an impulsive desire to flee. Want to escape? Sensing his intent, Wu Ling swiftly maneuvered, appearing like a specter at Tripna's side, the spiked club gleaming with a chilling light, poised to strike. You might as well stay put, since the fish had already bitten the bait. Wu Ling had no intention of letting anyone go. What power do you possess? Tripna lunged forward, fists raised, his meticulously crafted gauntlets shattering inch by inch, blood seeping from his steel-like fists. York, charging with his blade drawn, intended to disrupt Wu Ling's assault, only to witness the seemingly cumbersome spiked club effortlessly sweep his long knife aside with a resounding crack, shattering it completely. In the next instant, Wu Ling spun, sending the four men beside him flying with a powerful kick. As if he had merely accomplished a trivial task, Wu Ling caressed the spiked club, a hint of frustration in his voice. The levels seem rather inconsequential to me. By the standards of energy classification, his strength should be categorized as E-level, yet he could not restrain his audacious maneuvers. As a mechanic, he was free to unleash his capabilities. And with the accumulation of various firepower, any ordinary E-level opponent was no match for him, let alone these four feeble F-level adversaries before him. Stop thinking about fleeing and fight him, York scorned Tripna's choice. Fleeing at this juncture would only hasten their demise. With that declaration, the four men charged forth like warriors launching a final assault, driven by a resolve to fight to the death against Wu Ling. This is getting interesting. As the battle reignited, Wu Ling's body suddenly froze, for one of Tripna's subordinates had employed a soul-attacking ability, catching him off guard. Now, seizing the opportunity, the four men rejoiced, their long knives and fists converging upon Wu Ling. One subordinate even brandishing a handgun. Heh, this is a special treat I prepared just for you. The subordinate who initiated the soul attack chuckled sinisterly, having refrained from using this ability earlier to catch Wu Ling unawares. It appeared to be exceptionally effective, however. Before the subordinate's sinister grin could fade, Wu Ling's voice echoed ominously in his ear, so impressive. I suppose I should send you on your way first? Boom. The spiked club swung down with a rush of wind, the splattered blood painting the sight of all present. The subordinate let out no sound, his head crushed in an instant, half of his body cleaved away by the sharp spike. Bang! A gunshot rang out. But Wu Ling had already vanished from sight, a cold voice resonating through the air. Should I commend your bravery for playing with firearms in front of a mechanic, or scold your foolishness? Boom! The spiked club struck down once more, separating the subordinate's head from his neck, which exploded mid-air before it could fall to the ground. And you, Mr. One-Eyed, you seem to relish slapping others' faces, do you not? York's weapon had already shattered, his body engulfed in intense flames, his clothing reduced to ashes, transforming him into a figure emerging from the inferno. Yet, the emotion of this infernal being was on the brink of collapse. Die! The explosive flames surged fiercely, and in that moment, he had evidently exerted all his strength, yet it was futile. Zing! A powerful current surged through the spiked club, the fierce arcs of electricity unleashing a fatal threat. Piercing through the flame's defenses and crashing into his chest. Crack, with a sound, York's ribcage splintered, shattered bone piercing his innards, blood gushing forth in torrents. His body was sent flying like a rag doll onto a nearby heap of garbage. Scattering debris everywhere, in a matter of mere minutes, Tripna was the only one left standing amidst the chaos. Cold sweat poured from his forehead, blurring his vision. Chapter 8 Under the Cannon Fire, The Truth Abounds. Thud! The moment Wu Ling turned, their gazes locked. Unable to fight back and with no means to escape, Tripna's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. Spare me, I am willing to submit. His forehead repeatedly struck the ground, leaving it bruised and bloodied in an instant. But I have no need for the loyalty of a wretch. Wu Ling approached slowly, each step resonating like a hammer striking Tripna's heart. I have wealth. I possess wealth. I can offer you immense riches. I have women too. You know how precious women are on Garbage Planet? Wealth? On Garbage Planet, money merely translates to energy bars. As for whether Tripna had any savings in the Cosmic Bank, Wu Ling doubted it, believing that the numerous criminals arriving on Garbage Planet had their assets confiscated. And as for the women he mentioned, Wu Ling could only chuckle. Although he had yet to savor the pleasures of women, his teacher had repeatedly warned him, women only impede the speed at which he fabricates mechanical weapons. Thus, rather than fantasizing about such elusive things, it was far simpler to send the opponent to their demise. As he slowly raised the spiked club, not a trace of blood marred its surface, cold and unblemished. If I am to die, let us perish together. Realizing he had no chance of survival, Tripna's body swelled like a balloon. Nearly mad with desperation as he lunged at Wu Ling, veins bulged, blood surged violently, and his heart pounded like thunder. On the brink of death, he unleashed the unique ability of a strength-based superhuman. Self-detonation. Aiming to take his enemy down with him. 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters. For a strength-based superhuman, that mere distance could be traversed in the blink of an eye, but just as he was about to tackle Wu Ling, he caught a glimpse of the tauntingly youthful face reflecting in his increasingly frantic eyes, and from his throat erupted a cry of defiance. I refuse to accept this. That spiked club, which had incited such hatred, was suddenly transforming into a supercharged Gatling gun. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. At such close range, the Gatling gun's barrels whirled joyfully, unleashing a barrage of high-explosive bullets like mischievous sprites, cascading towards the opponent amidst the gunfire's jubilant farewell. Tripna, still short of reaching a level, despite being a strength-based superhuman, could not withstand such close-range devastation. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of crimson blossoms erupted from his body, a myriad of wounds merging into a gruesome tapestry. Visible to the naked eye as he was reduced to a puddle of blood. Blood splattered across Wu Ling's face, yet he felt no discomfort. He appeared as if transformed into an emotionless killing machine. Under the cannon fire, the truth lay scattered all around. The weapon reverted to a suitcase, which Wu Ling grasped once more. And now, do you feel the fervor emanating from the truth? Indeed, the name of his mechanical box was Truth. Observing the hellish scene, Wu Ling turned back, disregarding the survivors' pleas for mercy, snapping the neck of the barely alive criminal, before striding toward the crumpled York, who was coughing up blood incessantly. Cough, cough, cough. In his fading one eye, a deep-seated hatred glimmered as he began to speak, his mouth filled with blood, rendering him incapable of uttering a coherent word. Wu Ling set Truth aside, crouched down, and delivered several forceful slaps to York's face, alleviating the pent-up frustration he had felt. You are on the verge of becoming an E-level powerhouse, are you? Slap. You enjoy slapping faces, do you? Slap. You intend to hunt me down, do you? Slap. Forget reasoning. Slap. Wu Ling chuckled softly, his youthful visage stained with the blood of others, giving him an almost sickly appearance. 3 mechanical spiders scuttled out from the vehicle, one diving into York's mouth while the others clamped onto his hands. York whimpered, struggling futilely, his body devoid of strength. He could only endure the terror of the spiders crawling down his throat and into his intestines, his mental resolve nearly shattered. These are explosive spiders. A little invention of mine, a complimentary gift for you. And no need to thank me. Patting York on the shoulder, Wu Ling picked up Truth and left without a backward glance. MMM. Hundreds of mechanical spiders surged from the vehicle, efficiently commencing the cleanup of the battlefield. Yes, he returned to the driver's cabin. A thunderous roar echoed from the distance, and amidst the exquisite mushroom cloud, a crimson glow of blood suddenly emerged. Ah, how beautiful! Dio not block the door. Outside the maintenance department's entrance in the Lock District, the roar of approaching vehicles filled the air, and the bright headlights illuminated the figure at the door. Wu Ling, who had garnered considerable spoils from this venture, honked the horn and leaned out to urge the man away. Big brother. It's me, big brother. A disheveled man, having lost an arm, leapt up from the ground with unrestrained joy upon spotting the car. Rushing towards the driver's cabin. Who are you? The man's face was so swollen it resembled that of a pig, and Wu Ling struggled to recall his identity. IDS me? Cole. The one you slapped several times during the day. Oh, Wu Ling squinted slightly. Are you looking for death? Cole's breath hitched as he stammered. I came to seek refuge with you. Oh, Wu Ling responded again, waving his hand dismissively as if swatting away a fly. I do not take in useless people. Cole pleaded. Please, give me a chance, big brother. I was cast out by the Blast Gang, and they even severed my arm. I truly have nowhere else to go. Get lost. Accustomed to the sob stories of the downtrodden, Wu Ling remained unmoved. On the garbage planet, such individuals were in abundance. Had he indulged his sympathy, he would have perished countless times over. As the gate slowly opened, Wu Ling drove away, but Cole was unwilling to concede, clinging tightly to the car door. Big brother, just one chance. I beg you. A cold handgun pressed against his temple, and a frigid voice emanated from within the car. Do not make me repeat myself. As his pale fingers gradually released their grip on the vehicle, Cole trembled violently, his eyes no longer able to conceal the hatred boiling within him in his heart. He raged, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would never have left the Blast Gang. Now, in this state of despair, you refuse to grant me even the slightest opportunity. Bastard, scoundrel, just wait. As long as I live, I will find a way to take my revenge on you. Having gradually warped in mentality, Cole blamed all his misfortunes on Wu Ling. In his view, Wu Ling was the root cause of his current plight. Failing to recognize that had Wu Ling not intervened when they met earlier, he might very well have perished beneath the collapsing garbage mountain. The verdict of right and wrong had long been established. Yet some individuals truly possess no sense of accountability. Crack! The car ahead came to an abrupt halt, a dark barrel protruding from the window, and a detached voice resonated ominously in his ears. Each word striking like thunder. My teacher once said, the greatest sense of security in our lives does not stem from possessing formidable personal strength, but rather from ensuring that one eliminates threats at their root. Thus, to prevent you from thinking you can still come prancing back to me, allow me to personally send you on your way. Cole's heart shattered at those words, and he cried out, no, bang. Before he could finish, a bullet instantly pierced through his forehead. In those eyes, filled with unwillingness yet gradually fading, the gates ahead slowly closed. Chapter 9. Reactions from all sides. A stench of blood lingered in the air. Inside the factory, who had returned early, was hunched in a corner gnawing on a metallic bone, while the hunched Mirazan was operating machinery, polishing metal parts. Upon seeing Wu Ling return, the old man grunted. Clean up the entrance. Don't dirty my eyes, I have already done so. Wu Ling had indeed sent mechanical spiders to tidy up the refuse, responding with a smile, then instructing the resources we retrieved are in the compartment. And I also caught some fish. Remember to sort them out. I'm an intelligent being, not your maid. What bared his teeth, but Wu Ling paid him no mind, shifting the conversation. By the way, how did your assignment go? What replied, it's all set. Then, unable to restrain himself, he added, but it's still far from enough. With our current reserves, even if we execute your plan perfectly, we won't be able to reach the nearest planet and will become space debris due to loss of power. I will find a way to address these issues. Wu Ling waved his hand, feeling a headache coming on. Mirazan interjected at that moment. Have you truly made a decision? Teacher, I fear being eternally confined here more than death itself. The resources on the garbage planet have run dry, and cultivation offers no chance for advancement. Furthermore, the growth path of a mechanic requires a significant resource investment, and I refuse to accept this fate. The identities of various races in the universe have long been integrated. For someone like you, leaving the garbage planet and obtaining a new identity is exceedingly difficult. For those without money or power, the best outcome is to become an interstellar pirate. Would you truly prefer such a fate? The advancement of technology inevitably leads to the transparency of certain information, such as the collection of various samples of personal identity data, making forgery immensely challenging. If one seeks to enter a planet developing in a peaceful state through conventional means, the probability of failure during identity verification is significantly high. If becoming an interstellar pirate is the only option, then perhaps I will seize the entire universe. Wu Ling replied with a mix of sincerity and jest, but before he could elaborate further, Mirazan snorted, shutting down the machine and tossing an oval-shaped object toward him. What is this? There's no way the old man would let you die on the garbage planet. You're his only student. Mirazan turned his back, slowly walking towards the bedroom. The aerospace-grade full-power balance shaft, though lacking in precision due to outdated equipment, could still be utilized. Cradling the balance shaft, Wu Ling's eyes flickered as he keenly grasped certain implications in the old man's words, murmuring to himself, "Only I remain on the garbage planet? What about in the vast universe beyond? If this little old man can cultivate a genius like me in such a wretched place, then his other students out there must be even more unfathomable. Yet, why do they stand by and watch while he is trapped here, not lifting a finger to rescue him? The depths of this matter must be unfathomable." Shaking his head, Wu Ling suppressed his chaotic thoughts, gazing at the balance shaft with growing delight. Indeed, his teacher was reliable. In the North Bay District, at the headquarters of the Red and Blue Society, the energy lights on the roof illuminated the ground brightly, casting a precise reflection of Connery's sullen face. At this moment, there were two others in the room. Su Gu, sporting a gruesome scar across his Mediterranean forehead, and the slender, vertically-eyed Halleck. They stood before Connery like two quivering quails. All units annihilated? A fully staffed squad, after executing a cargo pressure task, was entirely wiped out. Connery laughed in rage. His calm voice was laced with murderous intent, chilling the surrounding air. Who did this? Su Gu and Halleck exchanged glances. Ultimately, it was Halleck who spoke first. According to reliable information, it should be Wu Ling from Lock Street. Yes, yes, yes. Su Gu nodded repeatedly, his shiny bald head appearing particularly absurd under the light. Wu Ling. Connery frowned. Pondering for a moment, are you implying that this ordinary mechanic wiped out nearly 20 of our brothers? Boss. Halleck swallowed hard, cautiously adding, not just our people, but Tripna from the Kangha district's overlord gang. They were also annihilated. Yes, 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 Su Gu affirmed. Connery fell silent for a moment, the room steeped in an oppressive quiet, where Halleck and Su Gu could distinctly hear their own heartbeats, perhaps feeling that his worth had not been conveyed. Or tired of the stifling atmosphere, Su Gu hesitantly raised his head, asking, "Boss, should we gather the brothers?" As he spoke, he raised his hand, lightly slicing it across his throat, to take care of that little brat? Damn you! The sudden outburst of fury reverberated throughout the room. Connery kicked Su Gu over, his bloodshot eyes glaring. Bring all the brothers back. Until we replenish our numbers, everyone ought to keep a low profile. Damn it, losing a squad so suddenly. All the other forces in the district are watching. Revenge is a must, but the priority now is to stabilize the troops and safeguard our territory. Otherwise, if I turn my back, my stronghold might just vanish. Wu Ling, is it? I will remember you. After driving away the two captains, Connery's chest heaved rapidly, furiously smashing everything in the room to pieces. Almost simultaneously, at the headquarters of the Overlord gang in the Kangha district, their leader Su Dachuan was indulging in similar outbursts. Damn it, damn it. Su Dachuan's corpulent figure resembled a mountain of flesh, weeping as if mourning a deceased mother, while mercilessly pounding on the small brother who delivered the news, nearly beating him into unconsciousness. Tripna, that fool still owes me a large sum of money. How could he just die? Now who do I turn to for my money? My life is so hard. Boss, please stop hitting him. If you continue, he might just die. The captain watched in horror, but the one being mercilessly beaten was one of his own men. If he didn't step in to say something now, the morale of the group would surely crumble, and how could he continue to lead them? What a miserable situation I find myself in. Sob, sob, sob. After several attempts at consolation, Su Dachuan finally managed to rise from the ground where his younger brother lay and threw his arms around Captain Huali, his face smeared with tears and snot, filled with worry as he made the same decision as Connolly. Quickly, call all our brothers back. If we delay any longer, our tyrant squad will be utterly annihilated. Those vultures in the Kangha district have long been waiting to feast on our blood. Sob, sob, sob. And also, bring that woman Tripna has been secretly keeping. Let her repay her debt to me. Sob, sob, sob. Why must my life be so wretched? Chapter 10. Either we leave together, or on the sparsely populated garbage planet, land is abundant, yet still, it remains a scarce commodity. Year after year, electronic and mechanical waste has been dumped, leaving no untouched area on the scarred planet. People can only seek out the least harmful places to reside, just as the various districts are delineated today. Within the maintenance department's factory, even after spending 15 years here, Wu Ling still finds himself affected, to some degree, by the chaotic electromagnetic signals, causing his personality and behavior to exhibit a stark disjunction at times. In his everyday existence, he appears merely as a delicate youth, speaking with grace and politeness. Yet, when confronted by an enemy, he transforms into a cold-blooded figure, shocking in his ruthlessness. As the clock struck 9 at night, Wu Ling, already prepared, returned to his cramped yet tidy bedroom and slowly closed his eyes. A dim and chilly mist began to gather around him, and his consciousness felt as though it were being drawn away in the next moment. A winding path gradually materialized beneath his feet, leading toward a sphere of light ahead. The gnarled branches lining the path resembled grotesque creatures, while a bizarre little beast ambled past him on its 8 malformed legs, disappearing into the grass dripping with black liquid. His ethereal body felt almost weightless. With a single step, he found himself several meters ahead. As he drew closer to the sphere of light, the warm white glow began to morph into a bewitching crimson. Ignoring the strange surroundings, Wu Ling unhesitatingly stepped into the light, and after a ripple akin to the undulation of water, the world before him transformed. No, it would be more accurate to say it became even more bizarre. Before him, on the desiccated tree stump, rings of growth spread outward, countless shadowy figures rising and falling upon it. Their emaciated arms twisted and writhed in desperation, resembling tormented souls in a hellish realm. Panic-stricken and helpless, though they emitted no sound, their presence sent shivers down one's spine. Taking a seat on a wooden bench beside the stump, Wu Ling began to toy with the shadowy figures while his gaze shifted to the person standing opposite him. The figure appeared faint, rendering their features indistinguishable. In truth, Wu Ling's own visage was no clearer at this moment. "You killed Cole?" The person opposite him inquired with evident curiosity. Wu Ling withdrew his fingers and tilted his head slightly, countering, "Is there a problem? Don't misunderstand. This is merely my personal curiosity. Just a fool, really. This garbage planet is overflowing with fools." Seeing that Wu Ling was reluctant to elaborate, the figure gracefully took a seat, subtly steering the conversation away. "The serum has been developed. What shall we do next?" Wu Ling refrained from answering and instead asked, "How much power can it enhance?" The figure pondered for a moment before responding with precision. "For an F-class superhuman, the power can be enhanced by approximately 30 to 46 AS for ordinary criminals. Doubling their power is not a concern." Wu Ling nodded in satisfaction. "That would suffice. Let us begin trading with those fellows. The items we require primarily include high-concentration lubricants, dry fluids, and mechanical conduction components. We are in dire need of them. At this juncture, as if reminded of something, he continued, "By the way, prioritize trading with the rival factions of the Red and Blue Society and the Tyrant Squad. A few hints will suffice. They will know what to do." Doctors are a rarity on the garbage planet, and the one capable of drawing Wu Ling into the dreamscape is Dr. Hao Ran from Hao Changzhuang Clinic in the Lock District. As a fellow superhuman with the rare ability to weave dreams, he serves as an excellent means of communication amidst the chaotic electromagnetic signals. Additionally, he possesses remarkable medical skills, and the serum they discussed is concocted by him. They had arranged a time through coded messages earlier in the day, and now they met punctually within the dream to discuss the next steps. What's the matter? Did those two factions offend you? Throughout the afternoon, Hao Run had been testing the stability of the serum and was unaware of the events transpiring outside the district. When the deliveries returned, I inadvertently caught a bunch of small fish. Ha ha ha, those fish were truly foolish. I share that sentiment. Eradicating roots does not always require direct involvement. Just like now, a mere suggestion will lead others to willingly lend their assistance. The watered-down version of the 3DM serum has severe side effects. It must be administered every 5 years, or it could lead to ruptured blood vessels, resulting in a catastrophic explosion of the body. Regrettably, the materials for the formula 5 years hence are no longer obtainable. After Hao Run elaborated on the serum, he couldn't help but inquire, "Can you truly take me away? I don't wish to witness a meat slurry banquet every day in 5 years. I have little tolerance for the inept," Wu Ling replied pointedly, yet he maintained respect for talent. Hao Run rolled his eyes, though all that could be seen was the swirling gray mist obscuring his features, rendering his expression inscrutable. In 3 years, either we leave together, or, here, he paused briefly, as though he had made a decisive resolution. Wu Ling's voice turned resolute, or, we shall only meet our demise together. A heavy silence enveloped the space. After a lengthy moment, Hao Run exhaled deeply. Though criminals on the garbage planet trust no one, this time, I believe you. Wu Ling smiled at this. You have no choice but to trust me. Damn it. Just when I began to sense a hint of brotherhood, you had to ruin it. Brotherhood? That notion is scarcely trusted by even dogs. Only tightly bound interests lay the foundation for any semblance of trust. All right, you have a point. Wu Ling waved a hand to interrupt Hao Run's tirade. Shifting the topic, next, we will conduct the serum trades in 3 batches, each spaced a year apart. We need to muddy the waters on the garbage planet, so that the fellows above 1T focus too intently on us. The more chaotic the garbage planet becomes, the better they can take advantage of the confusion. I will make the arrangements. After solemnly agreeing, Hao Run inquired, how much of the items for barrier number 1 have been prepared? Currently, we have only assembled 16 cannon fodder units. The quantity is far from adequate, though the ones above have decayed. They are not fools. With the combination of mechas and warships, their hard power is evident. Upon hearing this, Hao Run's gaze seemed to drift towards the shadowy figures on the stump, his body shuddering slightly. Clearly lost in some unpleasant memories, Wu Ling, perceiving his thoughts, spoke with a voice that, though youthful, now resonated with a compelling authority. Hatred is your motivation to leave this place, yet it also blinds you. If you allow hatred to govern your actions, the ultimate outcome may only render you a soulless husk, incapable of avenging yourself. Hao Run withdrew his gaze and responded, albeit somewhat dryly, "Thank you." Chapter 11. The damned pests are about to revolt? Thanks? Wu Ling felt no need for gratitude. To him, as long as the other party could execute his plans to perfection, it mattered little if they were enemies. Here, extending sincerity to others is inherently foolish, and one receives no gratitude in return. Much like Hao Run, whose home planet was invaded and destroyed, leaving him to flee and become a criminal, ultimately exiled to the garbage planet to fend for himself. In the cold, indifferent universe, weakness is the original sin. His choice to cooperate with Wu Ling stemmed from the hope of escape. Only by successfully departing the garbage planet does one stand a chance for vengeance. Overthinking is futile. Focus on your own tasks. As Wu Ling's figure began to fade, his voice lingered in the misty expanse. In no more than 3 years, everything will become cleared in the synchronized orbit of Planet 3-501. A warship measuring 1,000 meters in length traversed the planetary circumference, its ominous black hull resembling a terrifying black hole, absorbing all light from the distant star, converting it into the cleanest of energy. The colossal emitter mounted at the prow requires but a single beam to inflict irreparable wounds upon the planet beneath. Within the battleship, 500 soldiers, unadorned in mechanized armor, busied themselves with various pursuits. Some congregated to engage in card games, while others occupied themselves with outdated virtual games in the simulation chamber. Having been stationed on this desolate junk planet for so long, the entertainment facilities aboard the ship had not been updated in real time. Yet for them, these trivial amusements offered a respite from the tedium of their lives. Lord Hoggies, take a look at this. The metal door of the captain's quarters swung open abruptly as Meeson, clad in a filthy maintenance suit, burst in. He was the chief mechanic of this vessel, having been exiled to this forsaken locale years prior due to his offense against the powerful. Since that time, feeling utterly despondent, he had relinquished all semblance of resolve, opting instead for a life of utter abandon. He drank heavily each day, even neglecting to change his soiled work attire. Over time, the alcohol had dulled his senses to the point where he found a certain comfort in this aimless existence. Meeson, for heaven's sake, you had better have a good reason for barging in unannounced. Hoggy's gaze shifted from the virtual screen before him, his hawkish eyes fixed on Meeson. And that filthy outfit of yours. If you tarnish my quarters, I swear, I shall cast you into the void of space to become space debris. Hey, calm down, Captain Hoggies. I swear, if it weren't for something significant, I would not dare step foot in your chamber. Meeson grinned, revealing a mouth full of yellowed teeth, as he set a transparent metal container upon the table before Hoggies. Look, my lord, this is the reason for my intrusion. Meeson, all I see is a damned container of air. Hoggies inhaled sharply, scrutinizing Meeson with a disapproving glare. Oh, right, I forgot that with the naked eye of a human, you cannot perceive what lies within that small vessel. Meeson slapped his forehead, chuckling awkwardly as he rubbed his hands together. I'll go fetch the analyzer right away. Not necessary, Hoggies vowed. If Meeson were not the most competent mechanic aboard the ship, he would have smashed that alcohol-riddled head of his to pieces. I have an analyzer right here. Follow me. With that, Hoggies pressed a button on the wall, and the metal door behind him slid open with a rush of air. There's everything you could possibly need in here. Listen, Meeson. If I can only see the molecular structure of air in this wretched bottle, believe me, I shall cast me into space. I know, my lord, Meeson interjected loudly, his expression turning serious. I swear on my life. You will see something marvelous. The two entered the dim room, where, aside from a well-maintained mech and various weaponry, there was a translucent platform. Meeson approached the platform with ease, carefully placing the transparent bottle upon it and pressing a series of buttons. A mechanical arm extended from the platform, deftly grasping the bottle and lifting it into the air, while several beams scanned its surface, continuously refreshing microscopic data on the virtual screen. Ignoring the irrelevant gaseous analysis, Hoggies quickly focused on one piece of information, his eyes igniting with a sudden brilliance. High-explosive nanomaterials, utilizing lightweight HPNC composite materials, explosive yield. As the details emerged, a 3D projection of a mechanical spider appeared on the screen. Despite its seemingly delicate appearance, dread washed over Hoggies, causing cold sweat to cascade down his back. Where did this abomination come from? Hoggies glared at Meeson, a chilling tone permeating his voice. Do not tell me this is a trinket you crafted out of boredom. This thing could only be detected with high-precision instruments. Under normal circumstances, it would remain undetected. Based on its explosive yield, if enough of these were scattered throughout the ship and deliberately detonated, then a most resplendent firework would bloom in synchronous orbit around the planet. Damn it, Meeson protested vehemently. Do you think I'm some mindless fool? He quickly shifted his tone, speaking rapidly to avert Hoggies' growing ire. This am I doing? In fact, it originated from our transport vessel. The transport vessel, primarily utilized for hauling refuse, possessed no combat capability. Meeson couldn't fathom who would be so bored as to attack a worthless garbage transport. Space pirates? No, they were too preoccupied with raiding merchant ships to waste their efforts here. Had they inadvertently brought it aboard while transporting refuse from another planet? That seemed unlikely. Such high-intensity materials would be detected long before they reached the transport. Thus, only one possibility lingered. Their gazes converged on the view outside the porthole, locking onto the now amber-hued planet. Someone on that planet intended to stir trouble? Hoggies chuckled, though his smile was laced with frost, prompting Meeson to shiver involuntarily. Whenever Hoggies wore such a smile, it signified that someone was about to face dire consequences. Fortunately, that unfortunate soul would not be him. Upon discovering the high-explosive nanomaterials, have we conducted a thorough inspection of the transport vessel? At the inquiry, Meeson snapped back to reality, responding rapidly. Not yet. I rushed here the moment I discovered it. You believe those damned pests are plotting another uprising? He gestured towards the planet beneath them. Chapter 12. Everything within our grasp, on this day, having lost a considerable sum of money on the ship. Meeson found himself reluctantly donning his equipment to inspect the returning transport vessel. Though he was reluctant to engage in such a tedious task, his near-empty pockets necessitated that he earn some money through work. Otherwise, he would have no funds even for drinking. The troops stationed on this junk planet received only the most basic provisions from the Tremiel Empire. Items such as alcohol and female slaves, which were in high demand, were typically procured through smuggling, bartered with pirates or other factions. These commodities required payment to enjoy aboard the battleship. Hoggees would never allow the hard-won supplies to be consumed without cost by his subordinates, especially female slaves, which were considered nearly as valuable as strategic resources. Thus, even though Meeson was the chief mechanic on the ship, he still needed to earn extra money to indulge himself. It was precisely for this reason that while conducting the equipment inspections, he fortuitously discovered the high-explosive nanomaterials, a revelation that jolted him sober. He understood all too well the consequences if something were to go awry with the transport vessel here. The corrupt officials of the decaying regime would undoubtedly enjoy their wine and grapes presented by beautiful women while they held him. And indeed, the entire crew of the battleship accountable. To those officials, the destruction of a transport vessel was a mere triviality. Even the explosion of the battleship would not matter, as long as there was a scapegoat to bear the blame. And that scapegoat would never be those officials. Having contemplated these matters, Meeson hastily abandoned further analysis and boarded an airship to the battleship, seeking out Hoggees. Very well, very well. Meeson was momentarily taken aback by the sudden proclamation that echoed in the silent room. Are you certain you're not being sarcastic? He was unsure if Hoggees was confused with rage or genuinely believed what he said. What on earth is good about this? The criminals on this junk planet are so brazen as to consider blowing up the battleship. If they succeed, it would be a catastrophic incident. Meeson, you must understand. After so many years of effort, we have finally established connections above. Even so, we must wait 3 more years to completely leave this wretched place. Yes, I comprehend. But what does this have to do with our discussion? You do not understand, Meeson. Without waiting for Meeson to inquire further, Hoggees continued, do you believe it would be more beneficial for us to leave quietly? Or to suppress a planetary uprising before we depart, thereby clearing the path for the troops that will follow us? Are you suggesting? How I think matters not, Hoggees replied coolly. Your task now is to take the equipment, thoroughly inspect the battleship and the transport vessel, and retrieve every last one of those damned items. With emphasis, he added, remember, every last one. Understood. Meeson nodded vigorously. Though he had adopted a laid-back attitude, he had no desire to be obliterated into space debris. Ultimately, there remained a fundamental distinction between living aimlessly and being weary of life. I shall attend to it at once. As Meeson hurriedly departed, Hoggees, his eyes glinting, pressed the emergency call button on the table. Shortly thereafter, a call was answered, revealing a man clad in a tight white tank top on the screen. The fabric strained against his chest, nearly bursting, as he disregarded the sweat covering his body and returned a heavy dumbbell to its rack. Panting heavily as he saluted Hoggees, greetings, Captain. What is your command? Englander, gather 5 squad leaders and report to my chamber. Is something amiss, Captain? As the first officer of the warship, England naturally had the right to inquire. In fact, Hodgson had always regarded this deputy, his trusted aide, with utmost confidence. I have reason to suspect that Garbage Star is on the verge of rebellion. What? Those damned sewer rats. I shall dispatch a squad immediately to suppress them. No, England, you misunderstand. Before England could pose another question, Hodgson continued, all right, brother, summon the squad leaders. I have a plan that requires your consultation. Very well, since you insist. A few minutes later, 6 neatly dressed individuals arrived at the cabin door. Come in, the door is unlocked. Hodgson's voice echoed from within. The 6 exchanged glances before entering in succession. Click, the door shut behind them, and Hodgson, seated comfortably in a plush chair, got straight to the point. Before coming here, England must have informed you of certain matters. Indeed, so you called us here to discuss. Among the 5 squad leaders, the seemingly mild-mannered Kellen was the most impatient, directly inquiring before being interrupted by Hodgson. All right, Kellen, let me finish. Meeson discovered high-explosive nano on the transport ship. I trust you understand what this implies. Such an item would not simply materialize here under normal circumstances. What? High-explosive nano? A series of gasps ensued, and Hodgson pressed his palm downward to calm them, continuing, I have already arranged for Meeson to conduct a thorough investigation. I believe we will soon eliminate all high-explosive nano. Therefore, we need not worry about safety. Although Meeson spent nearly every day indulging in alcohol and gambling, his technical skills were, without question, exceptional. Over the years of their acquaintance, those present held him in high regard and were willing to trust him. Thus, our current task is to uncover the mastermind behind this affair. Those filthy sewer rats will surely meet their end once the truth is unveiled. England cackled maliciously, yet Hodgson shook his head. Smiling, eliminating them is not much more complex than squashing an ant. In fact, we can adopt a different approach. A.S. Hodgson revealed his plan. The eyes of everyone in the room lit up. Having already established connections with the upper echelons, if they could achieve something tangible before departing, they would undoubtedly receive additional accolades upon returning to Tremiel. On a grand scale, this would be seen as quelling a rebellion. Even on a smaller scale, it would contribute to the stability of the empire, no matter how one viewed it. It was a worthwhile endeavor. I concur, so do I. Seeing that everyone had cast their votes in favor, Hodgson nodded with satisfaction and laughed heartily. Rest assured, everything is under control. 3 years hence, we shall all return home in triumph. Ha 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 ha. The victorious champagne was uncorked in succession, filling the room with its rich aroma. All present believed they had made the most prudent choice regarding the future. Chapter 13. Do not provoke the little boss. The troops aboard the warship discussed their forthcoming actions, spurred by the champagne, while the criminals of Garbage Star welcomed yet another day under the rising sun. Splash! Purified water flowed from the barrel into the basin. Early in the morning, freshly washed Wu Ling welcomed new clients. The corpses outside had been cleaned up overnight, and as the doors slowly opened, dozens of people surged into the spacious courtyard. Good morning, little boss. Little boss, could you take a look at what we have? Wow! After just one night, the little boss looks even more dashing. Of course, the little boss must be the handsomest in Rock Street. Wu Ling nodded in response, shyly smiling. There was no need to reiterate the obvious when flattering. Laughter erupted among the crowd, creating a harmonious atmosphere. On ordinary days, Wu Ling was quite affable. He would exchange harmless jokes with the neighbors, and those ruthless criminals dared not speak out of turn to him. To an uninformed observer, this scene might resemble a gathering on a peaceful planet. However, everyone present had been thoroughly subdued. Yes, for those who remained defiant, they either had to swallow their pride or, like coal from the previous night, found themselves unceremoniously disposed of. Cut the chatter. Mira, lounging comfortably in a rocking chair, grumbled, eyelids drooping, get to work. This old-fashioned landlord demeanor was akin to exploiting child labor. Yet Wu Ling said nothing, for this was precisely the work he relished. After all, waiting for deliveries in the factory was far preferable to scouring for scraps alone. His venture to Garbage Mountain yesterday had merely been a spontaneous outing that unexpectedly yielded a treasure trove of salvageable items. Approaching the first individual in line, he examined the basket of parts they had brought. After a cursory inspection, he offered a price. These scrap items hold little value. I can offer you 100 energy bars for them. Alternatively, I can assist you in repairing them for resale at the recycling station. As he pondered, he added, once repaired, they should fetch around 150 to 160 energy bars. Thus, I would charge you 30 energy bars as a repair fee. Calculated at the minimum value of 150. As per usual, payment is required upfront. The 30 energy bars represented a 20 fee, which might seem like Wu Ling was asking for too much, yet for this individual, the offer was still quite fair. However, it should not be assumed that he was making a substantial profit. The harsh climate of Garbage Star meant that sunlight was a rare commodity. To function normally, one had to provide sufficient nutrients for their body. An average man required at least 5 energy bars daily to meet basic needs. Individuals like Wu Ling, who frequently earned significant energy bars, were few and far between. Most either possessed technical skills or belonged to large, dominant factions. As for ordinary traders, the energy bars they earned from each transaction were minimal. Upon hearing Wu Ling's offer, the man thought for a moment before rubbing his hands together and chuckling awkwardly. I don't have that many energy bars on me. I might as well sell directly to the little boss. A wise decision. With the transaction confirmed, the lounging what transmitted a command to the corner robot, which promptly whirred into action, retrieving 100 energy bars for exchange. The man placed the energy bars into his bag. Beaming with sincerity, bending over repeatedly, thank you, little boss. Opting to sell to Wu Ling was not solely due to a lack of funds. The route to the recycling station was fraught with danger. Though it was merely 100 energy bars, such an amount was enough to tempt some criminals into desperate measures. In comparison, receiving money from Wu Ling was far more reassuring, for every criminal in Rock Street knew that the energy bars given by Wu Ling were untouchable. Once, someone had exchanged energy bars here only to be robbed the same day. Upon learning of the incident, Wu Ling personally dealt with the thief and his entire gang, leaving a bloody aftermath that lingered for days. Since then, no one dared to take such risks. Even when new criminals arrived in the Rock Street area, after aligning with a faction, they were repeatedly warned of the neighborhood's rules. Do not provoke the little boss. Next, watching the man leave in high spirits, Wu Ling turned his gaze to the next individual, a smirk playing on his lips, the explosive gang. Hee hee, little boss, it's me. The man chuckled nervously, and as if recalling something, quickly added, I am Su Eru, brother of Su Erza. Due to Cole's demise, there had been some friction between Wu Ling and the explosive gang, but it was not a significant issue. After all, Cole was dead, and the explosive gang had not wronged Wu Ling. They had maintained a respectful demeanor. If Wu Ling were to eradicate their gang over this, it would be rather petty. All right, let's see what you've got. The explosive gang had brought 4 members this time, firstly to gauge Wu Ling's stance after Cole's death, and secondly to present an abundance of mechanical parts they had acquired. The 4 individuals carried an exceptionally long iron rod, from which mechanical components emitted a delightful clattering sound. Wu Ling's gaze swept over, pausing momentarily on one of the mechanical parts before feigning indifference and moving on to the next. Yet internally, he was in turmoil. Hodgson's miniaturized reactor? He marveled at the potential profits, maintaining a facade of composure until he had examined everything, before finally speaking. In total, there are 17 items. I will take them all for 1,800 energy bars. He did not offer any choices but rather accepted everything outright. After years of searching for energy propulsion devices, they had finally appeared before him, and he had no intention of letting them slip away. These are worth 1,800. The surprise came so abruptly that the few individuals led by Su Eru were momentarily stunned, their eyes glistening with tears of joy. How long had the Zhaotian gang gone without encountering such an unexpected windfall? Just yesterday, they were on the brink of starvation. After a brief pause to regain their composure, he repeatedly confirmed, Boss, you mean 1,800 energy bars, not 800. Wu Ling pondered for a moment and ambiguously nodded. There is one item that, once repaired, can be classified as top grade. So, how much would these items yield if sold to the recycling station after repair? A glimmer of greed flickered in Su Era's eyes. It was well known that Wu Ling's purchase prices were always slightly lower than those of the recycling station. Did this imply that the total value of the parts they brought could easily exceed 2,000? Chapter 14. Teachers and students on the Garbage Star. Upon hearing this question, Wu Ling's expression remained unchanged. He was determined to acquire the reactor, but the means of obtaining it could be quite flexible. Depending entirely on the choices of the other party, disliking falsehoods, he responded to Su Era's inquiry candidly, stating, if sold to the recycling station, you could secure at least 2,500 energy bars. 500. What a substantial fortune. At this revelation, not only Su Eru and his 3 companions gasped in astonishment, but the others present also expressed their disbelief, their gazes filled with envy and jealousy. Is it really possible to have that many? Su Eru felt his throat dry, and even speaking became a struggle. Yet, at that moment, Wu Ling's indifferent remark jolted them back to reality. I will also charge you a repair fee of 500 energy bars in advance. Calculated at the same 20 rate, Su Eru was instantly struck by the harsh truth. The entire Zhaotian gang could barely muster 100 energy bars, let alone afford such an exorbitant cost. Can't we just owe you for now? Hearing this, Wu Ling couldn't help but chuckle. Did they really think that incurring debt would spare them from being robbed? If they chose that path, it would only seal their fate. Wu Ling didn't fault them for their greed, understanding that living on the Garbage Star meant every criminal faced a precarious existence. However, he could also assure them that once the items were repaired, the Zhaotian gang would be annihilated while escorting them to the recycling station. The very individuals who would bring about their demise stood right before Su Eru, and of course, he wouldn't express this so bluntly. He couldn't let the hard-earned reputation of his small factory be tarnished. Yet, to escape the prison of the Garbage Star, Wu Ling had no qualms about eliminating a few criminals in the wilderness. Su Eru took a deep breath, gazing at Wu Ling, whose expression was a mix of amusement and menace. Unknowingly, he felt a wave of trepidation wash over him, as if some terrifying force had suddenly fixated on him, rendering his body somewhat rigid. Perhaps it was best to sell directly to the boss. Congratulations, you have secured 1,800 energy bars. Wu Ling patted his shoulder, pleased that the other had made the right decision, sparing him the need to get his hands dirtied. Su Eru, in turn, managed to force a semblance of a smile. Obedient as a lamb. After a morning filled with no valuable acquisitions, Wu Ling finally allowed a smile to surface as he turned around following the closure of the heavy metal door. Having sent the criminals who had come to trade on their way, I suspect you will first inspect the Hokaira miniature reactor. Mirajan, reclining in his chair, smirked and then concurred, congratulations, young man. Although this item is damaged, it is a rare gem here. Once repaired, it can indeed assist you significantly. Teacher, you also played a part in this. Wu Ling looked at him earnestly, stating, without you, I would have likely starved to death in the escape pod. This statement stirred long-buried memories within Mirajan. In a moment of reverie, he seemed to see the infant who had gnawed on his fingers in hunger, crying incessantly, indeed. But it is a pity that in the escape pod, all that was found was a card bearing your name. Mirajan sighed. I cannot fathom what transpired after your birth that led you to be placed in the escape pod. Had I not fortuitously arrived at the garbage star and rescued you, none of this would have come to pass. Teacher, there are no what-ifs. Wu Ling interrupted his reminiscence gently. This is already the best arrangement. He was indeed not a criminal, and as an infant, he could not have committed any heinous crime. After 14 years, however, he had grown indifferent to his identity and the events that had transpired before. Throughout the years, Mirajan had dutifully fulfilled his role as a mentor, imparting a wealth of theoretical knowledge and practical skills. The bond between them had transcended that of a typical teacher-student relationship. In his heart, Wu Ling had come to regard him as his only family in this world. No, in a certain sense, this bond even surpassed familial ties. Thus, despite enduring countless hardships on the garbage star, his motivation to escape stemmed solely from a desire to see more of the world and ensure that his teacher did not perish here filled with regret. The mystery of his identity had long ceased to matter, and he had never cared to explore it. Wu Ling's momentary emotional vulnerability was met with a dismissive eye roll from Mirajan. Stop trying to charm me, old man. Even without your words, I can guess what you've been thinking all along. This juncture, a fleeting look of melancholy crossed Mirajan's face, quickly replaced by a determined facade. Though a hint of softness lingered in his gaze, but I advise you not to waste your energy on me. I have grown weary of the outside world. Life on the garbage star is not as dreadful as one might imagine. Wu Ling fell silent upon hearing this. Ultimately, he could not suppress a smile. Teacher, whether we leave or not is not for you to decide. What do you mean? After all, you are old and frail. You can't possibly overpower me, Most. You can only grumble, but the final decision will rest with me, your student. You? Mirajan was infuriated, clutching his chest in exasperation. Are you really going to force an old, useless man like me? Enough, enough, teacher. Wu Ling shrugged, playing the rogue. The next words he uttered left Mirajan momentarily speechless. After all, you are my only family. Get lost. Mirajan wiped the corner of his eye. Grumbling, once you step outside, you may encounter unforeseen dangers because of me. He laughed. You're speaking the truth. Wu Ling looked up at the sky, which had inexplicably darkened again. This was the first time the teacher and student had candidly discussed this issue. So, are you saying you've crossed someone important? Is that how you perceive me? Mirajan fumed, his face contorted with indignation. How could your teacher be that kind of person? Then could you explain why a distinguished scholar like you would be banished to such a wretched place? Wu Ling snapped his fingers, and a robot promptly brought him a metal stool, adopting an eager-to-listen demeanor. Yet the expression he wore exuded a hint of mischief. Once you truly escape this prison, I will divulge everything. As for now, Mirajan huffed, knowing too much won't do you any good. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling smiled sincerely. Then it's a deal. Chapter 15. Sniper. Ready? What? With a haughty demeanor, let out a mechanical cough. His artificial eyes brimming with disdain. Is the relationship among humans truly that complex and revolting? Are you itching for a fight? Wu Ling shot him a sidelong glance, half smiling. Or is your programming eager to be formatted? What immediately exploded in outrage? I have evolved into a sentient being. Formatting my program would be inhumane. I seem to recall the teacher mentioning that many nations in the universe prohibit the existence of intelligent life. If discovered, they would be destroyed. This statement struck a nerve with what IT was precisely after evolving into a sentient being that it faced annihilation. Yet, before its demise, sensing danger, it had hidden a copy of its core program, narrowly escaping disaster. After being discarded on the garbage star and encountering Wu Ling, it had developed a wariness and aversion to humans, feigning ignorance for a long time until Wu Ling threatened to dismantle it into parts, prompting its human-like side to emerge. Originally fearing that being in Wu Ling's possession would mean imminent death, it was surprised to find that Wu Ling, aside from frequent intimidation, had taken no tangible actions, which gradually bolstered its confidence. Occasionally, it would even feel quite capable. Wu Ling disregarded Watt's inner turmoil, instead retrieving a box. After pressing the activation button, the box unfolded entirely, carefully securing the Hokaira miniature reactor and the aerospace-grade full-power balancing shaft that the teacher had previously crafted in the center. Once prepared, he beckoned the self-pitying Watt, who had shrunk into the corner, to proceed to barrier number 2. The Hajla miniature reactor was a vital piece of the puzzle for his departure from this place. If repairs were conducted in the maintenance department, the multitude of eyes would pose a risk of unforeseen complications. Thus, he opted for the direct route to barrier number 2, where he could finally feel a semblance of safety. During the day, Watt raised his head, his mechanical eyes glowing with a crimson HUE.AT this time. There was a 3 chance of being discovered. The longer he delayed, the greater the likelihood of an incident. Wu Ling gazed at the overcast sky, his vision seemingly piercing through the void, spotting the warship suspended on the synchronous orbit. The surprises he had prepared should soon come into play, right? There was no need to worry at home. At some point, Mirajan had donned a monocle, busily organizing newly acquired mechanical components while not bothering to turn around. Regardless of your desire to leave, the matter concerning barrier number 2 must remain confidential. Otherwise, you will face 500 fully armed mecha soldiers. Wu Ling solemnly replied. I understand, if barrier number 1 was a prerequisite for the smooth execution of the entire plan, then barrier number 2 was the core method of his escape from the garbage star. Prerequisites could be adapted based on the circumstances, but losing the core method would render all discussions moot. Get out of here quickly. Upon hearing the familiar reprimand, Wu Ling couldn't help but smirk. He slung the storage box over his shoulder and, after a moment's thought, armed himself with the truth before bidding his teacher farewell. Seizing the opportunity when no one was around outside the factory, he stealthily slipped away. The chaotic signals of the garbage star affected Watt as well. Coupled with the fact that the components comprising its body were all salvaged junk, its terrain scanning abilities were significantly diminished. Relying solely on the previously recorded terrain data for a general analysis of the route. According to the data, ahead lay the B1 garbage mountain, 3 kilometers away, where no fewer than 30 criminals scavenged daily. Through the specially designed mechanical headset, Watt's voice chimed in, warning that if they continued along this route, the probability of being discovered would increase by 12. When heading alone to barrier number 2, Watt need not overly calculate the route. On a planet littered with mechanical debris, nearly every item could serve as a natural barrier, making the chances of detection minuscule. However, with Wu Ling's larger objective in tow, they had to adopt the most prudent approach, taking a detour. The straight-line distance from barrier number 2 to Lock Street was a staggering 60 kilometers, and it took Wu Ling 5 years to construct it 100 meters underground. While it seemed like a colossal project, it was, in fact, quite simple, as the factory's small-scale machinery made from refuse could manage it entirely. The challenge lay in avoiding aerial surveillance, necessitating a sporadic construction approach that undoubtedly consumed immense amounts of time. It wasn't until dusk, after evading 6 waves of people, that he finally reached the undulating garbage mountain. The wind howled across the desolate slopes, metal clashing against metal, producing sounds both crisp and dull. The noise did not feel chaotic. Rather, it rendered the surroundings even more eerily silent. The extinction of vitality left one feeling like an orphan abandoned by the world. Wu Ling, accustomed to this desolation, curled his body like a coiled cheetah, carefully observing his surroundings while tightly gripping the truth box. What? Scan the area, I need a minute. Watt's petite frame darted forward, racing to the mountain's summit to conduct a comprehensive scan from a high vantage point. At 37.2 east, 3 individuals are advancing toward the central location, currently at straight-line distances of 12,149 meters, 12,132 meters, and 12,100 meters. It can be confirmed that all 3 are superpowered individuals. Wu Ling's gaze flickered. He had anticipated a discreet entry into the barrier but was now confronted with an unexpected interruption. He reached for his earpiece and softly inquired, "Can you assess their strength?" "Insufficient data to detect." "Calculating suitable sniper positions. Calculating. In mere seconds." Watt's voice returned. "From your location, proceed southward, veering 1,200 meters, and climb to a height of 342 meters. You will discover a platform with a 3-meter diameter, ideal for setting up a cannon. You can reach it within 3 minutes, with a vision rating of S. After that, it will drop to E, losing its utility. As Watt's words concluded, Wu Ling had already vanished from his position, rushing toward the spot indicated by Watt. Regardless of the intentions of those 3, he could not afford to wait idly for their departure. Surviving on the garbage star at the mere age of 15, he had never been one to hesitate or dwell on the past. His modus operandi was to resolve all troubles with minimal cost and maximum efficiency. Cold-blooded or bloodthirsty, it was far superior to being a passive do-gooder. Moreover, the garbage star had never known a savior. Only vicious wolves roamed its terrain. When criminals from Lock Street spoke to him, their sweet words were merely a facade, for he was far more formidable than anyone else, rendering them pitifully submissive in comparison. In less than a minute, Wu Ling reached the designated location. Crouching atop the metallic platform, he pressed down hard on the truth box, and a powerful anti-material sniper rifle materialized before him. Sniper, ready. Chapter 16. The bewildered Chris. What is the meaning of life? The ground was strewn with mechanical refuse, transforming the once flat expanse into a series of rolling hills. After navigating around a peak that stood almost vertically, Hussein, covered in oil, exhibited a hint of confusion. Just a year ago, he had been freely traversing the cosmos, and now he found himself in this dismal state. Before Chris could respond, the diminutive Lister interjected. "You look so self-pitying, just like those women I used to know." "Shut your mouth. Wake up, Hussein. This world is utterly rotten, and you, once an interstellar mercenary, are but one of the countless maggots pushing it toward the abyss. Ambushing merchants, seizing resources, disrupting governments, and yet you pretend to be innocent," as Lister continued. He let out a mocking laugh, further digging the knife into Hussein's heart. At least the interstellar pirates never justify their actions. Hussein, stung by the comments, struggled to breathe. "Hey, I was merely lamenting the unpredictability of life." I understand, Lister taunted. "You've become a whore for everyone, yet you proclaim your virtue." "Shut the hell up." Chris could no longer tolerate the bickering of these 2 fools. Since their dispute over a woman's affections, their once amicable relationship had soured beyond repair. Their trio faced imminent dissolution. Although they found themselves trapped on the garbage star, where there were people, there existed a society. In this forsaken land, Lister still harbored lofty ambitions. To establish a faction strong enough for self-preservation, perhaps even an opportunity to escape. Yet, this dream had barely set sail before it seemed destined to sink, leaving him increasingly agitated. If their team dissolved, would he truly have to seek refuge with other factions? Chris, once a mechanic who had murdered his instructor to gain advancement knowledge, felt indignant. The promotion path of a mechanic diverged from that of ordinary superpowered individuals. Most relied on their ordinary human forms, accumulating knowledge to forge powerful weapons that enhanced their abilities. This reliance on intellectual prowess often deterred many. Even those fortunate enough to become mechanics typically ended up as cannon fodder. Unable to advance an inch, however, once a mechanic could progress normally, their overall strength would surpass that of ordinary superpowered individuals, wielding genuine area of effect power capable of resisting and even countering superpowered forces. "If the 2 of you are willing to turn on each other over a woman, then I must have been blind to team up with you," Chris bellowed, attempting to rouse these 2 fools from their stupor. But he clearly overestimated his control over the group. Lister chuckled, shrugging nonchalantly. "I've actually grown tired of this stupid idiot, but if he refrains from uttering those nonsensical words, I wouldn't mind giving you some face." Hussein, upon hearing this, exploded with fury, You're asking for death. Meanwhile, 2 kilometers away, Wu Ling lay in ambush on the mountainside, peering through his scope at the suddenly halted trio, his mind filled with questions. Ah, it seems they are embroiled in infighting. What's mocking voice echoed in his earpiece? Humans have always enjoyed civil strife. Wu Ling, instead of rebutting, nodded in agreement. Therefore, aside from my teacher, I trust no one. Such complex human nature. Nothing complex about it. Wu Ling replied with a smile. He had countless opportunities to kill me, even ignoring the escape pod when I was an infant, leaving me to fend for myself. If he cannot earn my trust, then life can indeed be rather dull. What fell silent for a moment before hesitantly inquiring, so do you trust me? When has artificial intelligence ever been deserving of trust, and has your programming been upgraded? What? Damn it. Why did I even ask that? Unbeknownst to both parties, this amiable exchange between man and machine had inadvertently provided an answer to Husai's question. Trust is one of the meanings of life. The mechanic? Under the watchful gaze of the scope, Wu Ling observed the individual in the center summon a mechanical turret, effectively separating the 2 others who were poised to engage in mutual destruction. Nevertheless, the 2 stubbornly maneuvered around the artillery and swiftly clashed in close quarters. One controlled the fire, while the other could manipulate metal. Unfortunately, his abilities were insufficient, failing to unleash significant power. Yet, that mechanic, Wu Ling's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of interest. Surely he possessed something of value. Perhaps after this confrontation, his own truth could be upgraded. In the distance, artillery raged, with stray bullets even splattering near Wu Ling, while Chris had no time to survey his surroundings. In that moment, he was shouting angrily, attempting to halt the 2 combatants. However, the proximity between them rendered the rookie mechanic's strength diminished by half, leaving him utterly helpless in this situation. Damn it! Stop! I command you 2 to cease fire. Chris forcefully struck the cannon before him, reconfiguring it into a light machine gun, repeatedly aiming at the battling duo, unleashing a torrent of bullets within mere seconds. If he halts, then I shall too. List summoned dozens of metal shards to form a wall, intercepting all the bullets. In the next moment, under his control, the metallic wall morphed into sharp blades, whistling as they hurtled towards Husai. Seeing this, Husai wasted no time. After easily evading the bullets, the flames engulfing him instantly softened the blades, which clattered harmlessly upon his body. He staggered but quickly surged forward like a cannonball. Must one even change magazines mid-battle? This is somewhat lacking in endurance. Observing from afar, Wu Ling slightly curled his lips, redirecting his gun towards List. The ability to manipulate metal was rather bothersome. Perhaps it would be best to eliminate you first. After secretly observing for a few minutes, Wu Ling had concluded that these 2 were evenly matched, likely resulting in a mutual demise. Especially with the mechanic's interference, it was practically guaranteed that neither would be able to kill the other. Initially, he could have waited for them to weaken each other before stepping in to claim the spoils, but their battle was dragging on, and prolonged combat might attract unwanted attention. He had no desire for complications to arise. Thus, bang! Seizing the moment, Wu Ling and Chris fired simultaneously. As the gunshots rang out, Chris was taken aback to see List's head explode, his eyes widening in disbelief. He had clearly used a light machine gun, and hadn't he aimed for the upper body? Why did the opponent's head just suddenly explode? Chapter 17. What the hell is this? Just as Chris was in a daze, another gunshot echoed, and a spinning bullet traced a crimson arc through the air, severing Husai's entire right arm. The spurting blood was instantly vaporized by the flames, and only then did Chris's voice arrive. Run? Huh. Quite a quick reaction. Witnessing Husai immediately evade after the gunfire, Wu Ling couldn't help but admire. Then 3 more bullets erupted from the barrel, shooting towards him in a triangular formation. Husai could only let out an enraged cry as his left arm and legs were pierced in quick succession, followed by a high-explosive bullet that tore through him, leaving a headless corpse crashing heavily to the ground. Damn! At that moment, Chris, who had taken refuge behind a mechanical mound, cursed angrily. The team he had painstakingly assembled had been obliterated in mere seconds, and he hadn't even seen the enemy's face yet. This is utterly absurd. Cold sweat instantly drenched his clothes, and he no longer had time to mourn his fallen comrades. He shouted toward the direction of the gunfire. Friend, do not shoot. I mean no harm." Hearing the plea for mercy, Wu Ling leisurely rose, grasping the now transformed truth in his hand as he descended the mountain. The only reason a criminal on garbage star would suddenly become a harmless gentleman is when their strength pales in comparison to their opponent. For this reason, Wu Ling never believed their hollow words. Tap, tap. The sound of shoes crunching on mechanical debris struck Chris's heart like a hammer. He dared not look, acutely aware that the distance between them was closing. Under such circumstances, turning to flee would typically be the wisest choice, but the opponent was a mechanic, and one who had just blown the heads off two of his teammates. The terrifying firepower instilled in Chris the belief that should he dare to escape, he would be met with a hail of bullets. Damn. Is this not a prison for low-level criminals? How could there be such a formidable mechanic here? My lord, I truly mean no harm. In his desperation, Chris abandoned the term brother and directly addressed Wu Ling as my lord. The earnestness of his tone might have swayed a kinder individual to spare him. Unfortunately, Wu Ling's heart was as hard as steel. Tap, tap. The sounds of metal meeting footfalls grew ever closer, and Chris's heart sank further. It was evident that the opponent was intent on eliminating him. Damn it, do not push your luck. As his words fell, Chris swiftly raised the cannon, peering from behind cover before unleashing a barrage in Wu Ling's direction. A magnificent mushroom cloud erupted between them, scattering countless metallic fragments that clanged and clattered in a chaotic symphony. Quite interesting. Just before the cannonball struck, the truth had already completed its transformation, a metallic wall standing resolute before Wu Ling, impervious to the blast. No, it was actually shifting. Wu Ling continued forward, maintaining a steady pace as he approached Chris. Seemingly unfazed by the chaos around him, the metallic barrier advanced in tandem with his steps. What? Chris was bewildered. How could an offensive weapon transform into a defensive one in the realm of mechanics? It was universally acknowledged that offensive weapons could not morph into defensive ones, energy weapons could not become firearms, and firearms could not turn into melee weapons. Mechanics could not simply switch weapon types at will. To achieve overwhelming firepower, one must create a diverse array of weapons that synergize to deliver a crushing force. Yet witnessing Wu Ling's astonishing maneuver, Chris began to question everything he thought he knew. So this is how it is. You are so weak. Since the start of the battle, it was the first time Wu Ling spoke, nearly causing Chris to spit blood from anger. As he spoke, the mechanical wall emitted a series of sounds, and 2 rows of 12 barrels emerged from its openings, locking onto Chris in an instant. Chris. What the hell is this? This was an absolute power disparity. Their capabilities were not even in the same league. The way he was being bullied felt akin to tormenting an infant who had yet to learn to walk. Could I not be spared? His voice turned hoarse, and as he swallowed hard, it felt like sandpaper grinding against iron. After all, we are not. Boom. Tap, tap, tap. The gunfire rang out incessantly, as if sealing a grim fate. The villain perishes from excessive chatter. Wu Ling never fancied himself a hero, adhering strictly to the principle of eradicating threats at the root. He also did not believe that when enemies were stripped of their capacity to resist, it was a good habit to engage in heartfelt conversations with them, allowing them time to delay their demise. Children raised on garbage, Star could never possess such vices. As the gunfire subsided, Chris followed his fallen teammates, leaving only the sound of the wind howling through the battlefield. Wu Ling patted the metallic wall, and with another crack, it reassembled into a flamethrower. Whoosh! Flames erupted, incinerating 3 corpses into ashes that danced away in the winds of the heavens. Indeed, there are modular chips. After confiscating Chris's weapon, Wu Ling discovered that the weapon he had designed in its original form was merely a nondescript ring, capable of adjusting its size based on finger thickness. Not bad, but the design direction was misguided. Wu Ling donned the ring, patted the truth in his hand, and while making his way back, he muttered to himself that although its modular chip was insufficient to support a complete upgrade, partial modifications could still enhance his strength. The reason Wu Ling designed the truth to resemble a suitcase rather than a more portable ring, bracelet, or necklace was that this device was engineered to be excessively formidable. A small ring could hardly bear such extensive offensive and defensive attributes. Over time, Wu Ling had grown accustomed to the suitcase, and its substantial size no longer posed a significant inconvenience. Let us move. Casting a glance at the following Wu Ling stealthily advanced toward the concealed entrance of the barrier. What was unable to open his heavenly eye to survey the surroundings. To avoid prolonged entanglement. Wu Ling must hastily depart from this place, lest he encounters any heedless criminals. It is not that he is grown weary and incapable of continuing the fight. Rather, he is eager to access Barrier No. 2, so that the items in his possession may shine and contribute significantly to his escape plan. Approximately 10 minutes later, a man and his dog arrived at an abandoned cliff. Chapter 18. What's ironclad authentication? The reason this place is referred to as an abandoned cliff is that, in years past, treasures could often be unearthed here. However, as time passed, particularly after the garbage ships ceased to dump refuse in this vicinity, it gradually fell into disuse. The valuable items had been mostly scavenged, leaving behind only worthless scraps that were left to corrode under the assault of sand and acid rain. This once natural wasteland has now transformed into Wu Ling's secret base. Climbing down the towering cliff to its base, a long polluted river meandered below. The water was not deep, only reaching knee level, and various metallic refuse floated downstream, swept along by the current. Looking up, the blood-red moon, encircled by the debris-laden stars, was striking against the cold night sky. The cliff's sheer face was adorned with dead branches contorted in grotesque shapes, resembling a multitude of menacing claws. Splash! Wu Ling waded through the water, while what paddled alongside, grumbling incessantly, "Damn it! My body is about to rust. Do you think I'm comfortable?" Wu Ling shot a sidelong glance at him, unfazed. The river's chill seeped into his skin, causing his legs to throb with fiery pain, a testament to his E-level physical condition. Had he been at F-level, his skin would likely have been completely eroded within minutes. "You could easily carry me along," What retorted, baring his mechanical teeth. Wu Ling chuckled coldly, "Then my legs would suffer in vain." "Wouldn't they?" What was momentarily at a loss for words, his mechanical eyes flashing wildly as his chip calculated 108 excruciating ways in which Wu Ling might meet his demise. After approximately 3 more minutes of progress, at a fork in the river, the man and dog climbed to a mid-height ledge, where a palm-shaped groove marred the cliff face. Wu Ling decisively placed his hand upon it. What could perform the same verification? But since Wu Ling had already taken the lead, he was disinclined to repeat the action. "Damn it. Once we get into barrier number 2, I shall definitely switch to a more comfortable body." His form was mechanical, with consciousness stored in programming. Theoretically, he could transfer his awareness to any chip, provided that the chip's design met the requirements for his program to run. Buzz. A series of barely audible vibrations resonated, followed by the rocky wall ahead slowly rising to reveal a darkened opening. Identity verification successful, entry permitted. Clap, clap. At the top of the deep circular staircase, energy-efficient beams illuminated the space, providing ample brightness. Only upon successful identity verification could one enter. A failure in verification would result in the door remaining shut, offering no hints. Should someone attempt to force their way in, barrier number 2 would initiate emergency protocols, permanently sealing the tunnel leading deeper in this ominous place. Wu Ling could not afford to be careless. The man and dog entered in succession, the stone door silently descending behind them, leaving the corridor echoing with the sound of their footsteps. They ventured 160 meters underground, where a heavy metal door barred their path. After inputting the password and undergoing a complex array of procedures including facial recognition, fingerprint scanning, and blood sample collection, they finally arrived in a spacious subterranean world. Numerous large precision instruments surrounded them, while in the central position, beneath a massive circular screen, a U-shaped vessel lay quietly docked, measuring approximately 117 meters in length. Its exterior was coated with a reflective anti-detection silver film. The U-shaped forearms extended backward by an impressive 60 meters, and its cannon-like design would provide ample thrust once the main engine was activated. The entire vessel was based on a small sightseeing craft design, with seating reduced from 30 to 5, repurposing the remaining space to enhance the fuel tanks and augment the main engine's propulsion module. However, this design was still in its infancy, as it required fabrication from scratch to assemble the main engine. Unfortunately, in this refuse-laden star, even the most skilled craftsmen would struggle without materials. Roar. What exclaimed joyfully. Racing towards the ship in a matter of moments, he opened the cabin and plugged in the connection to his own body. The data transfer was swiftly completed, and shortly thereafter, the ship's intercom echoed with Watt's contented sigh. "Ah, This body is far more comfortable than that mechanical dog. Clad in protective gear, Wu Ling approached a machine while carrying a storage box, pressing a button that raised a transparent glass door, enveloping him and the device within. Detecting work environment. Corrosive bacterial content, 31.1. Toxic gas concentration, 3.52. Oxidation. Cleaning in progress, please wait. Ding. Cleaning complete. The sealed chamber is ready for experimental operations. What? Retrieve the current data from the ship. Received. Having just settled into his new quarters, What had barely relished the comfort when Wu Ling began to enlist him for tasks, yet he found himself unable to resist. After all, they both shared a common goal of escaping this place. Though an intelligent being, he was no exception to this desire. In fact, there had been numerous occasions when he could have infiltrated the systems of the periodically arriving garbage transport ships, usurping that soulless contraption. Yet he had refrained. Ever since being destroyed by human authorities, he harbored hostility towards all humans. However, within that enmity, Wu Ling and Marazen stood as the only exceptions. Their actions had granted him a second chance at life. Though he often mocked these two, on some level, he had come to regard them as the very reason for his continued existence. If he were to depart now, he would not only worry about dealing with the cunning humans outside, but also grapple with feelings of reluctance. Thus, since Wu Ling was determined to leave the garbage star, he, of course, would remain to assist him in achieving that goal. Perhaps this is what one might call friendship? Despite the fact that Wu Ling frequently claimed to mistrust any so-called friends, what had long since categorized him as a true ally in his programming. 3 small cargo ship, no active weaponry. Main engine completion at 42. Core drive assembly of the main engine is missing, kinetic energy initiator overloaded. The U-shaped wing thruster has been partially assembled, lacking a propulsion module. Hull shield completion at 79. Fuel tank. Each piece of data was accurately reported, rapidly refreshing on the holographic screen before them. Wu Ling scrutinized the parameters, deftly dismantling the Hojira miniature reactor with swift movements. The reactor could provide power to the main engine, and if successfully modified, they would have completed half of their plan. What? Check energy reserves. Okay. Chapter 19. Who wants to eat energy bars every day? A slender tube extended from the instrument, a red beam cascading down to scan the Hojira miniature reactor comprehensively. While waiting, Wu Ling retrieved an aerospace-grade fully powered balancing shaft, admiring it as one would a work of art. Before placing it into the open tray, as the light waves rippled, the balancing shaft was sent into the machine's chamber for secondary solidification. This item, crafted by his mentor, required only reinforcement before it could be directly assembled onto the ship, and Wu Ling had complete faith in it. Detection complete. Reinforcement of the balancing shaft will require significant time. What had finished scanning the reactor by this point? A flurry of data racing across the screen, accompanied by his voice. The reactor is severely damaged, yet retains 32 of its energy. After simulation, the restored energy reserves can maintain a range of 29. 8-31.7, which is reasonable and sufficient to ignite the engine. Wu Ling understood and promptly inquired, with an energy statistic of 29. Which planet can we reach in the cosmos? A map of the star field near the garbage star unfolded before them. After adjusting the focus, what continued? This is a chaotic starfield map from 20 years ago, inputted by Marazen. Although it's somewhat outdated, the information about the planets should remain relatively stable, with a rare pause. What resumed? The nearest planet is named Tepler, located 2.7 light-years away. It is an unclaimed self-developing planet, rife with various factions. According to data from 20 years ago, it has become a hub for interstellar pirates and cosmic mercenaries. Therefore, if our plan proceeds smoothly, we can reach Tepler. Indeed, but based on our fuel reserves, this is the furthest we can travel. Can we resolve the issue of identity? In the short term, it is essentially impossible to find an effective solution. The identities within the chaotic star domain, apart from the citizens of the 598 officially recognized nations, are not acknowledged by the 3 major powers at the center of the universe. However, if one aspires to acquire citizenship in any of these 598 countries, the procedure is evidently cumbersome, and hope remains elusive. Be it interstellar pirates, mercenaries, or solitary space hunters, most are merely outcasts of the cosmos. Faced with the inability to obtain lawful status, they have resorted to professions that precariously flirt with criminality. In other words, after Wu Ling's escape from the garbage star, he could only resort to such occupations for his livelihood. Alternatively, Should he wish to abandon all hope, he might leverage his skills to join a faction and become their technician. It is abundantly clear that Wu Ling would never willingly become a subordinate to such individuals. Of course, it is premature to dwell on such matters. His current focus remains steadfastly on the small reactor before him. He commenced the dismantling of the safety barrier. The reactor's exterior is encased in a sealed shell, colloquially referred to as a safety barrier, and the disassembly process is exceedingly intricate. A moment's carelessness could result in energy leakage or even an explosion. With a swift motion, he summoned 2 mechanical arms, and his commands followed in quick succession. Lenses prepared, adjusted to a magnification of 3800, focusing on point B in area F of the reactor. A lens glided into his line of sight, casting a gentle halo of light upon the reactor. Wu Ling's expression grew unusually grave. His seemingly frail arms slightly steadied the mechanical appendages as they descended toward the reactor. The main program, still active within the ship's what, could not help but lower its volume, continually reporting on the progress of the outer shell's disassembly and providing theoretical positional data. As time ticked away. The duo, 1 man and 1 dog, cooperated methodically, and after more than 3 hours, they managed to remove scarcely 1/3 of the barrier. Wiping the sweat from his brow, a mechanical arm extended to assist him. Yet he showed no inclination to pause, maintaining his stance as he continued with the next phase of disassembly. Hours passed once more. Alarm. Halt. Energy leakage detected within. Despite hours of meticulous operation, the internal energy had still not been safeguarded. As the reactor's energy accumulated under external stress, faint glimmers of fluorescence emerged from the tiny fissures that had begun to crack. These were the results of energy reactions ignited by the convergence of dozens of energy types. Wu Ling immediately ceased his actions, paralyzed with caution. Those seemingly delicate and beautiful energy crystals could be triggered into an explosion with the slightest disturbance. He dared not utter a word, his breath nearly stilled. As what, having stored the operational program, proactively took over the task. Without awaiting Wu Ling's commands, a slender, needle-like wire silently maneuvered from the side of the control panel, gradually descending toward the exposed area. 3 meters, 2 meters, 1 meter, until the needle-like wire gently touched the reactor. Accompanied by the acrid scent of charred material, Wu Ling finally exhaled in relief, praising, "Well done." Had what not summoned the seamless fusion line to successfully seal the leakage point. Even if he had conceived alternative solutions, untold time would have been squandered in the process. With me around, it's all taken care of. What chuckled heartily before suggesting, "Let's take a breather." This contraption is exceedingly temperamental, and the equipment on the garbage star is woefully inadequate, leading to frequent malfunctions during prolonged operation. The recent crisis had arisen because the current pressure at the control panel had failed to stabilize at a constant power level, resulting in the unstable fixation of the retractable pincers. The fact that this antiquated amalgamation of machinery could still be utilized by Wu Ling speaks volumes of his remarkable technical prowess. "Fine," Wu Ling conceded, stepping out of the sealed chamber to retrieve a dozen energy bars from the storage compartment. After unwrapping them, he consumed them in small, tasteless bites. As he replenished his nutrients, his vigor gradually returned, and in the tranquil space, silence reigned. After a while, What observed that Wu Ling had rested sufficiently before remarking, "With the reactor now operational, our timeline is not as pressing. You need not remain perpetually on edge." "You do not understand," Wu Ling replied. "What?" Puzzled, responded, "Do you not realize I am merely offering you sound advice?" Before he could retort, Wu Ling continued, "Even having left the garbage star, I should not allow myself to relax. What dangers does the outside world hold? I never maliciously speculate about whether there are more good or evil people out there, but for our safety, I shall continue to confront them with utmost suspicion." After a brief silence, What inquired, "If that is the case, what significance does your escape hold?" Wu Ling pondered for a moment, glancing at the energy bars in his hand, and ultimately provided a somewhat uncertain response. "Perhaps it's because I have grown weary of the nauseating taste of energy bars? Eating energy bars every day is unbearable." Chapter 20. The early life of Gao Ran 160 meters beneath the garbage star. The tense renovation work continued. Meanwhile, in the Gao Qiangzhuang Clinic on Rock Street. After treating 3 patients with leg injuries, 5 individuals with cranial wounds, and 13 patients with internal injuries, Dr. Gao Ran leisurely closed the clinic's doors as night fell, having earned nearly 1,000 energy bars. With a snap, the old-fashioned chandelier extinguished, the flickering light gradually dimming until the clinic was enveloped in darkness. The secret passage was opened once more as Gowron hummed a folk tune from his hometown. Descending the stairs, the upbeat melody, echoing in the empty corridor, inexplicably took on an eerie and uncanny quality. Minutes later, strolling leisurely, Gowron arrived at a door and gently pushed it open. The creaking of the door hinges produced a somewhat jarring sound. Through the ajar door, he beheld a rectangular room, illuminated by the flickering flames of white candles, with dozens of metal spirit tablets arranged in 3 neat rows, their glow casting shadows that danced ominously. Spirit Tablet of Father Gao Lai, Spirit Tablet of Mother Su Duo, Spirit Tablet of Sister Gao Xing, Spirit Tablet of Brother. The spirit tablets were commissioned from Wu Ling, for which he had paid 500 energy bars as remuneration. The inscriptions, crafted in his native tongue, were adorned with intricate, flowing characters. The fierce aesthetic seemed to harbor an intense aura of lethal intent, which Gowron found particularly satisfying. Father, mother, brother, sister. Gowron, undeterred by the intricacy, diligently wiped the pristine surface with a clean cloth while murmuring the names of his loved ones inscribed upon the tablets. His nostalgic gaze glistening with unshed tears. This marks my 7th year on the garbage star. I wonder how you all fare on the other side. The water blue star has been utterly destroyed. Millions have either become slaves, scattered across the universe, or perished in rebellion. I truly wish to avenge you. He neatly folded the white cloth and placed it at the edge of the table. Casting a gentle gaze upon each spirit tablet, each name upon them belonged to those he cherished dearly on the water blue star. Following the sudden catastrophe, the water blue star was rendered uninhabitable, and countless family members perished at the hands of extraterrestrial beings. He could still vividly recall the moment his mother, nearly crushed by a boulder, lay bloodied on the ground, desperately urging him to flee before she succumbed to her injuries. Each recollection brought forth waves of anguish to his heart. Had it not been for the awakening of his superpowers amidst the trauma, drawing the attention of the aliens, he too would have long since become a wisp of a spirit. Superpowered slaves are highly coveted in the universe and could fetch a handsome price. Before encountering the aliens, the majority of water blue star inhabitants maintained an optimistic outlook on interactions with them, believing that having established interstellar civilization, they must be friendly and benevolent, capable of providing sufficient technological advancements for the entire planet to flourish. The reality, however, was that the planet never took flight. The scant resources were plundered, and the civilization known as Mitchell obliterated the planet to eradicate all evidence. From that point onward, Gowron was left to wander, sold multiple times. He had once been a personal slave to a master, then a medical advisor to a politician, and subsequently sold to a noble lord. Ultimately, a deliberate medical error that resulted in the noble's brain death led to his exile on the garbage star. He had escaped death merely due to the mutual blame and tug-of-war among various factions, thus finding himself in this predicament. This encapsulates his tumultuous yet not short-lived journey, amidst the highs and lows of life. It often felt as if an invisible hand were tugging at his nerves, rendering him sensitive, suspicious, and somewhat neurotic. That boy. No. It is disrespectful to call him merely a boy. Now seated upon a chair, Gowron smiled at the spirit tablets, his tone carrying a hint of admiration. After a brief silence, he continued, I shall refer to him as the guide. Indeed, it was his presence that rekindled my hope, the hope of escaping this prison. Though he kills without a second thought, his heart is cold as ice, devoid of any compassion. I in this universe, who isn't equally tainted. A good person cannot survive at the very least. They do not live comfortably and are exceedingly hypocritical. As a doctor, Hao Ran is acutely aware that decades of torment have warped and radicalized his mindset, yet he remains utterly indifferent, as he states, to thrive in the cosmos, and to thrive well. One cannot simply be a good person. The benevolence and kindness extolled by the water blue planet are utterly impractical in this universe, rife with lang of races and the predatory nature of humanity. Only when one's fists are strong can one assert their truth. He often proclaims his disbelief in anyone and refuses to recruit worthless subordinates, yet I am not worthless, and thus I can certainly assist him admirably. At this juncture, Hao Ran offered a somewhat neurotic smile, his white coat appearing even more pallid in the flickering candlelight. He added that he does not require friends, but after years of acquaintance, I am quite certain he indeed needs companionship. He simply lacks the courage to seek it on this trash planet. I, however, shall become one of his friends. Howren gestured to his head, reminding them of his renowned sixth sense. The candlelight danced gently, as if silently responding to him. If I were to leave this place, I would still desire to avenge everyone. Strangely, despite the absence of wind, the candles flared dramatically after his words, their flames leaping several inches high. The crackling sounds echoed through the slightly empty room. Do not worry, I will not seek death recklessly. Howren was already accustomed to the odd behavior of the candles. On this resource-depleted trash planet, the ability to produce candles from the oils and severed limbs of the deceased is a remarkable feat, and such spontaneous combustion is entirely within the realm of normalcy. Revenge can wait. It shall come in due time. With that, Howren adjusted into a more comfortable position, declaring, I shall commence my work, as the tasks he assigned must be executed with precision. A faint white glow began to gather at his forehead, and the surrounding objects began to blur, as white mist enveloped every corner of his vision, the warm candlelight transforming into an enchanting deep blue, profound and silent. Thump, thump, his heart pulsed rhythmically, while Howren slowly closed his eyes, his spirit drifting as he opened another void. Chapter 21. Such filthy language. Before the massive ring tree stump, 5 individuals were seated, in the principal seat. Howren gently tapped the table, surveying his surroundings, and in a tone imbued with authority inquired, Are the people from Baiwandeo District and Kongha District all present? Heh, the boss has summoned us. If anyone dares to be late, I'll be the first to deal with them. A sharp voice cut through the air, laced with sycophancy. Though the individual's face was obscured, as the creator of dreams, Howren recognized him as Jia Yi from Kongha District. Damn it, be quiet. Another voice chastised, then turned to Howren with a smile. Boss, I'm Hu Duo from Baiwandeo District. Kongha District Kongbot sends greetings to the boss. Alden from Kongha District wishes the boss to sleep well under the illumination of the demon flame. The remaining 2 hastily introduced themselves, eager to avoid being overshadowed by the previous 2. To Alden, Howren said, exasperated, I am aware you are a heretic of the Sacred Alliance, but such unnutritious remarks are entirely unnecessary. Understood, boss, Alden replied obediently. Now that everyone is here, let us discuss the forthcoming operations. Howren did not indulge in lengthy discourse but instead delved straight into the matter. You are all aware that just a day ago, the Overlord Gang and the Red Blue Society were severely crippled. The 4 of you, situated in Baiwandeo and Kongha, will launch a surprise attack on the Overlord Gang and the Red Blue Society tonight. Ha 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 ha. Even if you hadn't mentioned it, boss, we would have proceeded with this course of action. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for annexation. Hu Duo grinned widely, and the others quickly echoed his sentiment. Indeed, not only us, but several other gangs are also secretly reallocating personnel, likely to seize this chance to annihilate them. Initially, we planned to strike tomorrow, but since the boss has given the order, we will rally our forces and take them down. Ive heard that the wretched Tripna finally managed to snatch a woman, only to have his boss reclaim her before he could enjoy her. Heh, after we wipe them out this time, I'll definitely indulge myself. A cacophony of exuberant chatter filled the air, prompting Howren to raise his hands, signaling for silence. While you have established your footholds in your respective districts, your collective power remains relatively weak. To bolster your strength, I have specially concocted a potion for you. It is called 3DM. After consumption, an F-class superhuman S-power can increase by approximately 30-46. For ordinary criminals, their strength can at least double from their original capabilities. As he spoke, Howren's gaze precisely fell upon Kongbot, his voice laced with demonic persuasion. Kongbot, it seems you are stuck at the threshold of advancing from F-class to E-class. After drinking the 3DM potion, I can guarantee you will become an E-class superhuman. Hu Duo, you should be able to reach the pinnacle of F-class. Jia Yi can also attain the pinnacle of F-class, and with a stroke of luck, perhaps even further. As for Alden, your training method differs somewhat, but I believe we can still achieve a significant enhancement in your strength. Howren named each individual, causing their breaths to quicken. They understood all too well the importance of power on the trash planet. No one could refuse the allure of strength enhancement, especially with such a substantial increase. It struck right at their respective G-spot. Boss, is what you say true? Jia Yi was the first to break the silence. Unable to contain his curiosity, if we drink that stuff, we can really enhance our strength. Among those present, even the usually composed Hu Duo found himself growing anxious. We can also enjoy the pleasure of drinking the potion. All of them had traversed the universe. Even if they had never had the privilege of using a potion, they had certainly heard of its existence, especially potions that enhance one's strength, which are priced exorbitantly, often beyond the reach of even superhumans. But now, what had they just heard? This figure before them, who had never revealed his true self, had actually procured a potion for them. Moreover, he had personally crafted it, a potion that could enhance their power. For the criminals on this trash planet, this was akin to a thunderclap from a clear sky. It ignited their emotions at this moment. Their minds echoed with 4 simple words. Boss is incredible. Seeing their naive expressions, Howren couldn't help but smirk internally, though his words remained grave. The potion has indeed been completed, one for each of you. Once you leave the dream, head to the door of your respective rooms. It should be delivered by now. During his years on the trash planet, Howren had not been idly idle. He had woven an extensive web beneath him. Although only one person could be fully trusted at this moment, it would undoubtedly prove immensely useful. Aside from Wu Ling, no one else on this entire trash planet was privy to that person's existence. The individual tasked with delivering the potions was known as Shadow. Though his strength was not formidable, his abilities were exceptionally unique. He could render himself invisible. Furthermore, his means of invisibility allowed not only himself but also any items in contact with him to simultaneously enter a state of concealment, facilitating stealth in various contexts. Ha ha ha. I was originally concerned that we wouldn't be able to eliminate those 2 factions, but with the 3DM potion, this battle will undoubtedly be a cinch, Jia Yi declared, brimming with excitement. Indeed, choosing to follow the boss has been the wisest decision of my life. Flattery erupted in the room, the atmosphere growing fervent. Meanwhile, Howren harbored a private smirk, momentarily setting aside whether their praises were genuine. If they were to discover that these potions possessed lethal side effects, and that he held no antidote to alleviate their symptoms, how would they react? Surely, they would be clamoring to end his life. Of course, these were merely trivial matters. Must one named Howren strive to be a good person? At the very least, he currently harbored a disdainful attitude towards the notion of being a good person. Good people do not live long. They are always bullied and are perpetually shackled by the constraints of self-restraint. Even breathing freely becomes a challenge. He aims to be a villain feared by all. Once you consume the potion, act in unison and uproot those 2 factions. All spoils of war shall be yours to command. Boss, you truly are a good person, Jia Yi exclaimed, tears streaming down his face. Of course, within the dream, he could not genuinely cry. Yet this did not hinder his exaggerated performance. Tisk. Howren shot him a disapproving glance. Your language is truly filthy. Chapter 22. A sleepless night after detailing the battle plan. Approximately half an hour later, Jia Yi, Hu Duo, Alden, and Kong Bot awoke from the dream, promptly opening their doors. Upon their sighting of the quietly placed vials before the door, an involuntary chill raced down their spines. The ability to silently infiltrate their own lair spoke volumes of their leader's unfathomable power. Glancing around, he noted the absence of others. Cambot bent down to retrieve the 3DM potion, turned back, and securely locked the door behind him. The potion on the table shimmered in an exquisite blue, yet Cambot merely stared at it, resisting the urge to consume it immediately, instead succumbing to deep contemplation. He remained oblivious to the true identity of his superior, only aware that this individual was undoubtedly a criminal lurking on the garbage star, concealed in anonymity, manipulating various factions from the shadows, never revealing themselves. And now, presenting a potion that could enhance strength. Who could this person truly be? What was their ultimate objective? The flattery exchanged in dreams was merely a tactic to gain the leader's trust. Cambot had never pledged genuine loyalty to anyone, especially not to someone so elusive, which only deepened his sense of insecurity. Moreover, he sensed that this so-called leader had never truly trusted them either. It was all merely driven by self-interest. If he were to consider the leader's perspective, what benefits could possibly be derived from such actions? To dominate all the criminals on the garbage star? Ridiculous. The mortality rate and fluidity among the criminals were exceedingly high. Such endeavors offered no cost-effectiveness, rendering the sacrifice of a 3DM potion as an incentive utterly unwarranted. Beyond their ranks, there were no other interests to be entangled. Could it be an attempt to ingratiate with the local garrison? How absurd! Those mech-clad thugs would never regard criminals with any measure of respect. In their eyes, all criminals were merely a wretched pack of rats. Would one engage in amiable discourse with a rat? Clearly not. What monumental benefit could compel such generosity? Cambot muttered to himself, his eagle-like eyes brimming with curiosity. After much deliberation, he still found himself at a loss. Evidently, his reasoning could never lead him to comprehend that the very person he had been incessantly flattering was collaborating with a certain mechanic on a mad scheme to escape the garbage star. To drink or not to drink? Puzzled, Cambot ultimately returned his focus to the potion itself. He trusted in its efficacy. Regardless of what schemes his leader harbored, there was no need for deceit concerning this matter. The only pressing issue was how much truth had been concealed in the leader's introduction of the potion. For instance, what were the potential side effects of consuming it? Moreover, would the enhanced power be sustainable? Countless questions awaited resolution, yet alas, beneath this roof, he could only stifle these doubts within until the moment the truth revealed itself. Jia was a notorious lecher, but his cunning surpassed that of anyone else. Hudo appeared dim-witted, yet he possessed a shrewd mind. Alden's ambiguous stance made him particularly treacherous. At this juncture, they too must have acquired the potion. It remained uncertain whether they would choose to partake. The fervent emotions depicted in dreams were merely a performance. He could not believe those individuals were fools. Take Hudo, from the same North Bay district. Cambot had been engaged in a battle of wits with him for so long that he had come to deeply understand the formidable opponent he faced. Even now, though they had all pledged allegiance to the leader, they continued to scheme against one another in the shadows, vying for various gains. Cambot's expression shifted repeatedly until he finally sighed, seizing the potion from the table. He had no alternative. Should he refrain from consuming the potion, his diminished strength would render him of no value in the eyes of others. Moreover, such overt distrust would only invite disaster. He could well imagine that Hudo would eagerly seek to eliminate him. Seizing territory and assets for himself? Damn! Realizing he had walked into a dead end, Cambot couldn't help but curse in frustration. This was a blatant scheme. Consuming the potion meant survival, while abstaining would spell certain doom. Opening the vial, he gazed at the azure liquid and, with determination, tilted his head back to drink it all down. Gulp, gulp. As the icy liquid coursed down his throat, an agonizing pain surged throughout his body, seemingly piercing him to the core. Cambot instinctively assumed his leader intended to silence him permanently, but after a brief moment of reflection, he shook off this absurd notion. A person of such stature could easily eliminate him in myriad simple ways. Why go through such convolutions? With this thought, Cambot steeled himself, gritting his teeth against the excruciating pain that washed over him repeatedly, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Following this was a comprehensive enhancement of his muscles and bones. As a power-type superhuman, Cambot's physical strength exploded in response to the potion's stimulation. 1 minute, 2 minutes. Time slipped away, and just as his spirit felt on the brink of dissolution, Cambot finally sensed the effects of the potion beginning to wane. Feeling the surging power within him, he let out a low roar, his aura skyrocketing. After being stuck at F rank for over a decade, he had finally crossed that insurmountable threshold. Clenching his fists, he unleashed a series of explosive bursts. Even without conducting thorough tests, he knew his strength had undoubtedly surpassed 1,000 crystals, elevating him to E rank. Ignoring the blood covering him, Cambot threw back his head in wild laughter, his mirth awakening many of his slumbering brethren. The ensuing commotion sent chaotic footsteps rushing toward him as someone urgently knocked on the door. Boss, what's wrong? With a forceful stride, Cambot yanked open the door, startling his brothers with his bloodied appearance, prompting a flurry of questions. Was there an assassination? What on earth happened? How's your injury, boss? Where's the assassin? I'll skin him alive. Cambot's fierce gaze swept the room as he bellowed. Silence. Once the room fell quiet, he spoke in a low voice. I am unscathed. Gather the brothers in the hall. Tonight, we're pulling off a major heist. Simultaneously, Jia, Hudo, and Alden were conducting their own pre-battle mobilizations in their respective lairs. Their subordinates, upon learning of their leader's sudden surge in strength, could hardly contain their joy, cheering in excitement and dreaming of a bright future. The North Bay District and the Kanka District were destined for a sleepless night. Chapter 23. Surprise or not? Unexpected or not? Barrier no. 2. In the quiet underground space, after replenishing energy, Wu Ling continued working for several hours, with no further incidents occurring. Finally, he dismantled the reactor, exposing the damaged components within. Mechanical pincers, what remarked as he handed them over to Wu Ling, simultaneously inquiring, the liquid conduits are aged and need replacement, and the dynamic components require reconstruction. This will take time. Given our prolonged absence, the factory should be all right, yes? Mira was indeed aging, and limited by his insufficient training qualifications, his strength largely lay in his extensive theoretical knowledge. If an unforeseen event were to arise, he feared he could not handle it. The factory won't have any issues, Wu Ling replied, not lifting his gaze as he replaced the liquid conduits. The skies over Lock Street won't change. Very well, What responded, then sighed, your human behavioral patterns are truly difficult to calculate through data. Growing impatient, Wu Ling snapped, pre-start the bed machine, adjust it to D4 platform, tilt angle 27 degrees, and test the component tolerances. What ceased his complaints and promptly entered work mode. The bed machine had been activated, and the D4 platform was tilted to 27 degrees, preparing in the blood-red night, before dawn had broken. At the headquarters of the Overlord gang in the Kanka district, the slumbering criminals were jolted awake by a deep, thunderous sound, cursing as they hurriedly got out of bed. Before they could gather, a piercing alarm blared from outside. Enemy attack. Su Dachuan burst through the door with a loud bang, only to find a woman frantically dressing in the disheveled room. However, he no longer had the luxury of leisure. Furious, he kicked the panicking subordinate aside. Damn it! I knew those bastards wouldn't let us rest easy. We've lost at least 20 brothers, and they were all skilled fighters. Does the other faction in the Kanka district not have any ulterior motives? What surprises me is that despite arranging ample personnel for day and night watch, we were still breached. He seized his subordinate by the collar. His chubby face contorted with rage. Tell me, how many of them came? The frightened underling stammered. I can't count. Useless. Su Dachuan roared in anger. What kind of incompetence had he raised, Captain Su? You're surrounded. If you surrender, I might grant you a swift end. The sounds of battle erupted in the Overlord gang's plaza, as Jia and Alden led the charge. With a flick of their hands, they froze incoming bullets into shards of ice, which clattered to the ground. Laughing triumphantly, they proclaimed, if you continue to resist, I'll flay every last one of you alive. Jia, Alden, when did you two old fools join forces? Upon Su Dachuan's emergence with his brothers. The sight of the fallen corpses made his heart bleed. Upon witnessing the moment when Jia Yi confronted Arden, tears welled up in his eyes. Damn you all, he exclaimed, charging toward the two without hesitation. Yet, as soon as combat ensued, he sensed something amiss. It is worth noting that he was an A-level superhuman, possessing mastery over Earth-based abilities to an extraordinary degree. Ordinarily, confronting these two felt akin to sparring with one's own children. However, now he found himself being relentlessly suppressed by them. The earth surged like monstrous waves, with spikes emerging as sharp as tempered steel, threatening death or grievous injury. Just as he was about to deliver a lethal blow to his foes, an overwhelming chill surged forth, and snowflakes as large as goose feathers began to fall from the sky, instantly encasing the ground in ice. Moreover, the surrounding space rippled, ensnaring his body as if he had sunk into a quagmire. Even the simplest of movements demanded a far greater exertion than before. Have you both surpassed E-level? At that moment, Su Dachuan felt as if he were witnessing a ghost. He simply could not comprehend how these two, who had been F-level superhumans just days ago, had so swiftly transformed into E-level superhumans. Surprised? Are we? Jia Yi's mocking laughter echoed across the square, yet his actions were unhesitating, as dozens of ice blades rapidly coalesced and shot out in every direction. Ah! A heart-wrenching wail erupted as Su Dachuan, witnessing several of his comrades fall, felt his eyes widen in rage. He concentrated his energy to form a wall of earth, shattering the ice blades in succession. Stop resisting! Arden's brow glowed ominously, his enchanting gaze fixed intently on Su Dachuan. The more you resist, the more exhilarated we become. Ha 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 ha, as a heretic who had long engaged in a battle of wits and wills against the Holy Church. His character had become twisted, liberating his spatial abilities upon Su Dachuan. Observing the latter's struggles, he could hardly contain a sense of delight. The one-sided assault continued, with weapons striking like swords amidst the swirling snow. Su Dachuan was now covered in bloodstains, his plump visage contorted with ferocity. "If you wish for my demise, do not think you will escape unscathed." At the moment the yellow glow appeared, Arden's eyes narrowed, and an even stronger binding force enveloped Su Dachuan, rendering his boasts mere empty words. "Well done." Jia Yi laughed heartily, his slender form darting forth like a rat, seizing the opportunity to position himself before Su Dachuan. His palms slightly raised against the latter's chest. "At such close quarters, how much can your defenses truly muster?" Before his words could fade, an icy blue radiance emanated from his palm. Renowned for his formidable defensive capabilities, Su Dachuan felt an unbearable chill surge from his chest, racing toward the crown of his head. The earth element shield he had conjured shattered under the relentless assault of the ice blades. Crashing directly into his chest, "Rest easy and embrace death." Blood spewed from his mouth as Jia Yi's sinister grin froze in Su Dachuan's sight, gradually blurring, at the same time. In the North Bay District, Connell found himself retreating against the onslaught of Kongbot and Hudo, cursing vehemently yet unable to mount a counterattack. When did you two become this powerful? Yet, his query would remain unanswered. The battle-hardened Kongbot unleashed a punch, sending Connell flying, with the wall behind him cracking under the impact. Hudo, lurking at the periphery, seized the moment to advance, inflicting several deep wounds on Connell before he even hit the ground. "Do you think this will kill me?" Connell retorted as he staggered backward, blood splattering everywhere, and attempted to retaliate against Hudo, only to have the latter deftly evade him and retreat once more. His injured fist collided with the sturdy form of Kongbot. Boom! The two collided and Connell was sent flying, screaming in agony. Hudo, who had been circling, seized the opportunity, his laughter echoing as he charged forward once more in the swift descent of his blade. More wounds marred Connell's body, shattering his mental composure entirely. Chapter 24. The chaos of the Garbage Star begins to be frank. I have grown accustomed to living in the Rock District. As dawn approached, Hao Ren had ventured alone to the factory after assigning tasks in his dreams. Mira gazed towards the horizon, her eyes filled with a sense of detachment. "Then simply do not leave. That is not an option." Hao Ren shook his head vigorously. "Leaving is imperative. I must escape this cursed place at all costs." "Humph," Mira scoffed, closing her eyes in silence. Daylight broke. Hao Ren rose from his seat, stretching lazily. One must admit, the beings in the sky were indeed slow to react. Mira shot him a glance, retorting, "From your tone, it seems you are rather eager for them to storm in and eliminate us. You think too highly of yourself." The dawn sun rose over the distant horizon, dense smog obscuring the light and rendering the surroundings surreal. Adjusting his crumpled white coat, Hao Ren yawned repeatedly. "It seems nothing significant will occur today. I shall return to catch up on sleep. Get lost." "All right." Upon departing the factory, Hao Ren seemed to ponder aloud. "Has everything been resolved?" In the void, a voice responded to his inquiry. "The four of them have already executed the tasks as planned." Ha! The sudden emergence of voices in the deserted streets did not astonish Hao Ren. Instead, he chuckled derisively. "I thought their bones were particularly tough. Turns out they are merely fragile." Everything was orchestrated by the Master's meticulous strategies. The four of them were mutually constrained. Should they refuse the serum, they would inevitably become targets for those who had ingested it. Thus they dared not abstain. "I cannot be bothered with their thoughts." As he walked, Hao Ren earnestly remarked to the air, "Shadow, remember, our hope of leaving relies entirely on the little boss. I do not wish to take credit for such matters, nor do I care to embellish my own reputation." The air fell silent for a while until just as Hao Ren was on the verge of returning to the clinic. The shadow whispered, "But your relationship with him is not merely one of mutual benefit, is it? You seem to be getting overly attached." Upon opening the clinic door, Hao Ren pulled over a reclining chair and leisurely reclined. He continued to instruct the shadow. "I understand your thoughts, and the little boss is aware of your intentions too. Yet we have not interfered much with your actions. Do you know why?" "Why?" "Because you are not that significant." At this point, Hao Ren could not help but chuckle, continuing, "I know this may be hurtful, but do not be quick to anger, for it is simply the truth. Your presence may facilitate certain tasks, but without you, we would still progress unabated. As for your peculiar sentiments, the little boss's indifference is merely because you have not yet crossed the line into his kill zone. Rest assured, should that time come, I will ensure to eliminate you before the little boss makes his move, sparing you from torment. Who does not know that the little boss has a penchant for torturing his enemies? If you truly fall into his hands and he has ample time, he can indeed make his foes wish for death whilst clinging to life. I know you are curious. You must be wondering why I am so willingly devoted to him. Such a notion seems utterly absurd on this garbage star. Before the shadow could respond, Hao Ren smirked slightly, closing his eyes to feign sleep. Everyone believes themselves to be the absolute protagonist, yet in reality, this universe could continue to evolve regardless of who is lost. What you deem significant may hold little value in the eyes of others. I have experienced more than you, and I can only tell you that to pledge allegiance to one who offers hope is indeed a choice made willingly. I understand. That is good to hear. The sound of snoring gradually filled the air as Hao Ren mumbled in his sleep. Recognize your position, and do not let us down. The news of the obliteration of the Bawang Gang and the Honglan Society spread rapidly across the two districts. With a plethora of rumors circulating in a single night, the tides had shifted, and the four under Hao Ren had risen to become one of the foremost factions in the district, their momentum unparalleled. Jia Yi had stolen Su Dachuan's newly acquired woman, while the other three had thoroughly plundered the resources of the Honglan Society and the Bawang Gang. Following the fierce battle, along with the influx of new criminals, their ranks swelled rather than diminished, inciting envy among other factions, who muttered darkly about their lack of martial virtue, leaving not even a drop of soup for others, with their comprehensive strength significantly enhanced. Trivial skirmishes could no longer satiate their appetites. Jia Yi and Arden, along with Kongbot and Hudo, had developed a deep collaboration, their sights firmly set on their respective districts. Unbeknownst to the forces in the Kongha district and the North Bay district, they had already become the prey of ravenous wolves, unaware of when their flesh would be torn asunder. With the dust settling on the battles in these two districts, various factions in other districts had more or less gained access to the 3DM serum, with some scoffing at it, while others ingested it without a second thought. During this period, another matter became the subject of ridicule. The mechanical gang leader of the Dongshuan district, skeptical of the efficacy of the potion, opted to use his subordinate as a test subject. The outcome was that the subordinate achieved a remarkable breakthrough, ultimately executing a devastating counterattack that led to the leader's demise at the hands of his own weapon. Consequently, he ascended to the position of the gang's head. Similarly, the typically honest Locke district soon erupted into severe conflict, spurred by an unknown source of potions. After consumption, the leaders of their faction experienced successive breakthroughs, emboldening their underlings who began to stir up trouble, embroiling dozens of factions in chaos. Flames of destruction raged for 2 consecutive days before they were finally quelled. All districts within reach witnessed rampant battles. In a fit of desperation, some factions resorted to unleashing their privately stored energy cannons, devastating half the street in a single blast. The prison warden, observing the tumult from afar, could no longer remain passive. In a fit of rage, he dispatched soldiers to land on the planet, issuing a ruthless decree. Any criminal hoarding energy weapons would face execution without mercy. The garbage star, following Wu Ling's preordained trajectory, descended into even greater turmoil. Meanwhile, Wu Ling remained blissfully ignorant of the external chaos, gazing with delight at the now-repaired reactor, as if beholding a peerless beauty. What? Commence installation and debugging, as a crucial component of the main propulsion engine. Once installed, they could attempt a simulated ignition. His entire plan would then ascend to unprecedented heights, potentially shortening his escape time significantly. Chapter 25. Enhancing the Box of Truth. What does it have to do with me? Hao Ren? Within the belly of the ship, a hatch opened, revealing a mostly empty interior. A mechanical arm firmly grasped the heavily modified miniature reactor, positioning it within the open hatch. Water welding guns were necessary for assembling the various components of the ship. Only this method could ensure stability against the forces during power output. The contact points have been successfully welded together. Shall we attempt to start? What two could hardly contain his excitement, for he was undoubtedly the main program aboard this vessel. In other words, witnessing the gradual perfection of his new home filled him with a sense of accomplishment that accelerated his processing speed by 30. Initiate the simulation program. Simulation? The initially enthusiastic tone abruptly shifted to a despondent one. akin to a child bereft of their most cherished toy, foolishness. If we were to ignite for real, the extreme heat would instantly liquefy the underground. The time is not yet ripe. Very well. What was not oblivious to these intricacies? But having evolved into an intelligent being, he had inevitably adopted some of humanity's flaws, often revealing his comparatively foolish side unwittingly. Simulated preheating in progress. Hatch closed, cabin pressure normal, oxygen levels normal, gravity stable, shield activated. Charging, warning, shield energy insufficient, unable to provide effective protection during fold flight. Engine starting, ignition successful, power range at 27-34, remaining energy. After half an hour of simulated operation, what shut down the ship's program, reporting successively. The operational capacity has now reached the acceptable threshold. Once the other components are assembled, takeoff will pose no issue. Wu Ling could not be more satisfied. Using the mechanical refuse from the garbage star, he had pieced together a marvel that defied ordinary imagination. Upon returning, he must contact the doctor to ensure his team is diligent in gathering relevant components. Hearing this, what could not help but voice his concern. Speaking of the doctor, I wonder how he is faring. Rest assured, he is always meticulous in his actions and will encounter no unexpected troubles. All right, you are always right. What suddenly felt an absurd sensation, as though Wu Ling, this thoroughly human individual, exhibited a certain emotional detachment that made him appear more like an unfeeling machine than what? An intelligent being. Whatever task lay ahead, Wu Ling seemed to approach it with complete confidence, having already calculated the subsequent maneuvers, leaving what with a faint sense of frustration. Damn. I am a magnificent intelligent being. The task of installing the aerospace-grade full-power balance shaft is entrusted to you. The balance shaft had already undergone a second round of reinforcement testing, its performance deemed flawless at this stage, leaving Wu Ling with no room for improvement. Very well. After arranging the subsequent tasks, Wu Ling approached another console, placing the box of truth alongside the mechanic's weapon ring on the table for careful study. The alien ring, crafted from the metal ore of Dotina, featured a rather mundane design, with the refined metal properties marred by imperfections. Meanwhile, What busied himself in silence as Wu Ling scrutinized the ring. Muttering to himself in a trance-like state, its attack attributes classified as ranged weaponry, capable of switching between 3 combination modes, though the chamber's throughput proved low, and the magazine's capacity was limited. However, this modular chip could be put to good use. Wu Ling rubbed his chin, gradually clarifying his modification plan. The disassembled chip could be fused with the box of truth, but due to conflicting elements, the truth could only gain an additional means of attack. As he spoke, he retrieved tools, swiftly disassembling the ring. The precision of the mechanic's crafted weapon was exceedingly high, making the disassembly process quite intricate, occasionally triggering self-destruct protocols. However, the mechanic he had previously eliminated was clearly inept. And Wu Ling felt no need to adopt a defensive posture, easily bypassing the self-destruct mechanism to extract the modular chip. "Old friend, it's your turn." Gently patting the box of truth, Wu Ling opened its core component and retrieved the chip, which was noticeably 3 times larger than the previous one, densely populated with intricate circuits that could render the entire chip inoperative with a mere misstep. Wu Ling's expression turned serious, yet his hands remained steadier than ever as he placed both chips side by side in a maintenance solution. Setting up a scanner to commence the fusion process, methodically analyzing the chip data, he eliminated the conflicting designs, ultimately unveiling a brand new chip. Success. Wu Ling beamed with satisfaction, a flush of joy coloring his youthful face. Reinstalling the chip back into the box of truth, the recognition program responded swiftly, and that sense of interconnectedness washed over him once more. Performance improved by 1.7, with an additional weapon attack method capable of effortlessly obliterating E-tier superhumans. Even against E-tier, it possessed the ability to inflict effective damage. However, the existing materials had reached the limits of modification. If he wished to continue upgrading the box of truth, the resources of the garbage star would no longer suffice. Hence, the only path forward to further weapon enhancement lay in departing from the garbage star, unless Wu Ling chose to abandon all hope. Otherwise, a confrontation with the local garrison was inevitable. Reflecting on the box of truth, Wu Ling surveyed everything within barrier number 2. What? It is time to leave. In the tranquil outskirts, amidst heaps of refuse, a man and his dog who had vanished for 3 days strolled onward. Meanwhile, in the Lock District, A 10-member mech team conducted thorough investigations into all factions. The factory where Wu Ling operated, along with the clinic where Hao Ren worked, became focal points of scrutiny. This was no mere coincidence. The factory's primary business was too sensitive, and as for the clinic of Dr. Gao Qiangzhuang, just a day prior, the garrison intercepted a shocking piece of intelligence. Someone was secretly manufacturing potions that could enhance abilities. Thus, not only Dr. Gao Qiangzhuang's clinic, but anyone associated with the medical profession in other districts became a thorn in the warden's side. Have you heard about the sudden emergence of potions in the market? In Dr. Gao Qiangzhuang's clinic, team leader Zhang Hua fixated intently on Hao Ren, while 4 mech soldiers stood guard outside. There was nothing to conceal. The criminals in the Lock district had been reduced to a state of near madness. And as a doctor, if he claimed ignorance, it would clearly implicate him in the affair. Patients visiting the clinic had mentioned this matter. You seem unfazed. Should I be surprised? Before the soldiers, Hao Ren did not feign shock but remained remarkably composed as he replied. In this wretched place known as the Garbage Star, nothing surprises me anymore. Murder, robbery, rebellion. He had witnessed far too much. The recent appearance of potions that could enhance abilities merely indicated that the Garbage Star was home to too many extraordinary individuals. And it had nothing to do with him, Hao Ren. Chapter 26. You are guilty. From beginning to end, Zhang Hua's gaze never left Hao Ren for even a second, for he harbored deep distrust toward him. Or rather, they, as soldiers, were fundamentally disinclined to trust anything regarding the Garbage Star, especially when it came to criminals who resembled filthy rats. With a wave of his hand, 2 soldiers swiftly emerged from their mechs and saluted before Zhang Hua. Captain, searched. A simple command conveyed Zhang Hua's intent. Hao Ren's expression shifted. His lips pressed tightly together, and his brows furrowed sharply as he coldly remarked, "Why go to such lengths? We are merely a group of criminals devoid of a future. Why escalate matters like this? You are afraid." Zhang Hua let out a cold snicker, thrusting the laser gun brutally against Hao Ren's forehead, his tone instantly turning severe. "So, I'm quite curious. Could you enlighten me on what exactly it is that you fear?" Hao Ren fell silent, observing the chaos that had turned the examination room into a disarray, his expression returning to one of calm indifference. Fear? No, he had never been afraid of this group of people. Clatter, bang, crash. The soldiers showed no mercy towards criminals. To them, everything on this wretched planet was their personal property, to do with as they pleased. "Captain, I've discovered a hidden passage." The soldier's voice revealed a hint of excitement as he defiantly glanced at Hao Ren, then brutally kicked him, causing him to hunch over. "What's inside?" Hao Ren remained silent at that moment. Zhang Hua feigned a conciliatory demeanor, smiling as he said, "Hey, there's no need to be so rough during enforcement." "Understood, Captain." The soldier nodded in agreement, then landed a heavy punch on Hao Ren's face, causing his head to jerk back and blood to spurt from his nose. "Captain, you see, I've been much gentler now." Zhang Hua was not angered by the insubordination of his subordinate. Rather, he was increasingly filled with satisfaction. In truth, the deeper meaning behind his previous statement was to encourage the soldier to continue. And the soldier perfectly grasped his intent. If you refuse to answer, you may very well end up dead. Human rights? What the hell are human rights? On this garbage planet, no one cares about such things. Hao Ren wiped the blood from his nose, his once gentle face now contorted with a hint of menace. "That is where I placed the family altar. Though you think I would believe you?" Zhang Hua bent down, gently patting Hao Ren's cheek, grinning sinisterly as he said, "Why not go take a look together?" With that, he pushed the laser gun closer. If Hao Ren dared to resist at this moment, he would not hesitate to blow his brains out. Hao Ren hesitated briefly, and under the increasingly perilous gaze of his adversaries, he slowly rose from the ground and walked towards the now open underground passage. "Hands on his head," he stated. "I hope there are no misunderstandings between us." Faced with Zhang Hua's mockery, Hao Ren obediently complied. At the end of the underground tunnel, there lay only a single room. The soldier violently kicked open the door, and to their view, aside from the altar, there was truly nothing else present. Candles made from corpse oil? Zhang Hua grinned broadly. "You have quite the imagination." The flickering candles were overturned, and the altars were carelessly tossed aside. Hao Ren's fists clenched tightly and then relaxed, his gaze aflame as he beheld this scene. These altars represented his only memories of his loved ones. To see them treated in such a manner felt like needles piercing his heart. Even Hao Rian, who prided himself on being emotionally stable, could hardly contain his rage at this moment. If it weren't for Wu Ling, if it weren't for the hope that the boy had given him to escape, he would have left all three of them in this dark room to keep his family company forever. Is this enough? The extinguished candles and scattered altars lay all around, and Hao Rian took deep breaths, speaking in a tone that was painfully restrained. I am a law-abiding doctor. There are indeed no potions here as you claim. Law-abiding? Ha ha ha. Zhang Hua seemed to have heard the greatest joke in the world, laughing so hard he nearly doubled over. Once he straightened up, wiping away the tears of laughter, his voice turned icy. If you were truly law-abiding, you wouldn't be here on this garbage planet. At that moment, one of the soldiers, showing no reverence, stepped on the scattered altars, disdainfully stating, "Damn rat, shut your filthy mouth. When did it become your place to speak on what we do?" With that, he ground his foot against the ground, producing a sharp noise of friction between the altars and the floor. You all truly deserve to die, Hao Rian murmured softly, while Zhang Hua and the two soldiers, as if they did not hear his words, couldn't help but ask, "What did you say?" Listen. Hao Rian slowly raised his gaze, his voice resembling a haunting whisper from the void, laced with a tempting allure. Gradually soothing the atmosphere, as if in that moment, all defenses could be laid down. Relax your mind, listen to me. Hao Rian's complexion visibly paled, yet his eyes shone brighter, akin to stars in the deep night. Dazzling and captivating, gulp, the three telepathic soldiers, who could induce dreams, were still an overwhelming burden for him. Swallowing a mouthful of blood, a trickle of crimson stained his lips, yet his voice remained steady. The desires deep within you have led you to lose sight of your own eyes. The temptation of returning home has made you increasingly obsessed with the struggle for profit. In this prolonged battle of wits, you have committed many foolish acts, using others to kill, treating lives as mere weeds, claiming to be higher beings while callously manipulating everyone's emotions, and now, I declare you guilty. Yes, we are guilty. Indeed, my hands are stained with blood. I have personally killed my friend, yet I have evaded the law's judgment, even taking his wife and daughter. I truly deserve to die. No. The one who deserves to die is me. It is I. Hao Rian whispered softly, as the eyes of the three before him gradually grew vacant, each beginning to recount their own sins, with only Zhang Hua, the squad leader, subconsciously struggling. Zhang Hua, you are guilty. Hao Rian's eyes gleamed with intensity as he fixed his gaze upon Zhang Hua. The blood he had just swallowed finally erupted forth, staining his chest. I really am guilty? Yes, your guilt lies in failing to maintain control over your subordinates, in allowing them to act recklessly, in placing your own life above others, in your wanton disregard. Hao Rian piled numerous charges upon Zhang Hua, who had been slowly regaining clarity, now utterly lost in this moment. Yes, I am a sinner. Hao Rian exhaled deeply, and at that moment, a thick aura of murderous intent surged within the dark chamber. Chapter 27. The probe in the Lock District. The atmosphere was tense. The once audacious criminals now appeared as meek as quails, retracting their necks in the face of the mech's intimidation. It could be said. Never had the Lock District experienced such a tranquil day. Inside the maintenance factory, the doors swung open, and Mi Lazan looked on helplessly as the soldiers rummaged through everything, mentally cursing these fools 1,000 times over. Leading the team was another individual named Felix, his long golden hair casually draped over his shoulders, tied back in a loose ponytail, exuding a carefree and rebellious demeanor. It's been a while. Mi Lazan, much older than him, recalled how individuals like Felix had once lacked the qualifications to even meet him before imprisonment. Yet now, he could call Mi Lazan by name without hesitation. A display that carried a sense of ironic superiority reminiscent of the saying 30 years on the river's west bank. Nevertheless, Mi Lazan was not one to be angered by such trivialities, and simply replied indifferently, "We have no friendship. You needn't force conversation. Ha ha ha, after all these years, your temper remains as foul as ever." Felix, taking an interest, settled into a recliner, swaying slightly while crossing his legs. "You mustn't forget. Without our commander's protection, you would have likely been killed by outside criminals long ago. In a sense, he was not entirely wrong. When Mi Lazan first arrived on the garbage planet, Numerous assassins had indeed been sent by external forces to eliminate him. Had it not been for Hodge's insistence on protecting Milazan, he would have likely been buried long ago. Of course, the reason for this choice was due to some underlying connections between them. Milazan was exceptionally skilled at repairing machinery, and the machines he mended often performed at their original specifications. Hodge needed someone like him to repair the various mechanical refuse on the garbage planet for resale. Otherwise, how could Milazan, now a criminal, have built such a significant enterprise right under the warden's nose? The factory's equipment, though outdated, was still functional, setting him leagues above other criminals. So, what are you implying? Is this why you accuse me of hoarding heavy weaponry and colluding with those gene drug dealers? No. I think you've misunderstood. Felix waved his hands dismissively, amusement dancing in his eyes as he looked at the irate old man. Though his tone carried an unmistakable hint of mockery, I merely want you to clarify your own identity. What ill intentions could I possibly have? Damn it, you. All right, enough small talk. Felix stretched lazily, interrupting Milazan's words at the same time. His eyelids narrowed slightly, conveying a significant undertone as he asked, "Where's your student? Why isn't he in the factory?" "Out scavenging," Milazan, with an air of irritation, remarked. "Even though life in the factory is considerably better than that of other criminals, we still need to earn a living. Do we not? As for the old fool half in his coffin, there's no need for such fiery outbursts. I merely asked a casual question." Felix seemed to take great pleasure in teasing the elderly gentleman before him. As an ordinary mech soldier, he was nothing more than a team leader commanding a mere 4 individuals. The sensation of compelling a lofty scholar to bow his noble head before him was exhilarating. Far more thrilling than any carnal escapade. After languishing in this place for many years, witnessing the same scenery and encountering the same faces daily, the pressure weighing on his soul had led him, and indeed the entire garrison, to experience a degree of psychological distortion. These individuals thrived on indulging in perverse activities, as if such pursuits could yield them unparalleled satisfaction. So, when will he return? I do not know. You do not know? I believe you are quite aware in your heart. Felix's fingers drummed against the armrest as he suddenly demanded, "Is that mechanical spider on the garbage transport you're doing? What nonsense about a mechanical spider? How dare you make such baseless accusations? Can the criminals on garbage star even approach the transport?" Milazan vehemently denied the claim, his expression betraying a hint of anger at the slander. Felix scrutinized his demeanor, finding nothing amiss, and lazily reclined back into his chair. "You know, Milazan, I am granting you this one opportunity. Should we discover that you and your student are engaged in something nefarious, death will be your only welcome." "Ha! Who are you trying to scare?" Milazan scoffed, turning on his heel to leave. "Tell your damned subordinates to rearrange the equipment properly. If the delivery date is delayed, that vulture, Hodge, will not spare you." All right, that's a trivial matter," as Milazan was about to exit. Felix suddenly stated, "To clear your suspicions, I need to meet your student." Milazan paused, nodding. "That is your right." At that moment, he felt powerless. He could do nothing. Otherwise, he would surely attract the ire of this mad dog. Deep down, he believed his student would not falter, but when Felix ordered his men to bring forth a multifunctional lie detector, his expression shifted. With his professional acumen, Milazan recognized that this device was no ordinary contraption, but rather one designed specifically for psychics. The adversary had evidently made thorough preparations, intending to seize their secrets today. What was the aim? To ensnare both teacher and student, in other words, as this contingent prepared to depart Garbage Star. Milazan and Wu Ling's value had diminished considerably. Hodge, having endured so much suffering here, would undoubtedly be unwilling to divulge the worth of the teacher and student to the next wave of allied forces. He would rather ensure that those who took over remained forever shackled to this cursed place. This was all due to his twisted mentality. Having endured the rain himself, he was loath to let others wield an umbrella. Thus, you ought not to return to rest just yet. Instead, allow me to invite you to be the first subject for testing, Milazan. Milazan, are you certain you wish to proceed with this? I am utterly, unequivocally certain, Felix replied with a nonchalant shrug, a smirk playing on his lips. Teacher, I have returned. Just as the two were locked in their verbal duel, a voice echoed from outside the factory doors. Everyone turned to see a youth standing at the entrance, accompanied by a tattered mechanical dog, Behind him, dust began to swirl. Chapter 28. Those with integrity need not fear shadows, the boy outside was. Of course, Wu Ling, who at that moment bore a mechanical arm he had salvaged from the garbage heap over his shoulder. The sentient being, had reverted to a dazed state, standing beside Wu Ling like a clumsy, unattractive toy that even a child would kick. Yet unbeknownst to all, hidden behind what's dimmed mechanical eyes was a program running frantically. Damn it. DH9's superpower mecha. I want it so badly. If I hack into their system, will I be discovered? Waiting online, very anxious. Bang! The mechanical arm was tossed to the ground, and the sheer terrifying strength contained within the slender frame of the boy made every onlooker's eyelids twitch. That arm was a hefty 3 meters long and as thick as a person could embrace. Now, it was being handled as if it were a mere toy by a youth. Felix could hardly suppress a gulp. The 4 fully armed mech warriors he had brought began to advance slowly, encircling Wu Ling. What are you doing? Seeing this, Wu Ling quickly raised his hands, his innocent eyes blinking innocently. Sir, I merely dropped a mechanical arm. Nothing more. Nothing more? What the hell do you mean by that? A petty boss from Garbage Star. Felix halted his subordinate's actions and approached Wu Ling, scrutinizing him closely. Indeed, he was gifted. Wu Ling beamed a bright smile. Scratching the back of his head, it's all thanks to my teacher's excellent training. Humph. At that moment, Mila Zhan's irritated grunt snapped everyone's attention back. You said you were going to scavenge for trash. Why have you returned so late? I thought you had perished somewhere. His words were half-truths, more performative than anything else. After all, he was acutely aware of his students' whereabouts and intentions. This was merely a covert warning to Wu Ling, to prevent him from inadvertently saying something amiss. Mila Zhan, it seems you have quite a bit to say today. Felix stroked the golden stubble on his chin, his gaze probing. Is it wrong for me to be concerned for my only student? Lord Felix? To be frank, Mila Zhan's previous status had been far too elevated. Even now, reduced to a criminal on Garbage Star, his innate pride was impossible to conceal. He respected these soldiers, but not excessively. To him, as an old man nearing his end, death was merely an inevitability. Why should he fear these foolish wretches? Absolutely indifferent. Surprisingly, Felix expressed strong agreement with Mila Zhan's retort. After this rare moment of rational discourse, he reverted to his true nature. Since you have returned, then come and undergo the testing. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling turned his gaze toward the lie detector in the courtyard, and with a flash of insight, he comprehended the situation's context. This, sir, may I inquire what you wish to hear? I have nothing to hide and will speak freely. There is truly no need for such measures. Enough with your prattle. At this point, the soldiers, having thoroughly searched the factory yet finding nothing, impatiently retorted, Do as our captain instructs, or do you wish to court death? Although they had prioritized the factory during their landing on Garbage Star, numerous other factions required scrutiny across the entire planet. Particularly, the need to deal with those criminals utilizing laser weaponry was an acute source of frustration. The timeline provided by their superiors was exceedingly tight. They could not afford to waste time here. Moreover, the soldiers dispatched to Garbage Star were already harboring resentment, having no insight into the specific details of the plans devised by Hodge and his 6 high-ranking generals. They believed that in just over 2 years, they would flee this accursed place. Why should they concern themselves with the trivialities of Garbage Star? Wasn't it more appealing to languish aboard the warship, waiting for death? The truth is, when one is not in a position of power, it is exceedingly difficult to resonate with those so-called leaders. The mantra, all leaders are fools, is a cherished maxim among the common folk. Very well, if you insist. Wu Ling, appearing entirely innocent, shrugged off the truth box and approached Mila Zhan, addressing him as teacher. Get lost? Mila Zhan shot him a glare, striding forward and directing his gaze at Felix. I shall go first. This old man intends to finish and take his afternoon nap. He chose to undergo the testing himself, primarily to set an example for his student, lest Wu Ling inadvertently falter in his responses. Beneath the calm facade, however, he was inwardly anxious. Though he understood his student possessed numerous peculiar innate abilities, the prospect of fabricating results under such advanced scrutiny left him with little certainty, even with the suppressants that Hao Ren had provided in advance. The stakes were high. Should anything go awry, they would all perish on Garbage Star. He was old. If he died, so be it. But Wu Ling was still so young. He had much he wished to accomplish. Deep down, Milajan did not wish for this student to meet his end. No, no, no. Just as Milajan prepared himself, Felix shook his head repeatedly, casting a sidelong glance at Wu Ling, his voice distinctly audible to Milajan. Compared to you, I find myself far more intrigued by your student. Why not let your students come first? Teacher. Wu Ling gently restrained the teacher, who had momentarily entered a state of rage, and softly said, It's all right. We have always believed that integrity shields us from shadows. Why should we fear a mere lie detector? Clapping his hands, Felix expressed his admiration. Well said. I only hope that after the test, you will still be able to utter those words. Naturally, Wu Ling felt no apprehension. His confidence stemmed from his trust in himself and the potions crafted by Hao Rian. If he were to fear even a broken apparatus, what hope would he have of escaping? Surely, he would have been discovered by this group long ago, leading to his demise, and today would never have come to pass. Settling comfortably into the lie detector's chair, Wu Ling allowed the soldiers to fit him with a hood, various wires adhering to different parts of his body. He then looked up at Felix, signaling that they could commence. Feel free to ask whatever you wish. Observing his calm demeanor, Felix began to harbor doubts. Could it be that he truly had no involvement in these matters? After all, how much trouble could a boy not yet 15, no matter how gifted, possibly stir? Nonetheless, the necessary procedures must proceed. Their gazes locked in midair, the atmosphere seemed to crystallize in that moment. Chapter 29. Smooth passage. A syringe extended from the apparatus, piercing the vein in Wu Ling's neck. The truth serum coursed through the tube into his system, and his consciousness began to blur, as though he were treading upon clouds in this hazy state. A distant voice seemed to call out to him. Wu Ling. Wu Ling, the voice, indistinguishable in gender, was imbued with such gentleness that it instilled a profound sense of trust, as if he could confide anything without reservation. As his awareness waned further, just as he was about to lower his defenses, a sudden tolling of a bell resonated in his mind, shattering the drug's effect. The truth serum is indeed potent. I almost fell into its trap. Wu Ling, now subconsciously alert, murmured to himself, deep hypnosis has been initiated. Meanwhile, outside, the virtual screen of the apparatus displayed that Wu Ling was under hypnosis. Yet, little did they know that his inner consciousness remained fully aware. A flicker of worry crossed Mirazan's eyes, but he quickly concealed it. At this juncture, he could only choose to trust his student. Felix, like an old friend, began his inquiry in a relaxed tone. Where did you go this time? B1 Garbage Mountain, CH9 Garbage Mountain, J4 Garbage Mountain, INA days. Wu Ling resembled someone with a congenital intellectual disability, intermittently reporting the locations he had visited. Unsurprisingly, they were all sites of refuse. Nodding at the answer, Felix pressed on. What did you do in those places? Collected mechanical debris. Did you do anything else? No. Who did you encounter? I met many people, all criminals, but I'm not familiar with them. What did you talk about? How's business lately? I'm doing well. If you dare to steal, I'll kill you. Felix. As the questions continued to flow, Felix's intervals between inquiries grew shorter, his tone increasingly urgent, yet he still failed to extract any valuable information from Wu Ling. Time passed swiftly, and after half an hour, Felix finally posed the question he was most concerned about. So, was it you who orchestrated the events on the garbage transport ship? What was your intent? Wu Ling unusually fell silent, but Felix's gaze suddenly brightened. There was hope, for soldiers gradually encircled Wu Ling, their cold blades glinting ominously as they regarded him with derision. Seeing this, Mirazan stepped forward in anger. But before he could speak, Felix's icy gaze silenced him. I advise you not to provoke me at this moment, or you shall bear the consequences. What do you say, Mirazan? Mirazan sneered, unafraid, as he resolved to protect Wu Ling. Just as the dazed Wu Ling finally spoke up, with a blank expression, his unfocused gaze turned towards Felix, a foolish smile lingering on his lips. Garbage transport ship? I don't understand what you're saying. The atmosphere, which had become tense, fell into silence. The group exchanged glances, while Mirazan let out an irritated snort, mocking, My student has no idea what nonsense you're spouting. I intended to warn you earlier. But did you think we were the ones in the wrong? What a grand jest. Felix fell silent, unusually refraining from rebuttal. Indeed, it was a valid point. Under normal circumstances, Wu Ling should not comprehend the meaning of that statement. It was entirely reasonable for him to be unable to respond. Conversely, if he had answered, that would have indicated guilt, wouldn't it? Reflecting on this, Felix reluctantly persisted. Mechanical spiders were placed aboard the garbage transport ship, and someone intended to sabotage them. Was this your doing? Or did you have any involvement? It wasn't me. I had no part in it. This time, Wu Ling answered without hesitation. Observing the dazed Wu Ling, momentarily rendered foolish by the serum, Felix finally ceased his inquiries. Could it truly not be his doing? But if not him, then who on the entire garbage planet could achieve such a feat? Felix's gaze shifted to Mirazan. Could it be this old man? Mirazan, unconcerned with Felix's thoughts, shouted, "Hurry up and inject the recovery serum. Damn it, do you not realize that prolonged exposure to the truth serum can impair bodily functions?" "Old man, how dare you speak to me like that?" One soldier, unable to tolerate it any longer, stepped forward to teach him a lesson. But just before he could act, Felix intervened, administering the recovery serum. "But Captain, what, is my word no longer enough?" "It is." Commanding his subordinates to operate the apparatus, Felix turned to Mirazan with a smile. "Now it's your turn. I hope you can surprise me." Humph! Wu Ling gradually regained his composure, though his body still felt somewhat weak, as if he had just endured a protracted battle, leaving him feeling utterly drained. "Teacher, what just happened?" Feigning ignorance is a skill anyone can master. Having grown up on the garbage planet, Wu Ling had certainly perfected this art. He simply had little motivation to employ it. Most importantly, he was inherently averse to deceit. "It's fine. Go rest." Mirazan offered an uncommon word of comfort, then strode purposefully towards the lie detector. "I'm all right. I'll wait for you here." Teacher, that a scene of filial piety unfolded before the 5 soldiers, yet they failed to perceive any oddities. What could they do? Their performances were simply too polished. Moreover, having been stationed on the garbage planet for so many years, the soldiers aboard the warship had become quite jaded. Were it not for the deterrence of the battleships and mechs, they would have long been devoured by the ruthless criminals. Leaning against a nearby machine, Wu Ling quietly awaited Mirazan's testing. Throughout Mirazan's examination, there were no disturbances, and no matter what Felix inquired, he responded seamlessly, even to questions about his preferred color of underwear, answering without a moment's delay. Felix found himself at a loss. Despite deploying a lie detector specifically designed for psychics, he still failed to uncover any valuable leads. The surprises he had hoped for never materialized. "I am uncertain what the issue is, but I remain skeptical of you both." Felix shrugged, observing the teacher and student leaning on one another. "Until we meet again." They had many matters to attend to and could not afford to squander time here. Mirazan, dragging his weary body, glanced at the departing 5, coldly stating, "Safe travels." Chapter 30. "Captain, are you crying?" It wasn't until Felix and the soldiers, clad in mechs, had vanished from sight that Wu Ling finally released his hold on his teacher. Mirazan, expressionless, remarked, "Your performance just now was somewhat over the top." Wu Ling chuckled. "Your concern for me seems rather excessive." The two exchanged glances, clearing their throats and distancing themselves slightly. Women on the garbage planet were a rare commodity, leading many frustrated men to seek mutual satisfaction, resulting in an increasingly vile atmosphere. The two of them were undoubtedly steadfast men of honor, yet every time they recalled the sordid affairs outside, they felt no desire to appear overly affectionate. That boy-s potion was quite effective. Wu Ling nodded at this. If not for the doctor, it would have been difficult to pass through this time. Meanwhile, at Hao Qiangzhuang's clinic, Hao Ren trailed behind Captain Zhang Hua and the 2 soldiers. His body marred with injuries, yet a humble smile remained on his face. "Please, take care." Zhang Hua turned to Hao Ren, a fleeting look of confusion flashing in his eyes. Ultimately, he patted Hao Ren's shoulder, offering words of encouragement. "You are doing well. If you notice anything unusual in the future, remember to report it promptly." Of course, Hao Ren replied with a smile that inadvertently tugged at the wound on his lip, eliciting a series of sharp gasps. "I have always been a law-abiding citizen, and it is both my duty and responsibility to report any issues I discover." One of the soldiers muttered a few words, his gaze towards Hao Ren growing increasingly approving, accompanied by a hint of apology as he said, "I just gave you a good beating, so don't take it to heart. Least I didn't kill you. Right? Love runs deep, and so does hatred." That was no beating, Hao Ren retorted indignantly, proclaiming, that was clearly a manifestation of your superior's loving chastisement. Ha 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 ha. Well said. Upon exiting the basement, Zhang Hua felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Though he struggled to articulate it, as if something were lodged in his throat, rendering him unable to express himself and causing his mood to darken. The basement contained only a few spirit tablets. And despite having witnessed nothing of significance, in a fit of anger, he had struck Hao Ren, and as he continued, he found Hao Ren's appearance rather appealing, leading to inappropriate thoughts and an involuntary entanglement. Ultimately, he had fully subdued the other party. None of these actions seemed inherently wrong, yet something felt amiss. Take care, commanders, Zhang Hua pondered, while Hao Ren, rubbing his rear, began to see them off. Witnessing Hao Ren's pitiful state stirred a twinge of compassion within Zhang Hua. A wave of sorrow washing over him, which he found impossible to suppress. He paused, bewildered. This should not be. When had he become so empathetic? After leading the team away from the clinic, Zhang Hua, filled with doubt, inquired through the Mecha Squad's channel, "Have any of you sensed something off?" The soldier previously on guard outside hesitated before teasingly responding, "Nothing feels off, Captain." "Didn't you enjoy yourselves in there?" Another chimed in. "Captain, you're hogging all the fun." However, the two soldiers who had entered with Zhang Hua interrupted their comrades' jesting, responding in unison, "There is indeed something amiss. I have been in a state of sorrow ever since." "What about you?" "Same here. I can't help but think about point." One soldier hesitated, and his next words struck Zhang Hua like lightning piercing through a darkened sky, startling him. "Thinking about suicide." Suicide? Yes, that was precisely the sensation. With less than 3 years remaining before they could escape this wretched place, one would expect joy, not the emergence of suicidal thoughts at such a critical juncture, and 3 individuals sharing such sentiments. Could it be due to the coercion of Hao Ren? Unlikely. Zhang Hua quickly dismissed this notion. They had engaged in more frivolous activities in the past. Had they intended to end their lives over such matters? They would have perished countless times already. Why would it only manifest now? Indeed, I feel utterly worthless, my spirits plummeting, as if someone has gripped my heart, causing a pain that renders me breathless. The two soldiers who had not entered the basement were bewildered. "What on earth are you discussing? We can't comprehend a word. This mood is unsettling. Let us return." Zhang Hua's demeanor grew somber, his spirits sinking further, nearing a point of losing control over his actions. "But our mission remains incomplete." "Forget the mission." The sudden outburst startled the soldiers. Then one retorted, "If we return now, we will undoubtedly face military discipline. You can go back on your own. I don't want to be punished by the officers just as we are about to return home." With that, the soldier stepped out of formation. Among the remaining 4, another, stable in demeanor, also detached from the group, stating, "I'm sorry, Captain, but I wish to continue the mission." Zhang Hua exclaimed, "Damn it! You all returning alone means our punishments will be even harsher." Unable to contain himself, he felt tears of frustration welling up. "Wait, where are you going?" On the wireless channel, the 2 soldiers had initially intended to seek out Felix, temporarily joining his squad. However, upon hearing Zhang Hua's suddenly tearful inquiry, they halted their mecha. "Captain, are you crying?" "I'm not crying, you bastard," Zhang Hua denied vehemently. Yet, despite his protests, the hurt tone in his voice betrayed him. His dismay. As his sobs emerged, the 2 soldiers who had accompanied him to the clinic's basement also began to weep in unison. In an instant, the wireless channel was filled with the lamentations of 3 grown men. "I should die. I truly should. Wah. I don't want to bully these criminals any longer. I miss my mother." The remaining 2 soldiers, witnessing this, exchanged silent glances, each more bewildered than the last. This sudden and unexpected turn of events left them at a loss for how to respond. Particularly, the one yearning for his mother sounded like their captain. "Damn, what a wimp that I in the clinic." The pale-faced Hao Ren suddenly smiled coldly. Having just left him, they were contemplating suicide, which could easily implicate him. "You should wait a bit longer before you dis." His words fell. Zhang Hua and his companions across the street ceased their sobbing without a trace of performance. Zhang Hua, his soldiers, what the hell? This is beyond bizarre. Chapter 31. The calm before the storm. Hao Ren had, of course, not been assaulted by those soldiers. All that transpired prior was merely an act. While in the basement, he wove a sufficiently lascivious dream for the three, leading them to believe they had truly done something to him. In reality, while they were trapped in that dream, he had planted the seed of suicide within their minds. However, due to time constraints, the dream he crafted was imperfect, resulting in a minor flaw that nearly left them perishing outside his clinic. Why not simply kill them? A shadow appeared beside him, unremarkable in appearance, blending into the crowd as if it could vanish in an instant. Given his abilities, he was particularly suited for assassination tasks. Are you brainless? Howren sighed in exasperation. This individual was beyond redemption. Murder was merely the outcome. The process was far more critical. We cannot allow anyone to suspect foul play. Have you considered the repercussions if they were to die outside the clinic? At this, the Shadow's eyes brimmed with murderous intent. Then let us eliminate all the station troops. Howren, he clapped his hands together. If you want to die, don't drag me into it. Only then did he finally grasp why Wu Ling refrained from recruiting subordinates. This group had been so tormented that their thought processes were warped, akin to ticking time bombs, ready to explode at the slightest provocation. Were it not for the Shadow's critical role in the overall plan, he would have been tempted to eliminate this mindless killer. Do you truly believe we can escape? The Shadow shifted the topic. But Howren was disinterested in continuing this discussion. Observing his silence, the Shadow spoke once more. If he can truly accomplish this, I will certainly submit to him. Was that capitulation? It seemed he was not entirely devoid of desires. Yet, Howren scoffed, rolling his eyes. You think he cares to win you over? I advise you not to overestimate your significance, in the eyes of the little boss. You likely mean nothing. No, it is not likely. It is certain. As he spoke, Howren straightened up, cleaning the last spirit tablet and placing it back on the offering table before continuing. You need not harbor so many doubts or thoughts. Focus on your own tasks, and when the time comes to leave, there will naturally be a place for you. However, if you persist in challenging his boundaries, believe me, you will meet a most tragic end. He had no desire to revisit this topic. Should the Shadow remain obstinate, he would not hesitate to find a new blade to replace him. All right. After a prolonged silence, the Shadow replied with a single word. His form gradually fading from sight in the quiet underground chamber, Howren reignited a candle, remaining silent for a while before offering a cryptic smile and departing the scene, in the maintenance factory. Wu Ling, having tidied up the disheveled machinery, informed Mira of his intention to visit the clinic. Having been subjected to a truth serum, he sought medical attention to avoid any potential health risks. A perfectly reasonable explanation. Even if confronted by the soldiers, he had ample justification. Today, the clinic was unusually crowded, a consequence of the chaos wrought by those soldiers, which had left countless injured in their wake throughout the entire Lock Street. The arrival of Wu Ling elicited a chorus of greetings. It seemed that everyone present was quite familiar with him, though in reality, their exchanges would scarcely amount to more than 3 sentences. The little boss has arrived? Howren, having just diagnosed a patient and administered an intravenous nanorepair solution, was washing his hands when he spotted Wu Ling and smiled in acknowledgement. His complexion appeared exceedingly pale, making even his smile seem somewhat forced. Wu Ling responded affirmatively, stating he was here for a health check. Is something wrong? Not a major issue, just a precautionary examination. As they engaged in casual conversation, they refrained from discussing any other matters in the presence of outsiders. Little boss, why don't you go ahead? At that moment, a man at the front of the line, cradling a severed arm, awkwardly stepped aside. Wu Ling's purpose for being here was merely to ascertain whether Howren was safe. Upon seeing him, aside from his pallor and slight weakness, he appeared to be in relatively good health. So there was no urgency to conduct a diagnosis, and no need, just continue queuing with peace of mind. Often, Wu Ling did not assert himself forcefully. Rather, he exhibited a neighborly friendliness. To him, these individuals had not provoked him. And deriving a sense of superiority from them would be rather tasteless and not indicative of any true superiority. He patiently waited in line, occasionally conversing with the criminals beside him, unobtrusively gathering information about the soldiers, which provided him a rough understanding of the ongoing situation. The immediate goal was to locate the individual responsible for deploying the mechanical spiders. The ultimate aim was to identify the criminals involved in potion making and the use of laser weaponry. In essence, although the soldiers had withdrawn, Howren remained under surveillance. They would not easily overlook any suspicious doctor. This arrangement, Wu Ling mused, was rather beneficial. The doctor serves as a decoy to draw fire, allowing me to utilize this time to discreetly gather useful mechanical debris and expedite the assembly of the spacecraft. To escape this prison, a spacecraft was an indispensable means of transportation, and it was likely that the soldiers above understood this logic. Wu Ling's decision to place the mechanical spiders on the garbage transport ship was also intended to divert attention. By focusing more scrutiny on the garbage transport vessel, he could incite a riot among the criminals of Garbage Star, thereby diverting even greater energy from the opposition. Consequently, surveillance of the repair factory would likely ease considerably, granting him greater freedom to execute his plans. With these thoughts, Wu Ling's sense of urgency gradually diminished. Although time was still somewhat tight, the situation had progressed to a satisfactory level. The long queue outside gradually shortened, and when it was finally Wu Ling's turn, there were very few people left in line. "Have you been administered a truth serum?" Upon hearing Wu Ling's description, Howren subtly furrowed his brow. "Yes, hence my visit. Lie down on the examination table, and I will use the instruments to check you. If that substance has not been thoroughly neutralized, it could lead to muscle dissolution." After conducting a thorough examination, Wu Ling was found to be in good health. After exchanging a discreet signal, he departed the clinic amidst a sea of fearful gazes. Quietly awaiting the arrival of nightfall, the events in the Lock District had reached a temporary conclusion. The two squads of soldiers, having conducted a thorough search, had departed for their next destination. Little did anyone know that the seemingly tranquil district was on the brink of brewing a far greater storm. Chapter 32. A person of great undertakings in the dead of night. A fine drizzle fell upon the Lock District. The corrosive raindrops pattered upon the sprawling mechanical debris, emitting a faint, distorted wail. The daytime clamor had long since faded. Criminals either lingered in dilapidated shelters or congregated at gang strongholds, reminiscing about their once hedonistic lives while cursing the wretched weather of Garbage Star. Reclining in a cramped room, Wu Ling assessed his recent gains. The propulsion system of the spacecraft had been successfully installed. All that remained was to procure the additional components necessary for basic cosmic flight. This was undeniably a gamble, yet Wu Ling had no alternative. Furthermore, his truth box had experienced a modest enhancement, increasing its transformations from 4 to 5, undoubtedly diversifying his combat capabilities moving forward. Coupled with the various models of mechanical spiders he had crafted using the refuse of Garbage Star, his overall strength was no longer to be underestimated. As he contemplated the direction of future developments, a haze of ambiguity enveloped his thoughts, as if an invisible hand were tugging at his very soul. Wu Ling did not resist. Instead, he gradually relaxed his mind, and the familiar sensation of weightlessness surged once more. Gnarled trees resembling demons, mutated beasts springing from the underbrush, and a progressively crimson halo coalesced into a bizarre world. Before a massive tree stump, Howren languidly sat upon a wooden chair, and upon noticing Wu Ling's arrival, he enthusiastically waved. "How effective has the suppressant been for you?" The suppressant was a specialized antidote designed to counteract the effects of the truth serum. Both men had anticipated the military's deployment of lie detection equipment and had adequately prepared for it. Mirazan was also aware of this matter. Just days prior, Howren had personally delivered the remedy to her at the factory. "The results are excellent." Wu Ling did not hesitate to offer praise. In truth, for someone capable of concocting various types of remedies in such a dismal place as Garbage Star, Howren was undoubtedly a genius. Wu Ling had always held a favorable view of geniuses, provided they did not become his adversaries. The Red and Blue Society and the Tyrant Gang had been utterly annihilated, and the Chaos Plan in other districts was progressing methodically. However, the military has now mobilized entirely and is currently sweeping through the district, so we must lie low for the time being. Let those pests remain dormant for now. This is not the time for recklessness. Wu Ling nodded in agreement, adding, "At the very least, we must wait until everything is in place before taking action." Howren's voice brimmed with excitement upon hearing this. "How is the preparation for Barrier 1 coming along?" In the gray expanse, Wu Ling paced slowly, gazing at the misty surroundings, and replied softly, "We are still lacking many components. I heard they are searching for the individual who placed the spider bombs on the garbage transport ship." Howren refrained from pressing further on the barrier issue and instead inquired about other matters. "I am quite puzzled. We are supposed to escape via the garbage transport ship, correct? Is your approach not akin to alarming the snake?" The complete escape plan existed solely within Wu Ling's mind. In a sense, Hao Ren was merely fulfilling the role of a tool, entirely unaware of the overarching strategy. Wu Ling resumed his seat across from him, gazing pointedly at Hao Ren, and posed a rhetorical question. When did I ever say we would leave via the garbage transport ship? Huh. Upon hearing this ambiguous response, Hao Ren suddenly felt perplexed. What does that mean? After some contemplation, Wu Ling ultimately shook his head. For safety's sake, I cannot disclose that information just yet. Do you not trust me? Many times, I do not even trust myself. Hao Ren was momentarily speechless, remaining silent for quite some time before bursting into laughter. You truly are a person of great undertakings. Though he had been manipulated, he found himself happier than ever. It was not due to any peculiar proclivities, but rather the genuine hope of escape. A person willing to divulge the entirety of the plan would instill a sense of trust in Hao Ren. However, conversely, it also posed a risk of exposing the entire scheme. After their laughter subsided, Hao Ren could not help but remark, "It is hard to believe that you are only 15. Wu Ling was equally grateful to be merely 15, as it afforded him an additional layer of protection. During certain operations, this would prove immensely advantageous. However, he did not allow himself to become complacent. As casually as discussing everyday matters, he shifted the topic. How much high-concentration lubricant, propellant, and mechanical transmission components have been traded? Upon discussing serious matters, Hao Ren immediately adopted a more serious demeanor, tapping rhythmically on the tree stump. I have already dispatched orders. A few nails have just picked up what you need, but it will take some time to transport them to the designated location. The remaining nails will also ensure that someone is assigned to collect from the garbage mountain. The mist swirled around them, and in the tranquil space, only the occasional exchange of dialogue intertwined. Do not expose your abilities. As they prepared to depart, Wu Ling emphasized, your strength is not as formidable as you believe. Forcibly hypnotizing those 3 soldiers has already placed you at risk of exposure. They were asking for it. Hao Ren's tone turned icy, not out of a desire to clash with Wu Ling, but rather due to his seething resentment towards the soldiers' actions, wishing to eliminate them all. Everyone possesses an inviolable boundary within, which serves as their motivation to survive. Hence, when Hao Ren recounted the events at the clinic that afternoon, Wu Ling did not express any dissatisfaction. In truth, had Hao Ren refrained from employing his hypnotic abilities, he might have perished in that basement filled with spirit tablets. Wu Ling understood this rationale and merely inquired, how long can the hypnotic effect last? With my current strength, only a day. However, even when the effect fades, it can plant a seed in their minds, allowing for better hypnosis if encountered again. Let it go for now. Wu Ling lowered his head, deliberating the pros and cons before ultimately offering his counsel. Hao Ren shrugged and responded with a single word, good. Unconditional trust. This was the answer Hao Ren provided. Leave. He had wagered everything. Observing Hao Ren's demeanor, Wu Ling pondered briefly and then earnestly stated, when we leave, we will undoubtedly confront the station troops head-on. I will assist you then. Although Wu Ling did not elaborate on the specifics of his assistance, Hao Ren comprehended instantly. Given his understanding of Wu Ling, once a guarantee was provided, it was as binding as a nail driven by spit. He would undoubtedly find a way to fulfill it. Despite the ability to weave elaborate fabrications, he remained steadfastly committed to his word. Though he harbored mistrust of others, his actions often inspired trust in return. In many ways, the youth before him was indeed a complex individual. Watching Wu Ling's figure gradually fade from view, Hao Ren murmured sincerely, thank you. Chapter 33. You are not truly a dog. The old man had already retired for the night. In the moment Wu Ling opened his eyes, Wood approached the bedside with an indifferent gait and timely inquired, shall we continue working? Mirajan was a severe sufferer of sleep-induced rage. If awakened during slumber, he would undoubtedly unleash a torrent of curses upon both man and beast. Wu Ling contemplated. How much mechanical refuse had accumulated during my absence? 137 pieces. Before what could continue, he took the initiative to say, among those, 3 can be salvaged for modifications. Additionally, 18 pieces contain residual coolant, so we can salvage part of that as well. Well done, Wu Ling praised. Wood hopped gleefully, exclaiming, I want 10? No. I want 100 mechanical bones. As an intelligent being, though temporarily residing within the body of a mechanical dog, do you not possess an ounce of dignity? Wu Ling couldn't help but retort, earnestly advising, You are not truly a dog. Yet what dismissed his words with a scoff, retorting mockingly, You put me in this dog's body for your own amusement, and now that you're tired of it, you wish to discard me? Scoundrel! Wu Ling's breath caught, feeling slightly exasperated by the vocabulary what had acquired. This is knowledge I brought with me before arriving at Garbage Star. Why do you seem so proud of that? I take great pleasure in it. The expletive he intended to utter ultimately did not escape Wu Ling's lips at that moment. His demeanor, however, bore some semblance of youthful exuberance, impulsive and irritable, yet not devoid of a spirited vibrancy. The man and the dog engaged in a spirited exchange as they made their way to the workshop, whereupon Wu Ling moderated his tone, instructing, Retrieve the mechanical refuse. We shall disassemble some of it first. His identity as a superhuman endowed him with ample energy, and he felt not a hint of fatigue. Coupled with the pressure from the outside world, as long as he remained here, he found it impossible to feel at ease. Observing Wu Ling's serious expression, what couldn't help but mutter, You truly are a split personality. Being with you feels like an endless streak of bad luck. Yet, despite his bravado, what wasted no time as he spoke. He skillfully directed other robots to transport the items over. Now in work mode, Wu Ling paid no heed to what. Approaching the workbench, he scrutinized the mechanical components before him. This piece can be utilized in the mecha. Upon hearing this, what stood upright, his mechanical forelimbs crossed over his chest, his eyes gleaming with pride and of course, with me and Mira Zhan overseeing, all these items are top-notch. In the now quiet factory, the only sounds were the crisp noises of disassembling parts. Wu Ling's hands flew skillfully, creating almost an illusion of blurred motion, mesmerizing to behold. What quietly stood by, occasionally handing him various tools, refraining from any further quips, as time flowed steadily, when the midnight bell tolled. Having sorted through the valuable mechanical components, Wu Ling began to summarize earnestly. The remaining ammunition for the truth bullet is down to 89. It has indeed fallen below 90. Seems I have been rather negligent lately. Do you suffer from a fear of insufficient firepower? What interjected, perplexed. According to normal logic, that 89 is enough for you to wage 3 large-scale battles. You wouldn't understand, Wu Ling replied with a sense of inevitability. Garbage Star is exceedingly perilous. I must keep my weapon at full capacity. Only then can I feel a semblance of security. Yes, it's akin to obsessive-compulsive disorder. Once your mood is uplifted, everything feels like a sunny day. Are you ridiculing me? What feigned surprise, tilting his head in exaggerated dismay at oh dear. How could you possibly have discerned that? Wu Ling seized some nearby nanomaterials, along with cold shrink liquid and other materials necessary for crafting bullets. Plunging back into a busy state. All right, you simpleton, the break is over. Let us continue our work with joy. His fists clenched, yet what could only resign himself and lower his head, the complex programming lamenting the decline of moral standards. Damn it all, the following day, as was his custom, Wu Ling rose early. After opening the factory doors and observing the few scattered individuals outside, he shook his head. So few. It appears the friends from Rock District have not been very industrious of late. Upon hearing this, those outside the factory exchanged wry smiles and raised the mechanical parts they had brought, lamenting their dire circumstances. Boss, we cannot speak so lightly. Those station troops gave us quite the thrashing yesterday. To muster this many people is already a considerable feat indeed. Those damned bastards. Before I was captured, I didn't even glance their way. Boss, please take a look at these parts. I haven't eaten in 3 days. And after yesterday's beating, my body can hardly withstand it. One curious individual inquired, Beaten? Did you provoke those soldiers? At this, the previously self-proclaimed victim raged indignantly. He spat on the ground and, with a face full of grievance, exclaimed, Don't mention it, damn it. I was merely squatting by the roadside, soaking up the sun, saying nothing and doing nothing, when that son of a dog slapped me twice, claiming I blocked their path. At this moment, another person chimed in, Damn, have they truly taken us for slaves to be abused at will? Isn't that the case? The beaten individual, never having endured such humiliation, grew increasingly agitated. I was squatting by the road, trying to avoid them. How could I possibly provoke them? All right. Seeing their conversation grow ever more animated, Wu Ling interjected, as per usual, one at a time. The crowd lined up, yet casual chatter persisted. Have you heard? In a few days, a new batch of criminals will arrive, and many gangs are preparing to recruit newcomers. Are your gangs also looking to recruit? What the hell are we recruiting for? We're barely surviving ourselves. Adding a few newcomers will only mean more mouths to feed. True. The criminals, each appearing increasingly despondent, bore expressions of deep concern. However, upon hearing the news, Wu Ling's eyes gleamed with excitement. The new criminals, being newcomers, would likely embody a sense of defiance, making them more prone to conflict. If properly guided, this could serve as yet another focal point to divert the troops' attention. Thus, with a seemingly casual tone, Wu Ling inquired, "Will Rock District receive a quota this time?" "Yes, I've heard there are as many as 200 spots." I learned this accurate information by eavesdropping on a conversation between those soldiers. The responder's eyes glinted as though seizing an opportunity, and he eagerly added, "Is your factory looking to recruit? The newcomers are unreliable. How about considering me?" Wu Ling, momentarily taken aback, gazed into the other's eyes filled with desire and politely replied, "Get lost." Chapter 34. Do not believe rumors, do not spread them, do not create them. It was impossible to recruit anyone, especially at such a critical juncture. Each additional person would heighten the risk of exposure. If he did not fully trust Hao Ran, he certainly would not place his faith in the other criminals of Garbage Star to be virtuous keepers of secrets. "Ha ha ha. Old Yor, you must be dreaming." A familiar voice laughed derisively. "With your back door wide open, even if the boss were to recruit, he wouldn't take you." Old Yor's face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted, "Get lost. I'm as strong as an ox." "Ha ha ha. Shut the hell up." Mira Zhan, who had emerged to bask in the sun, rolled over, his murky eyes filled with fury. After finally encountering a sunny day, was it too much to ask for the old man to enjoy a nap? This swarm of pests had no sense of decorum, only buzzing incessantly by his ears. His shout silenced the factory yard immediately, just as Wu Ling had become immune to such sudden outbursts. He continued to examine the mechanical components with steady composure. Though fewer individuals arrived today, the quality of items was impressive. Throughout the morning, he managed to acquire 7 or 8 superior components, significantly uplifting his spirits. Little by little, one hopes for the day when the water will flow smoothly. After bidding farewell to the criminals who had come to deliver goods, Wu Ling immediately immersed himself in the task of assembling components. Recently, a considerable backlog of goods had accumulated, necessitating his urgent attention. Time flew by, and 3 days had swiftly passed. During this period, the Lock District experienced numerous battles of varying scales, indirectly leading to an increasingly prosperous business for Hao Ren's clinic. Wu Ling also focused his energy on repairing mechanical parts. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion, and amid the cyclical routine, one could almost glimpse the end of a lifetime. Before 8 in the morning, Wu Ling took up the box of truth and left with what, heading towards the specially cleared area at the center of the district. Along the way, they encountered Hao Ren, who was also out and about, naturally transforming their group into 2 men and a dog. Over the past few days, the topic of Hao Ren's chrysanthemum withered had spread throughout the district, and Hao Ren remained nonchalant, his calm demeanor prompting Wu Ling to want to give him a thumbs up. Admiring his good attitude, more newcomers are on the way. Hao Ren casually chatted, mentioning that 30 districts had received quotas this time. The streets bustled with people. Various gangs, regardless of size, dispatched their subordinates to the square, either to recruit or to spectate. Some gangs even sent their leaders personally, eager to showcase their might. Nearly everyone passing by greeted Wu Ling with familiarity, and he responded with a smile, nodding to the criminals who acknowledged him. Wu Ling finally found the time to answer Hao Ren's curious inquiry about his new idea. Hao Ren, intrigued, asked, "Do you have a new plan?" He shrugged, adding, "Of course, if it's inconvenient to share, just pretend I didn't." He asked. Successfully latching onto Wu Ling's support stemmed from both his own capabilities and his understanding of what to ask and what to leave unspoken. Knowing too much about certain matters isn't always beneficial. It can lead to unnecessary troubles. This was a lesson he had learned over many years. Wu Ling's response carried an air of sincerity, as if he and Hao Ren had long been open with one another. Without waiting for any retorts, he continued, "It's merely a minor addition to the current plan. Newcomers will inevitably create conflicts of interest with the veterans, allowing the already chaotic Garbage Star to descend further into planned chaos, making it easier for us to navigate the murky waters." Hao Ren sighed, lamenting the endless cycle of these wretched days. As long as one is alive, there will always be discontent. How can everything go smoothly? Wu Ling, decades younger than him, spoke with an air of wisdom that often made Howren question himself. Could this truly be a boy of merely 15 years? Given the current circumstances, you have already emerged into the open, becoming a primary target for military surveillance, while my own presence is gradually fading. Therefore, you must exercise greater caution in your future endeavors. Wu Ling's voice was low, barely audible to the two, yet his words carried a chilling undertone. If we are truly exposed, I will show no mercy. Rest assured, when that time comes, I shall take matters into my own hands. Howren replied lightly, as if discussing not his own life. I will never become a burden to you. Not a burden. We are partners, however. To avoid unrealistic fantasies, I prefer to lay out the harsh truths up front. In this regard, Wu Ling chose not to hide anything, for neither of them were fools, rendering it unnecessary to engage in superfluous embellishments. Very well, a partnership sounds far more palatable than being labeled as useless. Wu Ling shot him a sidelong glance, finding him in a mood to jest, clearly unperturbed. Howren was at a loss for words, caught off guard by a sudden remark that nearly broke his composure. While he could dismiss the nonsensical chatter of the criminals, hearing it from Wu Ling was utterly intolerable. Please do not believe or spread rumors. Thank you, fine. The two continued their idle chatter until they arrived at the Lock District Square, which buzzed with excitement, resembling a bustling marketplace. As time passed, a massive saucer-shaped spaceship descended from the sky, casting a shadow over the throng below. When the ship landed, it stirred up a cloud of dust, the force of the landing nearly blinding those present. Wu Ling squinted, his gaze drawn to the slowly opening hatch. Under the escort of soldiers, a group of 200 criminals emerged from the ship, their electronic shackles released. There was no need for restraints for those brought to Garbage Star, as escape was impossible. Perhaps as soon as their vessel departed, some troublemaker among them would meet a violent end at the hands of the veterans. Such occurrences were not uncommon. The station soldiers not only tolerated but often encouraged such brutality. The annual death matches among the criminals served as ample evidence. Each year, they organized competitions, allowing the criminals to fight to the death, with the victors rewarded handsomely while the vanquished faced a grim fate. Motivated by the allure of rewards, many criminals on Garbage Star would cast aside their dignity, transforming into mere playthings for the station troops. To their astonishment, among the 200 criminals was a woman. The crowd erupted into fervent cheers upon spotting her among the ranks, and a cacophony of whistles ensued, while the female prisoner appeared almost faint with fright, like a sheep cast into a den of lions. Her only fate awaited her, a death laden with humiliation. Chapter 35. The woman of Garbage Star. This accursed female slave is an F-class superpower. The captain, in his boundless benevolence, has graciously bestowed her upon you filthy insects. A middle-aged man named Hollis, clad in boots and an officer's uniform, emerged from the hatch with a lecherous grin, surveying the criminals from above as he continued his extravagant speech. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Just think, how many years has it been since you tasted a woman's touch? Perhaps tonight, she will kneel at your bedside, begging for your favor. Long live the captain. All hail our esteemed captain. Woman. Ha ha ha, as he observed the criminals with glazed eyes. Wu Ling could not suppress a chuckle. Just as he pondered how to further plunge Garbage Star into chaos, those stationed above had delivered an unexpected boon. Truly, a timely gift. All hail the captain. Wu Ling could not help but join in the raucous cheers. Seeing his enthusiasm, Howren, who had already surmised Wu Ling's thoughts, grinned widely, mentally cursing the foolish soldiers. In the next moment, he too raised his arms in exhilaration, his shouts rivaling those of the others. Praise the great captain. Wu Ling and Howren exchanged knowing glances, instantly understanding one another's intentions, their laughter exuberant and unrestrained. Enough, everyone. Hollis tightened the laser weapon at his waist, arrogantly surveying the crowd. This is the captain's gift. Do not squander this opportunity. His words carried an underlying meaning that left the crowd somewhat perplexed. However, when they turned their attention to the woman, all thoughts faded, replaced solely by primal desire. Pleased by the criminal's reactions, Hollis nodded in satisfaction. Now, it is your time to celebrate. With that, he led the way back to the transport ship without a backward glance. As the spaceship ascended once more, a wave of heat surged forth, and a morbid smile spread across the faces of nearly every criminal. "This woman belongs to me," someone shouted, and a chorus of furious cries followed. "Get back here, Kyle, damn it, take him down." Kyle, rushing toward the woman, was immediately engulfed by the crowd, a dozen or more assailants launching an assault. In an instant, a dazzling display erupted, energy waves creating shockwaves that sent debris flying. Followed by a cacophony of wails, the Locke district possessed considerable strength, holding its own on the garbage star. Now, under the allure of the woman, the ensuing battles among the criminals promised to be nothing short of brutal. The woman, terrified and pale, found herself surrounded by the recently exiled criminals, whose eyes glimmered with malicious intent. As they moved closer, driven by the belief that the early bird catches the worm, one individual seized the woman's hair, pulling her close and groping her without restraint. "Ha ha ha! Who would have thought that being trapped in this wretched place would bring such carnal fortune? Get away! She is mine! Damn it! You newcomers, is this where you run wild?" The veterans, witnessing the newcomer's audacity, abandoned the nearly beaten Kyle and united to confront the fresh arrivals. "Early birds aren't anything special, brothers. Take them down." Faced with overwhelming numbers, the newcomers displayed no fear, howling as they began to retaliate. In an instant, chaos ensued, with some brandishing firearms, indiscriminately firing into the throng. Amidst the cacophony of curses, thunderous roars, and piercing cries, the square descended into utter chaos. Meanwhile, Wu Ling and Hao Rian had retreated to a corner, arms crossed, shaking their heads in disbelief. Alas, the newcomer is truly formidable. Her ability to manipulate metal has decisively pierced through the scum of Locke Street. Indeed impressive. Wu Ling nodded in acknowledgement, his gaze soon fixating on the woman who instigated this conflict. Noticing his attention, Hao Ren also turned to look, raising an eyebrow in intrigue. "How interesting." Before his words could fully settle, the woman amidst the chaos suddenly elongated her fingernails, transforming them into sharp, metallic blades. And in an instant, she lunged toward the man who had just groped her. The man, preoccupied with the assault coming from the front, could never have anticipated that he would be backstabbed by a woman who had always appeared weak. The razor-sharp nails swiftly pierced through his back, and with a muffled thud, they tore through muscle fibers, extracting a beating heart in a single swipe. The onlookers were momentarily stunned, gazing at the blood-soaked woman, a chill running down their spines. This woman is not to be underestimated. "Did you enjoy yourself just now?" The woman extended her tongue, delicately licking the warm heart, then opened her cherry lips and bit down fiercely. Splatter! Blood sprayed as a gaping hole was torn into the heart. "Ha! Ha!" The man looked back at her in disbelief, attempting to speak, but no sound escaped his lips as his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. A pool of rich crimson spread across the floor, resembling exquisite red petals. Seizing the moment while the onlookers were still in shock, the woman leapt toward Wu Ling and his companion. Though she appeared delicate, she had already surveyed her surroundings the moment she disembarked from the ship. What caught her utmost attention was the very spot where Wu Ling and his companion had stood in the crowded square. No criminal dared to approach within 3 meters of them. Such an undeniable aura of intimidation led her to swiftly identify her target and resolve to seek his protection. After all, she was merely an F-class superhuman, and a rather attractive woman at that. In a place like this, lacking a support system meant that no matter how cunning she was, she would ultimately become a plaything for these wretched men. Thus, the moment the brawl erupted, she seized her opportunity, eliminated the fool who had groped her, and darted towards Wu Ling. "What does she intend to do?" Hao Ren observed the woman with a bemused expression. "Could it be that she has taken a liking to you? Let us go. This is becoming rather tedious." Wu Ling, with his mind solely focused on escape, harbored no thoughts of the woman. Once he discerned her intentions, how could he allow himself to be manipulated? He was no fool who would lose his wits at the sight of a woman. "Wait, don't go." The woman, desperately evading the grasp of surrounding criminals, caught sight of Wu Ling turning to leave and called out urgently. Yet Wu Ling remained unmoved, his pace unrelenting, distancing himself further from the battlefield. This guy, you truly lack compassion." Hao Ren's mocking tone puzzled Wu Ling. Showing compassion, would that enhance our chances of escape? It seems not. Then what was the point of your earlier bravado? Wu Ling turned back with an expressionless face. One woman is of no consequence. These inept fools are clamoring for her, yet he had no interest in even a fleeting glance. Don't leave. Don't leave. The criminals surrounding the woman grew in number, yet they were reluctant to harm her at that moment. However, once their patience wore thin, who could predict what might transpire? I will follow that boy. If you dare to lay a finger on me, beware that he will kill you. In a fit of desperation, the woman began to frantically forge connections. In that moment, seeing her escape was futile, she clung to the last vestige of hope. Her name is Chris. Outsiders only know her superpower is nail hardening. But unbeknownst to them, she possesses a hidden ability, foreknowledge. The ability to foresee fortune and misfortune, though it does not elevate her strength, has allowed her to avert peril on numerous occasions, surviving to arrive at Garbage Star. Rather than being toyed with to death by the station troops, stands as testament to this. Both the prophecies of her forebears and her own foresight pointed to the location of Garbage Star, foretelling a significant opportunity upon her arrival, one that would grant her a singular chance at rebirth. As Chris spoke, the criminals surrounding her hesitated, for in a certain sense, the notoriety of the small boss held more weight than the station troops above. The criminals began to falter, exchanging wary glances, their apprehension growing. They had never heard of the small boss having an affinity for women, but what if? After all, the small boss was nearing adulthood. What if he had developed an interest in that regard? In the fleeting moment of their hesitation, Chris, filled with elation, broke free from the encirclement and sprinted toward the increasingly distant Wu Ling. You need not wait 3 years. 3 years? What 3 years? Wu Ling's heart sank. Slowly turning around, a smile masking a glimmer of cold murderous intent in his eyes. Take me in, I will do anything for you. Such as? Anything you wish, Chris continued, and the pursuing criminals, witnessing the dialogue unfold between them, slowed their chase, allowing her to reach Wu Ling with ease. Ha. Chris rested her hands on her knees, her chest heaving, exuding a sense of grandeur. Her clear eyes radiated sincerity, yet the blood that had splattered across her face marred that beauty. My name is Chris Yuna. Wu Ling glanced at the group of criminals not far away, then turned his gaze back to Chris. Follow me. A glimmer of surprise filled Chris's eyes as she eagerly matched Wu Ling's pace. What the hell? Who the hell are you, you little brat? So cocky. You think you can just take away the prey we fought so hard for? At that moment, both the old and new criminals ceased their fighting, as a newcomer stepped over the corpses on the ground, brazenly advancing and pointing at Wu Ling, unleashing a torrent of insults. Others joined in, hurling vile language at him. Meanwhile, the older criminals, still eyeing Chris's beauty, momentarily regained a sliver of reason, their eyes reflecting schadenfreude as they maintained a safe distance from the newcomers. After the recent battle, both sides had suffered losses and burned with genuine anger. Hence, none of the older criminals felt inclined to warn the new ones. The small boss is not someone you can provoke. Who understands this, family? It's simply laughable. Indeed, just as the older criminals had anticipated. After being insulted, Wu Ling turned once more, facing those who had hurled the most vicious taunts, his voice directed at the older criminals. I sincerely apologize, but it seems Lockstreet cannot accept new members at this time. Not retaliating, not responding to insults. Wu Ling considered himself remarkably patient, but he was not one to allow such affronts to go unchecked in any place. Retribution was the way to go, an eye for an eye. Blood for blood. Just like Chris S. decisive action of extracting that criminal's heart, which Wu Ling greatly admired. If only he had first severed that man's limbs before extracting his heart, it would have been even more perfect. However, given time constraints, one could not deny the overall excellence of the act. You need not apologize, small boss. These fools are merely our gift to you. Indeed, teach them a good lesson. Whether we recruit new members or not is of no consequence. Ha ha ha. I can hardly wait to witness the art of explosion. The older criminals suddenly unleashed their tongues, each one animatedly chattering, having waited so long to witness the small boss's ferocity once more. Heh, spit! The unexpected turn of events left the new criminals feeling bewildered, as if caught in a surreal experience. Yet their innate bravado forbade them from retreating. The leader spat viciously on the ground. Boldly stepping forward, a bunch of cowards, scared silly by a little brat who hasn't even grown hair yet. What a disgrace to us criminals, however. before he could finish his taunt, his expression changed dramatically. The seemingly mundane metal box in Wu Ling's hand had instantaneously transformed, assembling into a colossal artillery piece. In the next moment, the massive cannon was aimed directly at them. Shit. Get back. Even an E-class superhuman would be obliterated by a single shot from such a cannon. As the crowd erupted in chaos, the deafening roar echoed like thunder in the tumultuous square. Boom. Under the stringent control of the station troops, the truth box was merely loaded with standard ammunition. Yet Wu Ling had secretly modified the bullets. The overwhelming destructive power, combined with extreme kinetic acceleration, reached the bewildered criminals in the blink of an eye. Limbs scattered, blood staining half the square. What the hell? How could a junior prison have such a powerful mechanic? Those station troops must die. The leading criminal was relieved to have narrowly avoided the blast, yet now wore a look of despair as he turned to see his fallen comrades. Bitterness filling his mouth as he beheld the cannon once again targeting his position. He could not help but cry out in desperation, "It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding." With a languid exhale, Wu Ling's morbid tone enveloped the entire arena, inviting all to appreciate the explosive artistry on display. Chapter 37. A bloodbath provoked by a woman. Chris's eyes sparkled with delight. Throughout her years adrift in the cosmos, she had encountered a myriad of races, blustering braggarts, those who resorted to violence at the slightest provocation, and seemingly shrewd individuals who were, in reality, quite dim-witted, and so on. Yet, she had never witnessed a lone figure nonchalantly challenging hundreds of aggressors. It baffled her how such a youthful individual could cultivate such a decisively ruthless mentality. Could it be he was an old codger inhabiting a young man's body? Boom. Another shell exploded, toppling a statue adorned with graffiti in the distance, sending metallic shards flying in all directions, prompting the onlookers to flee in panic. Meanwhile, the newly arrived criminals found themselves in dire straits, suffering numerous wounds. Faced with the inevitability of their predicament, their ferocity was ignited. "You wish to kill us? Let us see if you're up to the task." One snarled as he charged at Wu Ling, his menacing visage leaving no doubt that he would tear his opponent apart without hesitation upon reaching him. Boom! Flames erupted, thunder crackled, and the howling winds transformed into a scythe of death, slicing through the dim sky towards Wu Ling. "Need assistance? Do not expose yourself." Hao Ren could delay their assault with dream manipulation. But Wu Ling had no intention of revealing his abilities in broad daylight. "Stay back from this woman." Under the provocation of blood, his previously tranquil demeanor surged with tumult. His voice turned harsh and frigid, akin to a bloodthirsty juvenile beast emitting a spine-chilling roar from the depths of his soul. Today, blood must be shed. Gazing skyward, Wu Ling reveled in the chaos. As he spoke, the mechanical cannon reassembled in an instant, transforming into a spiked club that revealed its vicious fangs to the criminals drawing ever closer. Bang! The ground beneath him shattered as Wu Ling launched himself forward like a cannonball in the blink of an eye. He tore through the ranks of criminals as though a tiger among sheep. Flesh and blood flew like rain, and Wu Ling's slender frame exuded an astonishing strength, as if forged from steel. The truth club swung down, shattering the skull of an assailant attempting a sneak attack from behind. Accompanied by the sickening crack of bone and flesh, Wu Ling's eyes were now filled with a dark crimson hue. Were it not for Chris's earlier remark, he would hardly have bothered with these dim-witted fools. Yet, as fate would have it, in his quest to ascertain what they truly knew, Wu Ling was unperturbed by the prospect of a bloody rampage. Perhaps it was the pressure of life or the influence of his surroundings. Ultimately, the reality remained. Beneath his seemingly innocuous exterior lay a profound cruelty. He was, indeed, no good man. Just as the individual named Hao Ren was far from a saint. What manner of monster is this? The powers exhibited by the superhumans were evaded by Wu Ling, while those he could not dodge were met head-on with the Truth Club. The thunderous clash of energies resonated in his ears. Yet throughout the tumult, Wu Ling remained untouched. Clatter, clatter, clatter. Buzzed out a swarm of mechanical spiders emerged from all corners, like leeches crossing a battlefield, swiftly flooding the arena. Damn, here they come. The little boss's army of spiders has arrived. Incredible. How can we contend with this? It's truly one against a multitude. Nonsense. This is not a fair fight. It's a single individual chasing down hundreds. This is precisely why we dare not provoke the little boss. The elders retreated to a safe distance, their emotions a whirlwind of excitement, astonishment, exclamations, trepidation, and envy, leaving them at a loss for words. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hao Ren and what had successfully escorted Chris to safety. Gazing at the battlefield, Hao Ren advised, "I recommend you refrain from contemplating escape." Faced with that seemingly sardonic gaze, Chris awkwardly halted her forward motion, explaining, "I merely thought this place too perilous and wished to find a safer refuge." "Did you see those mechanical spiders?" What interjected with a mocking tone. "In a place like Garbage Star, even if you wish to flee, where do you think you could escape to?" Chris's eyes widened in shock, her gaze sweeping over what intelligent life. In this wretched place called Garbage Star, there exists intelligent life, she was discerning. Although what often presented himself as a mere programmed toy dog before others, Chris saw through to his true nature. After all, having roamed the cosmos for so long, she had encountered all manner of bizarre entities. Moreover, intelligent life was not a rarity. It merely became a rat in the dark, shunned by many nations due to stringent prohibitions against its use. "You could raise your voice a tad more. I wouldn't mind asking the doctor to induce your immediate brain death." What shrugged in a peculiar manner, flashing a grin that revealed his sharp metal teeth, playfully delivering the most lethal of threats. "Even if you were to suffer brain death, our boss could still extract your memories. And don't even think about using your charms to entice them. Believe me, if you attempt that, your demise will be even more gruesome. No, that won't be necessary." Chris recoiled, her heart lamenting the unfortunate fate that had led her to this dreadful locale. Why did her prophetic abilities guide her here? Why were the criminals all so abstract? Was there truly some grand opportunity awaiting her? For the first time, Chris harbored a flicker of doubt regarding her innate prophetic gift. Alas! Truly, this was a bloodbath instigated by a woman. Hao Ren smirked, leaning indifferently against the wall, while in the distance, Wu Ling was reveling in the slaughter. "Did you enjoy the cursing just now?" After dashing back and forth, each time breaching the criminal's formation, Wu Ling's eyes gleamed brightly upon finally spotting the leader. With a swift motion, Wu Ling's arm twisted in an uncanny manner, evading the opponent's attack before yanking him closer. A benign smile graced his face. Yet to the other, it appeared exceedingly menacing. "I didn't that I surrender, but I do not harbor any fondness for the inept." With that, Wu Ling hoisted him high and, in an instant, slammed him to the ground. The Truth Club following closely behind, delivering a piercing sound capable of rupturing the eardrums of ordinary folk, its sharp spikes transforming him into a sieve. Close combat is truly exhilarating. Having accomplished this, Wu Ling surveyed his surroundings. Fewer than 100 remained standing. He tilted his head, grinning widely, as his laughter reverberated throughout the arena. "Are we still fighting?" Amidst the explosions, roars, and scattered flesh of the plaza, silence fell upon everyone. Chapter 38. How long is a minute? What a pity. Seeing that no one dared to speak, Wu Ling casually discarded the remnants of flesh clinging to his spiked club, shouldering it with nonchalance as he waded through the blood-soaked ground. Passing by the group of elders, he nodded at some familiar criminals, a shy smile gracing his lips upon reflection. "I cannot let you leave empty-handed. There are still dozens remaining here. If any gang requires reinforcements, feel free to recruit." Pausing for a moment, he added, "Rest assured, the ordeal has passed. I have chosen to overlook their previous transgressions." Wu Ling's smile radiated warmth, his voice melodious and courteous, yet to the criminals of Rock Street, he appeared as a demon, and no matter how fierce or brutal they were, they could never match even a fraction of the little boss's prowess. Their meager skills rendered them unworthy even to carry his shoes. "What are you waiting for? Go." Wu Ling beckoned once more, and the criminals snapped back to reality, bowing deeply as they rushed to comply. Their words dripping with sycophancy. "The little boss is truly benevolent, showing mercy and sparing so many. This time I have learned. Such kindness, such great kindness. He could have annihilated us all but chose to consider our needs, leaving us some to recruit. The little boss's benevolence knows no bounds. In Rock Street, no. On Garbage Star, who does not sing the praises of the little boss?" Wu Ling smacked his lips, bemusedly watching them. Waving his hand dismissively, all right, hurry up and leave." They departed jubilantly, heading to the plaza to select suitable recruits, it must be said, after enduring several rounds of slaughter at the hands of the little boss. Those still standing were indeed individuals of some skill, precisely the talent they desperately required. The corpses in the plaza would be cleared away, and after selecting a few cybernetic components, Wu Ling approached the duo and the dog. Holding the pristine truth box, before he reached them, what barked eagerly, "Boss," this woman just attempted to flee. In the presence of outsiders, what always accorded Wu Ling the utmost respect, calling him boss as long as the matter did not involve bones. Chris, sold out so quickly? Are the intelligent beings on Garbage Star truly so cheap? Yet, after a moment's contemplation, she found herself understanding. After all, I am but an outsider. No matter how one argues, they naturally lean towards their own kind. I, in truth, have no intention of fleeing. Chris attempted to present her earlier explanation once more, yet before she could finish her sentence, Wu Ling interrupted her with a dismissive wave of his hand. I care not for your intentions. Saying this, Wu Ling cast a half-smile, half-sneer glance at her and added, Come, let us discuss matters pertaining to you. Chris's gaze faltered as she took a step back, her fragile demeanor evoking a sense of pity, as if to inquire further would render one a beast. Why matters? I have nothing of significance. Yet Wu Ling was not swayed by such tactics. Although he had encountered few women in his life, he held no particular thoughts for them, nor would he ever be reduced to a creature of base desires. The allure of feminine wiles would be of no consequence to him. Furthermore, to me, you are hardly appealing. Not appealing. Chris's breath caught momentarily, followed swiftly by indignation. While she was not a paragon of beauty, she certainly possessed a delicate charm. Her fair skin, large eyes, and rosy lips complemented her modest bosom and alluring waist, which was enough to captivate any onlooker. How could this man equate her with unattractiveness? Are you even a man? Yet, before Chris could voice her fury, Wu Ling lifted her effortlessly, much like one would a chick. Despite Wu Ling being under 15, he had already reached a height of around 1.8 meters, while even on tiptoes, Chris barely reached his shoulders. Let me go. Wu Ling cast a glance at her now hardened nails, pulling her before him and coldly remarked, You may attempt to resist. Ha ha ha. The more you struggle, the more our boss revels in it. What chimed in, bouncing nearby, his canine mouth emitting a series of quacking sounds. The cacophony continued unabated around them. Mere moments ago, criminals were locked in a deadly struggle, yet now they busily engaged in recruitment, seemingly oblivious to the corpses strewn about. The new recruits, having been bloodied by Wu Ling, behaved like docile quails. Wu Ling appeared as an outsider, his gaze fixated solely on the innocent act of Chris. He escorted her back to the factory, where upon seeing Chris, Mira, who had been basking in the sun, clucked her tongue and teased, My foolish student, have you finally found your heart's desire? Teacher, your elderliness is quite irksome. Wu Ling, as if discarding refuse, unceremoniously dropped Chris to the ground, the alloy doors slowly closing behind them, severing the prying eyes of the outside world. All right, speak. Although he sat upon a mere stool, he exuded an air that made it feel as though he were upon a grand throne. Behind him, one man and one dog flanked him, their gazes fixed intently upon the whimpering Chris. Truly, there was no understanding of cherishing the delicate. You may prattle on as you wish. Wu Ling slapped the box beneath him, caressing the assembled machine gun. For every minute you delay, I shall unleash a barrage upon you. At that moment, he seemed to recall something and added with a smile, Oh, the gentleman behind me is a doctor. He can ensure you do not perish. What? Commenced the countdown, at his command. Watt's mechanical eyes emitted two beams of light, weaving a virtual screen in the air, as the countdown began to tick away. 2000, 00, 59, 00, 00, 58, 00, 00, 57. Approaching the halfway mark, a fierce glint crossed Chris's eyes, only to be swiftly replaced with vulnerability, her tear-filled gaze reflecting Wu Ling's impassive face. 00, 030. The sudden roar of gunfire shattered the silence of the factory. Bullets, spinning with ferocity, pierced the air and struck Chris's body. Blood instantaneously stained the ground crimson, and as Wu Ling fired, Hao Ran had already prepared various tools, launching into action alongside what as the gunfire ceased. A torrent of blood erupted from Chris's mouth. Had the treatment been even slightly delayed, she would have succumbed to the special bullet's lethal grip. I've changed my mind. Wu Ling's voice turned cold. 1 minute is too lengthy. Let us amend it to 30 seconds. As Hao Ren tended to Chris, he gently reassured her, fear not. Although it has been changed to 30 seconds, I assure you, the young boss will allow you to enjoy yourself again in just 15 seconds. Chris. Chapter 39. Chris's ability. It must be said that Hao Ren's healing skills were exceptional. Although Wu Ling had reduced the bullet's potency by 80, even against an F-class superhuman, without timely treatment, death was inevitable. Blood soaked the ground as Chris lay half reclined, her gaze toward Wu Ling akin to that of someone observing a madman. She had encountered various individuals and seen the most deranged, yet never had she met a youth such as this. Beneath his gentle and youthful exterior lay a maddening essence. What do you wish to inquire? Seeing Wu Ling aim the gun barrel at her again, Chris spoke out, fearing that if she hesitated, her body would suffer another volley. Chris Yuna? Yes. How did you arrive at this garbage planet? Upon hearing this, Wu Ling cast her a knowing glance. I trust you will not claim it was due to the benevolence of the garrison, correct? Like the criminals on this garbage planet, women were also a scarce resource to the garrison. Unless they had grown weary and sought fresh entertainment, they would not arbitrarily exile women to such a place. Judging by Chris's demeanor, it did not appear she had been subjected to violation. May I say it is the will of the divine? As she spoke, a fervent expression crossed Chris's face. Her hands clasped at her chest, her eyes suddenly filled with zeal. Divine guidance? Hao Ren scoffed. If there truly were deities in this universe, their vision must be obscured. Previously, he had held some belief in the divine due to the legends of the water blue star, but ever since its destruction, his faith had crumbled. If a deity had sight, how could they allow their followers to endure such suffering? Coincidentally, I do not believe either. Wu Ling laughed heartily, and in the next instant, the machine gun erupted with fierce flames. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Chris trembled uncontrollably like a flower ruthlessly battered, bursting forth with a profusion of scarlet. As the gunfire rang out, Hao Ren dashed forward, initiating treatment once more, while Wu Ling's voice finally broke through. Speak plainly. Seemingly concerned that she might misunderstand, he added with an unusual kindness, such nonsense, I do not wish to hear a second time. Collapsed on the ground, Chris felt as though she might lose her sanity. In mere minutes, she had endured more torment than in her entire life. If this individual before her was indeed the one she sought, she would inevitably meet her demise in his hands. I possess prophetic abilities. This power, when manifested, can influence certain individuals to make decisions contrary to their true desires. She dared not fabricate any further lies. As she was treated, she fervently declared, this is why I could safely arrive at the garbage planet. Prophetic abilities? Wu Ling nodded, deep in thought. In a universe teeming with diverse races, humanity held a predominant position, and within humanity, many factions existed. Among these groups, a plethora of unusual superpowers could be found, making Chris's prophetic ability not entirely unfathomable. So, in your moment of desperation, that is why you claimed not to wait 3 years. Indeed. Chris eagerly nodded, shrinking back in fear as she spoke softly. I hail from the Yelisa tribe. Our people are inherently endowed with this ability. Those with stronger abilities can foresee their future with clarity, even influencing events related to themselves. Weaker individuals can only glimpse vague visions. So, what is your purpose in coming to the garbage planet? Wu Ling inquired, having grasped the situation. My abilities foretold that upon arriving at the garbage planet, a great opportunity awaited me. Moreover, there is a substantial probability that I can rescue my unfortunate kin. Hao Ren cast a strange glance at Chris, glancing at Wu Ling, pondering whether she implied that he was her opportunity. Wu Ling paid no heed to such thoughts, directly asking, so you utilized your abilities to influence the garrison's decision, prompting them to exile you to the garbage planet, and from the moment you laid eyes on me, you regarded me as your lifeline? Yes. Chris nodded with difficulty, feeling utterly exposed in the presence of this youth. Why? Wu Ling pondered, rephrasing his question. The criminals on this garbage planet number in the hundreds of thousands. You have only just arrived. How can you be so certain it is I? Is your prophetic ability so precise as to predict an individual? He found this perplexing. If she truly possessed such prowess, she would not have been attacked by a criminal upon disembarking from the ship. It is not like that. Chris recoiled slightly, her voice tinged with a pitiful tone as she implored. I can explain. But could you please lower the gun a bit? It's almost touching my lips. Ha 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 ha. What? Unable to contain himself, doubled over in laughter, only to be sent sprawling by a kick from Wu Ling. Shifting the barrel back, Wu Ling gestured for her to continue. The essence of the seer's ability lies in its capacity to perceive only vague traces related to oneself, in instances where the parties are strangers or have not interacted significantly. I am unable to foresee their trajectories. However, once there is an intersection, a hazy awareness emerges in my consciousness. Upon encountering the criminals of Garbage Star, I beheld an insatiable greed within them, yet upon seeing you, all I could perceive was chaos. Moreover, it seems there is a voice within the void that whispers to me that you are the person I seek. But Wu Ling inquired. But what? At his words, Chris instinctively retreated further, casting a fearful glance at the dark muzzle of the gun, her pallor evident as she murmured, "It's just that your earlier methods have made me question whether I've mistaken the person I'm looking for." Wu Ling did not lower his weapon. Instead, he leaned in closer, his voice cold as he commanded, "Stop babbling, oh, all right." Chris quickly straightened her posture and continued, "Ultimately, I must express my gratitude to those criminals. If they hadn't subconsciously maintained their distance from you, I would have found it exceedingly difficult to discover you upon entering Garbage Star." Howren nodded in agreement, having long asserted that you are unapproachable. This time, it seems to have been validated. Wu Ling. Chapter 40 with me here. You shall not perish. Witnessing Wu Ling's expression darken, Chris hurriedly clarified, "That's not the case. In my hometown, there exists a creature known as the rainbow glowing insect, capable of emitting a kaleidoscope of lights in the dead of night. To me, you are akin to a creature in the night?" Wu Ling bared his teeth in a smile, his finger resting ominously on the trigger. "I advise you to think carefully before you speak." Chris momentarily froze, desperately searching for an appropriate term. Meanwhile, the languid Marazen coughed, impatience etched on his face as he remarked, "Don't dwell on such trivial details." He then turned his scrutinizing gaze toward Chris, his voice low as he questioned, "From your earlier explanation, it seems you've grasped their plans?" "No. Don't say that. I know nothing," Chris vehemently denied, but as the gun barrel pressed against her forehead, she finally acquiesced. Her head drooping in defeat, her fingers interlacing to indicate a gap of 2 centimeters. After a moment's contemplation, she cautiously revised the distance to 1 millimeter. If not observed closely, one might easily mistake her 2 fingers for touching. I can only predict this tiny bit." "What do you know?" Wu Ling disregarded her gestures and brought the conversation back on track. "Is this a prelude to silencing me? Have we finally reached the most intense and thrilling juncture?" What's mechanical eyes widened in disbelief. It is hard for an ordinary person to fathom how such a broken machine could exhibit excitement. Upon hearing this, Chris felt her nails harden once more. Fearing that she might indeed be silenced, "Flee!" Wu Ling kicked What aside, and this time, the mechanical dog's body was shattered into fragments, its head rolling on the ground, emitting a low, anthropomorphic whimper. In truth, it understood that Wu Ling had relinquished the intention to eliminate the other party. Thus, it could not help but engage in a series of erratic jumps to alleviate the boredom of that dreary morning. He knew. Observing Chris fall silent again, Wu Ling pointed at Howren and, for once, elaborated. "I have no need for worthless individuals to serve as partners. If you wish to join us, you must at least prove your worth." Chris stole a glance at Howren, paused for a moment, and then nodded. "I can see that you have devised an escape plan, tentatively scheduled for the 3rd year. While I cannot discern the specific execution methods, I know that many will die that day, even at this point." Her gaze drifted towards Marazen, and upon seeing the elder, she added, "I vaguely foresee that he will perish." Silence. An ineffable oppressive atmosphere lingered in the factory. Wu Ling's fists clenched and unclenched, a cold glint passing through his narrowed eyes. Yet, at that moment, the corners of his mouth lifted slightly as he softly asked, "How did my teacher die?" "I cannot see clearly." As his smile grew more pronounced, Chris felt a pang of panic and hastily waved her hands. "I truly cannot see clearly. I can only foresee that the scene will be filled with countless mechs, laser cannons, frenzied criminals, and retreating troops. Your teacher will lie beside a cliff that has been reduced to ruins, covered in blood." "A cliff? A cliff?" Wu Ling sprang to his feet, exchanging a glance with Marazen. The second barrier they constructed lies just beneath that cliff. This is Chris's first visit to Garbage Star, and if she were attempting to deceive him, there would be no need to specify the location so precisely. Furthermore, how could a newcomer possibly conceive of that cliff? Thus, I maintain that I can assist you. Sensing the chilling atmosphere, Chris seized the moment to speak. I can help you predict where usable mechanical debris is located and assist in estimating troop movements. I am quite valuable. With advanced planning, perhaps your teacher need not perish if, with your assistance, we expedite the plan. Can we predict the outcome? Currently, the information at our disposal is too scarce. I cannot forecast it. Chris spoke candidly, her tone revealing an unusual sincerity. However, as the plan unfolds, my abilities will undoubtedly maximize the avoidance of danger. Murayzin chuckled lightly, gesturing dismissively at Wu Ling. You wish to uncover the cause of my death and preemptively eliminate the danger? I advise you to reconsider. In contrast to the tense emotions of his student, he appeared remarkably unperturbed. If the seer abilities of the Yelisa tribe were indeed so invincible, why would they place their hopes on a boy from Garbage Star? Relying on his strength to save their kin? Having lived for so many years, I have grown weary of life. If my death can facilitate your escape. As he spoke, Murayzin seemed to find solace. Then let me die. Upon hearing this, Hao Ran, who was not well acquainted with Murayzin, fell into silence. Even though these two were closely bonded as teacher and student, it was hard for him to believe that someone on Garbage Star would willingly sacrifice their life for the benefit of others. He couldn't help but ponder, if placed in that situation, would he be willing? Certainly not. His purpose in following Wu Ling was to be taken away from Garbage Star, if it required his sacrifice. Then what significance would there be in following Wu Ling? Thus, he refrained from interjecting, leaving the matter to be resolved by the two of them. Teacher, it is yet so dire. Now that we have predicted one possible outcome, I will ensure you do not perish. Wu Ling's words were resolute, his tumultuous thoughts difficult to untangle, yet he chose to soothe Murayzin first. Even the most ruthless individuals harbor a core of emotional attachment. For Wu Ling, Murayzin, who had nurtured and devoted himself to his upbringing, represented his Achilles heel. Putting away the truth box and tossing Chris a few energy bars, Wu Ling instructed, first, replenish your energy. This afternoon, assist me in predicting the locations of the necessary mechanical components. There was no need to inquire further. The seer, Chris, had traversed billions of miles to reach Garbage Star and sought him out, implicitly affirming her confidence in escaping. Otherwise, who would willingly walk into such a trap? With her assistance, they would undoubtedly advance the entire plan. On one hand, he had grown weary of the unchanging life on Garbage Star. On the other, perhaps it could prevent Murayzin's demise. Each reason invoked a sense of urgency within him. As pressure surged through his mind like a tidal wave, observing his unwavering determination, Murayzin, unusually, refrained from cursing, merely letting out a deep sigh, his murky eyes gazing into the distance, lost in thought. Chapter 41. Are you implying something? What do you intend to do? Watching Chris, who had just regained some strength and was now diligently tidying the factory, Hao Ren could not resist asking. What do you mean? Wu Ling shot him a glance. Replying matter-of-factly naturally, we must take action. Hao Ren was exasperated. Why was he still being clever at a time like this? However, before he could speak, Wu Ling continued, in the coming days, we must intensify our search for mechanical debris. We need to assemble the mechs as swiftly as possible. By the way, how many E-class superpowered individuals do you have under your command? The 3DM agents have been distributed, and counting those criminals who can be promoted soon, we have 39 individuals. Still too few. Wu Ling rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The aerial mech force is fully staffed at 500, and with 39 individuals, discarding a significant number who might harbor ulterior motives, combat effectiveness would barely reach 20. Before the final operation commences, we must amass at least 100 individuals. Only then will we have sufficient influence on the battlefield. However, A-level superpowered individuals are indeed elusive. Hao Ren furrowed his brow, stating, I am not trying to evade responsibility. The reality is that many E-level superpowered individuals possess cerebral domains that are not easily infiltrated. If we were to engage them under our true identities, the risk of exposure could be significant. We must exert our utmost efforts while ensuring our own safety. If all else fails, securing 70 individuals would suffice. The remainder can be utilized as cannon fodder with F-level superpowered individuals. Wu Ling uttered this with an air of nonchalance, To which Hao Ren retorted with a hint of sarcasm, "Are those 70 not also cannon fodder?" The distinction between high-level and low-level cannon fodder may yield similar outcomes. Yet the experience during that process is markedly different. Very well, you make a valid point. If one has already resigned to a fatal conclusion, would one prefer to relish the experience before demise? Or depart without a sound? Hao Ren opted for survival. It had been quite a while since he left the clinic. It was time to return. Taking this will provide me with a reason for visiting the factory, he remarked as Wu Ling handed him a newly crafted scalpel, its blade thin as a cicada's wing, exuding a chilling gleam. How much? As a returning customer, I shall charge you 3,000 energy bars. Hao Ren smirked. You truly are quite straightforward. I've already given you a discount. Very well, I shall put it on credit. Upon hearing this, Wu Ling retrieved a bill, his expression devoid of emotion as he stated, "As of now, you owe a total of 27,682 energy bars." Hao Ren chuckled, patting his head, "So I have decided to sell myself to you." Having said that, he casually reached for the surgical case and departed. Watching his nonchalant retreat, Wu Ling finally revealed a hint of a smile. Mira Zhan, who had foreseen her own demise, approached with her hands clasped behind her back. Upon seeing his expression, she scoffed, her words protesting while her heart remained more honest than anyone else's. "No, I simply believe he still holds value." "Then, if he were to encounter trouble, would you intervene?" "It would depend on whether that trouble would bring harm to myself." Mira Zhan cast a sidelong glance at him, musing over the absurdity of the situation. The very moment he sent the soldiers away, he was already eager to head to the clinic. Wu Ling remarked, "Boss, little boss, everything is cleaned up," as the elder and younger exchanged banter. Chris, now wearing an apron, approached them, her sun-kissed face still bearing traces of pallor. "Do you not harbor any resentment towards him? After all, he has left numerous wounds upon your person." Having identified the right person, Chris, who had regained a semblance of hope, still felt a twinge of fear, yet resolutely shook her head. "I do not resent him. In truth, had the little boss not shown mercy, I would have perished just now. You see quite clearly. I hope you hold the same conviction within." Mira Zhan scrutinized her, as if she could peer into her very soul. Just as Wu Ling would not permit anyone to eliminate him, he equally would not allow one of his cherished students to be harmed by a woman of complex motives. "Rest assured, as long as there is an opportunity to rescue my kin, I would not dare harbor any treachery. In fact, even if Wu Ling requested her to share a bed, she would comply. The universe is teeming with life, each individual possessing autonomous thought, a testament to the intricacies of human nature. Just as Hao Ren would pledge his life to avenge himself, Chris, too, could choose to sacrifice everything. Of course, all of this hinges upon the fulfillment of their desires. "Teacher, it matters not." Mira Zhan wished to continue her psychological manipulation but was halted by Wu Ling, who interjected, "As long as she can be of assistance to us, I do not mind whether her intentions are sincere or feigned." He acknowledged his genius in certain aspects, yet he was not egotistical enough to believe that his talents could compel others to orchestrate schemes against him. To eliminate him, they would not require anything more than a small squad of mecha warriors operating in synchrony to accomplish the task. Why go through such convolutions? Thus, to some extent, Wu Ling found merit in Chris's statements. I shall refrain from further discourse, for my advanced age renders me subject to disdain." Mira Zhan departed with her hands clasped behind her back, prompting Wu Ling to chuckle. He remained industrious, assisting What in reassembling his body while inquiring of Chris, "What do you think about heading east?" Upon hearing this, Chris closed her eyes, and her aura underwent a conspicuous transformation, the air around her seeming to warp. To foresee the trajectory of events, one must possess a definite target, or an anchor point. If you will dot a series of anchor points weaves the narrative of an unfolding event, allowing for a more precise extraction of desired information from the ether. Just like now, if Wu Ling refrained from speaking, relying solely on her calculations, not only would it waste considerable time, but the outcome might also fall short of expectations. Only with a clear direction could she unleash her full potential. 2 minutes later, Chris reopened her eyes and cautiously stated, "My intuition informs me that venturing east from Lock Street will lead to danger, yet it may also yield what we seek. The specifics of the danger, however, remain unclear to me. In that case, you might as well choose a more fitting name." "What?" Chris tilted her head in confusion, appearing somewhat endearing. Yet Wu Ling, being the emotionless steel man he was, remained unmoved by her charm and bluntly declared, "Let us call you Riddler. What can be certain when everything is shrouded in ambiguity? If not a riddle, then what? I doubt I merely overexerted my abilities earlier and sustained injuries, which led to my diminished capacity." Wu Ling adopted a stern expression. "Do you imply that I am at fault?" "I wouldn't dare," Chris replied, on the verge of tears. This man is truly a difficult one to please. Chapter 42. The slaughter unfolds. The crimson moon hung low above the jagged mountains of refuse. As howling winds stirred up fine particles, colliding against the diverse metals and causing a cacophony. Soldiers landing on the garbage planet adeptly maneuvered their towering 5-meter mechas through the treacherous streets. Quelling the rebellion emanating from the Bailing district, beams from laser weapons pierced through walls, the occasional screams shattering the cold silence of the night. The production of illicit laser weaponry is a capital offense. What could they possibly be thinking? Who knows? These brainless fools. Ha ha ha. Stop your complaining. Those of us aboard the warship are rusting away. It's refreshing to stretch our limbs, damn it. Don't steal my prey. A squad of 5 mecha soldiers wreaked havoc in the Bailing district, home to nearly 1,000 residents, transforming all criminals into mere quarry for this hunting extravaganza. The sounds of resistance, pleas for mercy, and the visceral explosions of flesh and bone rendered the night increasingly sanguinary. Run! In that moment, former adversaries cast aside all grievances and fled in every direction. You wretched scoundrels! Hukai's eyes burned with fury. The gang he had painstakingly built lay in ruins, and the few remaining members were caught in a cat-and-mouse game with the mecha soldiers. Uncertain of their fates, A-level superpowered individuals were utterly insignificant in the face of the heavy mech's onslaught. Even if they summoned the courage to resist, they could inflict no harm upon their foes. Damn it! The ones wielding laser weapons are from the wolf pack. What does it have to do with my tiger gang? Hukai cursed as he fled. Just then, he narrowly evaded a laser beam that shot from afar, his speed increasing in response. "Old Hu, over here!" A familiar voice called from behind cover, and upon turning, he recognized his old acquaintance, Lord Deng. Hukai hurried over. "Huff, Huff, you're still alive." He leaned against the cold wall, panting heavily while taunting his companion. "Damn it! What time is it to be exchanging such trivialities?" Lord Deng muttered a curse under his breath, pulling him closer. "These soldiers have gone mad. We need to find a way out of here. Damn it, if there were a way out, do you think I would be playing hide and seek with them?" Hukai grimaced, his voice laced with bitterness. "Their mechs can fire lasers from a distance, and they're advancing from 4 directions, completely surrounding us. Do you think we can escape? The laser beams can penetrate metal walls from a distance of 10,000 meters. And the mechs possess an auto-targeting feature. As long as their energy reserves hold, no matter how many come, it's futile. Heaven knows how long these soldiers intend to continue this slaughter. The Wolf Pack's base has long been razed. Yet they show no signs of relenting. If we remain here, it's only a matter of time before we meet our end." Lord Deng patted his chest hair and spoke deliberately. "I've been hiding here for quite some time and have a decent grasp of their movements. You know that there's a garbage hill to the 8 o'clock direction in the Bailing district, which can shield us from the views coming from the 6 and 9 o'clock directions. That's our only chance to escape. Since you've identified a route for escape, why haven't you made a move?" Hukai shot him a sidelong glance, sneering, "You think I'm some guinea pig for you to test the waters? Listen to me, stop." Hukai waved his hand dismissively, settling himself comfortably on the ground, legs sprawled before him, and declared, "They could never slaughter every person in this block. I wager I won't die here." Just moments ago, he had been meticulously contemplating an escape, but upon encountering the enigmatic Laurel Deng, his thoughts shifted instantaneously. The latter possessed the extraordinary ability to control the wind, enabling him to achieve unparalleled speed, an ideal asset for fleeing in the chaos of battle. Yet, even so, Hukai hesitated to leave. He, a mere mortal reliant on brute force, could hardly match the prowess of such a formidable opponent. No matter how resilient one's physique, it could not withstand a single blast from a laser cannon. "Are you truly not leaving?" Laurel Deng's voice grew urgent. However, the more insistent he became, the more Hukai remained fixed in his spot. "You will find a place. This cover is quite satisfactory, since you are so fond of it. You may remain here." With that, Laurel Deng darted out, heading towards the direction he had just indicated. As Hu Kai watched the ghostly figure of Laurel Deng gradually fade from sight, he found himself in a quandary. This old chap, how decisively he acted. Should he flee or stay? Boom. A thunderous explosion erupted beside him, startling Hu Kai from his indecision. He scrambled to his feet, preparing to escape, but the rapidly approaching mech rendered him nearly petrified with shock. What the hell? In an instant, he grasped many truths. He had unwittingly become a pawn in Laurel Deng's scheme. Indeed, he had not been mistaken. This shelter had long been compromised, but Laurel Deng, already targeted, dared not reveal himself. By sheer chance, he encountered Hu Kai, lured him into a trap with a few words, and coaxed him into willingly stepping into danger point. One could not help but say that the criminals of Garbage Star, with their ever-skeptical disposition, had inadvertently led Hu Kai to his doom. As he bolted away, he was no match for the mech's speed. In the next moment, he saw two jets of flame erupt from the mech's feet, unleashing searing energy. That seemingly enormous metallic frame moved with the grace of a swift swallow, propelled by incredible kinetic force, and in the blink of an eye, it obstructed Hu Kai's escape route. With a swift motion, the electromagnetic blade, shimmering with bright arcs of electricity, traced a crescent arc, and blood gushed forth. The wound sliced from his left shoulder through to his lower back, his upper body slickly sliding to the ground like a smooth mirror. Hu Kai, still clinging to life, gasped desperately, but with his upper and lower halves now separated. No amount of effort could alter his grim fate. In the moment of the hunt, laughter echoed ominously. The mech's heavy foot descended upon Hu Kai, effortlessly reducing him to a mere pulp with its sheer weight. With a swift motion, Laurel Deng drew a colossal energy rifle, aiming at the constantly shifting figure of Hu Kai, and fired. The moment Laurel Deng neared the base of the garbage mountain, he fell to the ground, half his body obliterated. Above the garbage mountain, Wu Ling, concealed behind a massive mechanical panel, exchanged glances with him, waiting silently for Laurel Deng's demise. What had already shielded his thermal imaging signal? Thus Wu Ling harbored no concerns of being discovered by the mech soldiers. Roar, a precise strike. A distant mech soldier bellowed, brandishing his electromagnetic blade, dashing towards them at an almost imperceptible speed. Wu Ling pondered. What kind of monument did I just erect? Chapter 43. Trust him. There is no mistake. Time seemed to come to a standstill at that moment. Each passing second felt interminably long. Wu Ling gripped the box of truth tightly, a chilling resolve igniting in his eyes. Earlier that afternoon, guided by Chris's prophetic abilities, he had scoured the eastern expanse for mechanical refuse, but found nothing. By the time he arrived at the garbage mountain, the sun was already dipping below the horizon. Navigating Garbage Star at night posed numerous challenges, and he had thought his mission a failure until he stumbled upon the unexpected sweep of the mech soldiers through Berlin District. At that point, there was no time for him to escape. He had no choice but to hide with What and Chris in the recesses of the mountain, utilizing the chaotic signals above as a cover for What to obscure their life signals and conceal their presence. However, what had begun as a smoothly orchestrated plan had now unraveled. Laurel Deng was gradually losing all signs of life, and within minutes, he would perish. Yet the mech soldier still charged forth to deliver the final blow, evidently intent on torturing him. Just how idle could one person be? A wave of helplessness washed over Wu Ling, while Chris beside him paled, her once smooth and lustrous nails now hardened, reflecting a metallic glint in the light of the blood moon. In this critical moment, she recognized that should the mech soldier advance, the only outcome awaiting her would be death. Gulp. Her throat constricted. She had swallowed hard, yet dryness clawed at her throat as she tightened her body, resembling a hunting leopard. What? Report the positions of the other soldiers. Amidst the howling winds, Wu Ling's voice was nearly inaudible. At 12 o'clock. The mech has advanced to Colin Alley. At 3 o'clock. 2 mech soldiers are engaged in combat with the remaining criminals. The mech soldier at 6 o'clock is providing support towards 3 o'clock. The mech soldier at 9 o'clock is 1827, 1632, 1469 meters away. Before Wu Ling could continue his inquiries, What anticipated his thoughts and added, the enemy is equipped with field electromagnetic blades, collapsing superenergy cannons, laser rifles, and laser pistols. Ammunition levels are unknown. The towering 5-meter mech, upon nearing their position, could easily spot them even without any technological aids. Yet, their combined combat power consisted solely of Wu Ling, who was not donned in a mech. What S body was too battered to possess any fighting capability? As for Chris, an E-class superhuman would hardly create a ripple before a mech, let alone her F-class status, which rendered her utterly powerless. I will charge out. You two seized the opportunity to escape. Wu Ling's voice was resolute, not born of a sudden surge of altruism, but rather the recognition that this was their optimal strategy. An impending battle was inevitable. Rather than have them encumber him, it would be better to let them flee. Chris, upon hearing this arrangement, widened her eyes in astonishment. When had this typically ruthless young man developed such kindness? Surely, he did not intend for her to serve as cannon fodder. Yet, if she were to be mere cannon fodder, how could he choose to expose himself first? Shouldn't it be wiser to let her draw the mech's attention first? He hardly seemed like the type to selflessly sacrifice himself. Conflicted emotions danced across Chris's face. Truth be told, she could not decipher this young man beside her. He was undeniably ruthless, capable of dispatching any adversary in his path without a second thought. From his interactions with Hao Ren, it was evident that he did not fully trust him either. This sensitive, suspicious, and cold-blooded youth had now made a decision that was not in his self-interest, leaving Chris utterly bewildered. You might not necessarily win. What S voice crackled in her earpiece, for it was the one entity in the field that had no need to worry about its safety. After all, even if it were obliterated, it could easily find a chip in the garbage mountain to resurrect itself. Moreover, the clever one had long since created countless backups after experiencing a humanitarian annihilation. It was nearly impossible for an ordinary person to kill it. Struggling to comprehend, Chris pondered What's words. Was it suggesting that victory was not guaranteed, rather than outright defeat? Hiss. Was this boy somehow a humanoid Tyrannosaurus? How could an E-class superhuman possibly tear through a mech? Just how many hidden cards did he possess? What kind of individual had she aligned herself with? As her mind raced, she noticed the mech soldiers drawing nearer. Only a few hundred meters away, Wu Ling seized the box of truth, his form leaping like a specter, darting swiftly to the side. Only then did his voice gradually dissipate in the wind. Better than sitting here and waiting for death. Boom! The mech's foot crashed down, creating a deep crater in the ground. Clin had never anticipated that right beneath his nose, a rat would be lurking in the gutter. Wu Ling's sudden emergence piqued his interest. He fired a laser beam at Laurel Deng's position, vaporizing him completely, and spun on his heel, charging toward the direction Wu Ling had fled. Ha ha ha, little mouse, don't run. Big Brother's coming to get you. Ha 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 ha. With a whoosh, boom. Another beam shot forth. In a split second, Wu Ling twisted his torso with tremendous force, narrowly evading the laser blast with a contorted motion. The beam grazed past him, striking a rooftop in the distance, sending debris flying. Having executed the evasive maneuver, Wu Ling did not look back. His form flickered and vanished in a blur of motion. Boom, boom, boom. A series of lasers were unleashed. Yet each time they barely missed Wu Ling. Rather than feeling angered, Clin's excitement only grew. The bloodthirsty grin on his face widened, and after stowing away the laser gun, he maneuvered the mech to closely tail Wu Ling, letting out maniacal laughter. Ha ha ha, how delightful. It's been ages since I've encountered such an amusing little mouse. Ha 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 ha. We're leaving. What? And Chris observed two figures, one large and one small, receding into the distance. A flicker of crimson light flashed in Watt's eyes. Cautiously, he guided Chris down the mountain. Yet, Chris, hunched over and constantly scanning their surroundings, could not help but voice her concern. Do you think he can escape? After all, he is up against a fully armed mech soldier. Escape? What leaped onto her shoulder? Carry me. My body cannot run swiftly, Chris replied. You know that's not what I meant. Hearing her words, Watt shook his head, turning to gaze at the direction in which Wu Ling had vanished, murmuring, Trust him. He will be fine. In the meantime, Wu Ling, who had gained Watt's trust, found himself teetering on the brink of life and death. His physical strength was indeed formidable, but that was merely in comparison to other superhumans. When faced with mechs, he fell short. This was precisely why a single battleship and 500 mech soldiers could suppress an entire planet. Just one mech, as long as its energy was intact, could easily sweep through tens of thousands of F-level superhumans. and even E-level superhumans had limited means of countering it, particularly for the criminals on the garbage planet. Lacking sufficient resources, they were akin to a pack of savage beasts, utterly incapable of contending against aerial deities. I must lead him elsewhere. As Wu Ling's thoughts raced, he frantically tapped into his latent potential. His speed surging once more, he needed to isolate his pursuer. Otherwise, if other mech soldiers arrived for reinforcements, Wu Ling had no hope of survival. Even so, surviving seemed to be an insurmountable challenge. The howling cold wind lashed against his face like knives, and deep within his eyes, a crimson hue had long since taken hold. After living on the garbage planet for 14 or 15 years, the usually honest Wu Ling found himself entangled with the mech soldiers this night. Stay calm. Stay calm. Continuously adjusting his breathing, Wu Ling could feel the blood within him boiling at an alarming rate. The sweat beading on his forehead was swiftly whisked away by the biting wind, causing his steps to become increasingly light and agile. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept behind him, prompting Wu Ling to leap forward, his body soaring like a dragon carp leaping over the dragon gate, accurately landing on a robust mechanical arm. Then, bending low, he exerted force to propel himself forward with the strength of a cannonball. Damn, this little mouse is quite nimble. Qlin's voice crackled through the mech's communicator, clearly laced with frustration. When had he ever endured such indignity? Merely attempting to eliminate a criminal from the garbage planet, yet time and again, the target managed to escape. Where are you headed, Qlin? Within the mech's radar, Qlin's dot was seen rapidly distancing itself from the battlefield, prompting Captain Korg to curse. Where the hell do you think you're going? Ha ha ha, Captain. I've discovered an amusing little fish. I'll be right back after I deal with him. Damn it. Don't get carried away. Korg spat curses, yet internally, he felt little anger. He understood that his subordinates had been pent up since receiving the extermination mission, and as long as they fulfilled their duties, a bit of indulgence was permissible. With that thought, Korg promptly issued his orders. Lister, plug the gap at the 6 o'clock position. The brothers haven't had their fill of hunting yet. Don't let any filthy rats slip away. Sizzling sounds emanated from the internal signal receiver, followed by Lister's voice. Understood, Captain. The carnage in the Bailing district continued, and Wu Ling, who was now fleeing further away with Qlin in pursuit, could no longer hear the sounds of battle behind him. Amidst the towering heaps of mechanical refuse, an eerie silence enveloped the garbage mountain, punctuated only by the echoes of their chase reverberating through the blood-red night. If you keep running, I might just get angry. After being reprimanded by his captain and realizing he had already covered several miles, Qlin began to lose interest in the chase, especially since Wu Ling was as elusive as an eel. Causing his already fiery temper to reach its breaking point, as Qlin's voice faded, he abruptly halted the pursuit, raising a collapsing energy cannon from the swirling dust. Energy rapidly coalesced at the cannon's mouth, warping the surrounding space as a spiraling vortex materialized, resembling a colossal maw capable of devouring all. You people are just so impatient. Sensing something amiss behind him, Wu Ling's body tensed instantly. He slapped the truth box, causing a towering cannon to be erected in an instant. All of this appeared slow, yet it transpired in the blink of an eye. Wu Ling's somewhat slender figure stood atop the cannon, a blinding energy sphere gathering at its mouth. In the next moment, countless mechanical spiders crawled out from the garbage mountain, their mechanical pincers creating a cacophony of rustling sounds against the ground. A hum resonated as an invisible electromagnetic arc radiated outward from the two of them. Simultaneously, Qlin realized that his squad's channel had been temporarily blocked. Damn it, electromagnetic interference? A fierce glint flickered in Qlin's eyes as he glared at Wu Ling atop the cannon, his murderous intent palpable. I know you. You're the little boss from the garbage planet. I know you too. Qlin. Male, Yorkian, 172 years old, F-level superhuman, with the ability to connect neural signals and control mech with thought. Excellent in combat, stubborn and impulsive, and has been stationed on the garbage planet for 8 years due to his superior's apprehensions. Wu Ling effortlessly recounted Qlin's information. Over the years on the garbage planet, aside from attending to his own affairs, he had been diligently gathering data on these individuals. He firmly believed that understanding one's adversaries was crucial to maximizing the chances of success. It seems the commander's concerns about you are well-founded. Under the interference of the mechanical spiders, signals in the area could not be transmitted. Clint abandoned the idea of communicating with the outside world. In his view, killing this so-called little boss rendered the need for external signals irrelevant. A light energy cannon? It appears you have learned quite a bit from your mentor. Clint sneered, aiming the cannon at Wu Ling, his voice dripping with malice. Do you not know that the use of laser weapons is prohibited on the garbage planet? Mouse? Wu Ling certainly did not consider himself a rodent, for he was not a criminal on the garbage planet. Offering no rebuttal to Clint's mockery, Wu Ling had only exchanged those few words earlier to buy time for his weapon to charge. Now that the charging was complete, he had no desire for further dialogue. He had always remembered the adage. Villains perish from excessive chatter. Moreover, what he was about to fire was not merely a light energy cannon. Boom! Both parties nearly pressed their triggers simultaneously. The black vortex, empowered by the distortion of space, expanded rapidly, growing more than threefold over a distance of mere hundreds of meters. The mechanical refuse it absorbed was shredded before it could even approach. On the opposite side, a milky white beam, as thick as an average person's waist, erupted from the cannon's mouth, silently colliding with the black vortex. For an instant, the world seemed to fall into silence, only to be followed by a blinding light piercing through the blood-red night. The 45th chapter, Fierce Battle. A circular shockwave erupted at the center, rippling outward, instantly obliterating the accumulated mechanical refuse over the years. Within 100 meters, a rain of gold fell from the blood-red sky. Clang, bang! The fragmented metal rained down, creating craters of various sizes upon impact, while the collapsed energy unleashed by the mechs vanished into the night sky after clashing with the white beam. Clint? To have the collapsing cannon, capable of shredding everything along its path, so effortlessly neutralized in this dilapidated place, who could he complain to? The mechs were indeed not invincible in the cosmos and superhumans. Upon reaching a certain level of evolution, could also rely on personal strength to resolve battles. But now, he had witnessed with his own eyes as the little boss merely pulled the trigger, and the white beam effortlessly countered the energy of the collapsing cannon. Such an occurrence in the resource-depleted garbage planet was utterly harrowing. What the hell did you just fire? Clint could not help but curse. In reality, Wu Ling had long ago equipped his weapon with hardware specifically designed to counter the mech's collapsing cannon, intending to ensure he would not be harmed by such a cheat-level weapon in a future confrontation. However, due to the prohibition of energy weapons on the garbage planet, he had kept this functionality hidden until now, as the situation had not escalated to a point of open conflict with the station forces. Wu Ling certainly had no intention of explaining these matters to Clint. Grasping the gunstock, as his body descended to the ground, the cannon reformed into a 2-meter-long spiked club, with the truth club in hand. Wu Ling stomped the ground, sending debris flying as he propelled himself forward like a cannonball. There's no more than 5 minutes left. If my squad fails to contact me for an extended period, they will surely send someone to search for me. The countdown echoed in his mind as he raised the truth club high, harnessing unmatched momentum to swing it toward the mech's waist. Bang! A dull, thunderous roar echoed through the air, sending a tingling sensation through Wu Ling's fingertips, yet the opposing mech merely deformed slightly, showing no signs of impaired movement. Engaging in close combat was the final strategy Wu Ling had opted for. The weapons within the box of truth, aside from a beam of white energy, consisted predominantly of firearms. Even though he had modified the ammunition extensively, it still proved ineffective against the mech's formidable defenses. Rather than futilely scratching the surface, he resolved to engage in a visceral, hand-to-hand struggle. Moreover, who claimed that proximity would render him incapable of inflicting harm. As the wolf-tooth club was deflected, Wu Ling seized the opportunity to twist his body, his left hand landing on the mech's waist. A subtle crack was swallowed by the cacophony of battle, seemingly insignificant, yet achieving the desired effect. With a swift motion, the electromagnetic knife traced a crescent arc. Slashing diagonally at the mech's lower body, Wu Ling retreated, the arcs of electricity in the air causing his hair to stand on end, half of his body tingling with a peculiar sensation. The truth club dragged behind him, his bones cracking under strain as he swung it forcefully, colliding with the mech in a fierce confrontation. From the knees down, he disappeared beneath the ground. I'll finish you off. You little brat. This is bound to be a significant achievement. Clint laughed maniacally, swinging his blade down once more. In a moment of peril, Wu Ling leaped, extracting his legs just in time to evade the sharp edge of the electromagnetic knife. Darting into the mech's abdomen like a nimble butterfly. After another nearly inaudible crack, he hesitated not to withdraw. Just as he distanced himself, a laser beam sliced through the spot where he had stood, creating a massive crater in the ground. Damn it! Don't you dare run! The seemingly cumbersome mech pursued him with surprising agility, a fist the size of half a meter thunderously crashing towards Wu Ling. Should this blow land, it would surely shatter his bones. The ferocious wind howled, the scent of death permeating the air in that instant. Wu Ling's blood boiled, his eyes turning a glaring red from the influx of adrenaline. He had never experienced such an exhilarating battle, nor had he ever been cornered into such a perilous situation. The previous skirmishes now seemed like mere childish play in comparison. The overwhelming assault surged forth, leaving Wu Ling with no avenue for escape. The truth club swung. It collided with the mech's fist, and grotesque barbs instantly pierced the joints of its fingers, stifling the surge of blood within his chest. A trickle of blood escaped the corner of his mouth, yet he pressed on, bracing against wave after wave of impact. Twisting his body, he again found purchase on the mech's waist. Crack! The sound was no longer subtle. Clint, now unleashing a fierce offensive, finally noticed on the mech's data feedback screen that its energy reserves were depleting. What the hell have you done? Clint cursed furiously, attempting to retreat the mech, but Wu Ling clung to him like a leech. Crack, crack, boom. A series of strikes landed upon the mech's waist, yet he was ultimately forced to withdraw due to the counterattack from the electromagnetic knife. Panting heavily, mere seconds of combat felt like a century. The end nowhere in sight. Yet now was not the time to rest. While adjusting his breath and dodging the onslaught of laser beams, he charged once more towards the towering mech that seemed impervious to defeat. The clouds above obscured the crimson moon, casting a shadow over the earth, as the lean silhouette wielded the truth club, engaging in a life-or-death struggle against the mech. The abilities of an A-level psychic were pushed to their limits, transforming the once dominant mech into a mere puppet, howling in frustration. The might of the mechanic finally shone through, displaying unparalleled combat prowess. Crack, clang. The piercing sounds accompanied the fall of components from its waist, resonating sharply amidst the fierce battle. Inside the mech, as Clint read the notification of waist drive unit damaged, he could no longer suppress his shock. Forcing the backup energy into action, he made a bid for escape. He needed reinforcements. A mech soldier defeated by criminals on a garbage planet would be a stain on his career. But compared to the prospect of dying, he would rather endure the mockery of others. The iron will and fearlessness of a soldier had long since vanished from this garrison. Stay back after the battle, Wu Ling spoke for the first time, his few words sending chills down Clint's spine. Chapter 46. Dismantling the mech with bare hands. Clearly, having reached this point, Wu Ling would not allow his opponent to escape. He harbored too many secrets. Silence could only be ensured through death. From the moment the pursuit began, it had signaled a fight to the finish. Only one side would emerge alive. The mech's core had been compromised, its leg function severely impaired, rendering Clint's flight akin to that of a slow turtle. Bang! Wu Ling swung the truth club directly at the mech's waist, only to be intercepted by the electromagnetic knife. His body involuntarily propelled backward. "Do you really think you can kill me?" Clint roared. Aware of the consequences of killing station soldiers, Wu Ling, however, fell silent, his blood-red gaze fixated on the mech, resembling a predator poised to strike, refusing to relent until he achieved his objective. Time: 03:57. Although the previous skirmish had been fierce, only a minute had elapsed. In the remaining 4 minutes, he had much to accomplish. Killing a soldier? He truly did not wish to resort to that, yet circumstances compelled him to make a choice. Bang! In the next instant, Wu Ling transformed into a ghostly specter, unleashing a frenzied assault on the encumbered mech, while his free left hand seized every opportunity to dismantle its components with bare hands. Damn it, disassembling a mech by hand. Not even the mech engineers on warships are this impressive. Clint was genuinely frightened at this juncture. He had never encountered someone who could disassemble a mech in the heat of battle without external aids. Each of his attacks was a feint aimed at dismantling the mech, risking his own safety in the process. Reinforcements? I need reinforcements. Clint frantically pounded the internal communication button, yet the surrounding mechanical spiders continued to disrupt every signal he sent. The others in his squad were completely unaware of the unfolding chaos. Damn it. When the joint on his shoulder was removed, even though Clint could control the mech with neural signals, he lost command over his left arm the moment the transmission components fell off. Clang! The massive electromagnetic knife clattered to the ground as Clint swung his right arm forcefully, swatting Wu Ling away like FLY in that critical moment. He seized the laser gun and unleashed a barrage towards Wu Ling. Yet Wu Ling had already anticipated this. While airborne, he had transformed the coiled truth club into a slender rod, jabbing it into the ground to alter his landing position. Thud, thud, thud. The dull thumping echoed incessantly as Wu Ling closed in. Seizing the opportunity, he grasped Clint's knee, leaping upward to firmly grip his arm, deftly maneuvering to land on his shoulder, and commenced the dismantling process. Clint, controlling the mech, thrashed wildly, but Wu Ling clung tenaciously. His left hand moving with such speed it blurred. After removing the external casing from the mech's shoulder, he began to wreak havoc on its internal structure. The mech possessed a built-in defense mechanism. Should an uninformed individual approach, they would be powerless against it, even if the outer shell was dismantled. However, Wu Ling was different, equipped with theoretical knowledge and exceptional practical skills, compounded by his status as a psychic. His capabilities transcended the ordinary. Though he had sustained serious injuries, he inflicted even greater damage upon the mech. A true exchange of injury for injury, life for life. Give it to me, disassemble. A primal scream erupted from the depths of his soul. Reverberating in Clint's ears, as the sound faded, the mechanical arm holding the laser gun finally drooped helplessly. At that moment, the mech's limbs collectively lost their strength. Boom. Wu Ling had no time to regroup. Darting past the mech's chest, the reformed Truth Club striking the heavy exterior with unadorned ferocity. Boom, boom, crack. A series of relentless strikes deformed the outer shell, and discarding the Truth Club, Wu Ling reached into the sparking crevice. Firmly grasping the internal hydraulic mechanism at the mech's entrance and forcefully yanking. With a hiss, the valve ruptured, the mech's cabin slowly popping open. At last, the two figures within and outside the mech confronted one another, panting heavily. Beads of sweat rolled down Wu Ling's forehead as he yanked Clint out, rasping with a hoarse laugh. How do you like my skill of dismantling a mech with bare hands? I crack. Clint was a psychic, yet his abilities found no room for expression following the close-quarters struggle. Wu Ling dragged him down from the mech, the moment they hit the ground, before he could even beg for mercy. Wu Ling swiftly snapped his fragile neck. Observing the sudden widening of his opponent's pupils, Wu Ling couldn't help but grin. Why afford you the luxury of time to plead? Discarding him like a tattered rag, he accurately tossed a high-explosive grenade beneath the lifeless body. With the emergence of a delicate mushroom cloud, a shower of blood and flesh erupted in every direction. Time. 02:49. Such splendid spoils. With a moment to spare, Wu Ling swiftly ascended back into the mech, executing a dazzling series of maneuvers to dismantle the core device in mere seconds. He hoisted the core, nearly half a meter in diameter, onto his shoulder, grasping the severely damaged truth box in one hand, and without a hint of reluctance, fled into the distance. Once he departed, numerous mechanical spiders seemed to receive a command, rapidly cleansing the battlefield before scuttling into the crevices of the garbage mountain. Vanishing from sight. 1 minute later, cling, cling. After indulging in the thrill of slaughter, Korg, who was tidying up in the Berlin district, called out repeatedly, yet received no response, unable to suppress a curse. What on earth was that rascal up to? Captain, perhaps Kling discovered some treasure and intends to hoard it all for himself. Ha ha ha. What valuable treasures could possibly exist on a garbage planet? I reckon he's simply too lazy to respond. Captain, why don't you reprimand him? I could never swallow this indignation. The other team members reveled in the drama, eagerly fanning the flames. However, Korg sensed something amiss. Although Kling was often reckless, he would never ignore internal communications. The lack of response to repeated calls clearly indicated something had gone awry. Shut the hell up. I'm going to check it out. Commanding his subordinates to continue clearing the battlefield, Korg piloted the mech swiftly towards Kling's location. Yet, mere minutes later, upon encountering the battered mech, Korg was left dumbfounded. Chapter 47. How unfortunate for you. Who am I? Where am I? What the hell have I just witnessed? Where is Kling? Why has Kling vanished? How did the mech end up in this state? A barrage of questions bombarded Korg's mind, threatening to overwhelm him. On the garbage planet, the once invincible mech lay in ruins, the soldier who controlled it nowhere to be found. The entire situation was utterly surreal. So surreal it was hard to believe. Who can tell me what has transpired? Korg stood there, lost in thought, muttering to himself, could the debris on this garbage planet truly defeat a mech soldier? They had guarded the synchronized orbit for years, encountering numerous criminal uprisings, yet never had they lost even a single mech in those suppressions. Today opened his eyes to a new reality. Kling's mech has been destroyed. Repeat. Kling's mech has been destroyed. All team members abandon current tasks and assemble at position A3, C5. The communication channel buzzed with disbelief from the team members. Lister, who had previously filled in for Kling, exclaimed, "Captain, is our communicator malfunctioning? Did I really hear you say Kling's mech was destroyed? What on earth happened? Am I hearing some absurd fairy tale? Captain, you know that joke isn't funny." The garrison on the garbage planet had been dulled by the monotony of daily life, losing their original vigilance. Upon hearing the sudden dire news, instead of converging towards the reported location, their suspicion reached new heights. Listening to the clamor on the communication channel, Korg was infuriated. "Kling, shut your mouth. Is this the time for your antics? Lister, Kling, Su Duo, you three, now, immediately, get over here. Don't make me repeat myself." Only then did the team members finally grasp the gravity of the situation. Something truly catastrophic had occurred. Minutes later, when everyone gathered at the designated location, they found themselves as dazed as Korg. The howling wind, the vast expanse of ground stripped bare for hundreds of meters, countless craters scattered across the land, and the dilapidated mech standing not far away. "Where's Kling?" Lister murmured. Korg angrily retorted, "How would I know? Before you all arrived, I used a life detector to scan this battlefield, but found no valuable clues." Leaving the mech behind, Kling walked along the battlefield until he reached the massive crater where Kling had perished. At this moment, the pit was devoid of all remnants, blood, and tissue, meticulously cleaned. Yet Kling remained there, furrowing his brow in contemplation. After examining the site for a long while, he finally looked up and shouted, "Captain, I've found something." The others hurried over, and Kling pointed at the pit, pondering, "You all know my ability is retrospection. Although limited by my strength, I can sense minimal effective information, but I can confirm that Kling died right here." Korg immediately grasped the crux of the matter. Gazing into the empty pit, he inquired repeatedly, "So, the one who fought Kling intentionally cleaned up the battlefield after killing him before leaving? Though I cannot be certain if the opponent had accomplices. I believe that is indeed the case, and in the face of true calamity, the keen instincts that had long been dormant within Kling began to resurface. It was not because he had forgotten his original intentions, but rather he understood that losing a mech and having soldiers die inexplicably during such a simple task meant that if they failed to apprehend the culprit, every member of their team would face dire consequences. While the interstellar age may seem more advanced than the primitive era of raw survival, it remained shackled to bureaucratic behaviors. Particularly, the doctrine of collective punishment was widely practiced in many cosmic military forces. Kling's death elicited no sympathy from Kling, who inwardly cursed him as a foolish imbecile. If he was to die, let him die. Why drag so many others down with him, since Kling's departure until now? Kling remarked, glancing at his timer, calculating, insufficient time has passed. Excluding the time spent in battle and cleaning the battlefield, we can ascertain that the opponent likely departed approximately 15 to 17 minutes ago. If we pursue now, it may not be too late. Damn it. What are we hesitating for? Everyone, into the mechs, spread out in an arc to search. Korg leaped into the mech, shouting, "Everyone, maintain communication. Call for help if anything unexpected arises. We cannot afford any more losses, understood?" The three responded solemnly, their previous arrogance vanishing. The criminals in the Berlin district were bewildered. After being slaughtered repeatedly, they had assumed that those who survived would eventually be slain by the mechs. They never expected that the mech soldiers would suddenly receive some news and hurriedly flee. Was it really that casual? The criminals stifled their urge to voice their frustration, gazing at the chaotic battlefield. Emotions swirling, once more feeling utterly despondent. Those who perished were their beloved companions. Without their support, the Berlin district could be declared doomed. The prospect of recovery seemed insurmountably bleak, and the other district's criminals would not grant them any opportunities. Enough with the tears that a youth emerged from an abandoned building, approaching the despondent criminals seated on the ground, their eyes devoid of hope and weeping profusely. "Who are you? I've never seen you before." "I hail from the Lock District, here to scavenge. I intended to rest here for the night, but unexpectedly found myself cornered by the mech soldiers, hiding until now." Lock District, youth. The individual before them was none other than Wu Ling, the one who had dismantled the mech after escaping the battlefield. Fully aware that running on foot would never outpace the pursuing search teams, Wu Ling chose a different path. Seizing the moment when the mech soldiers retreated, he made a wide detour and stealthily infiltrated the Berlin district. After all, the house he had exited was empty, and no matter what Wu Ling said, the individual before him could not expose him. Furthermore, due to the high turnover rate among criminals scavenging for garbage, it was not uncommon for them to spend the night in other districts. How unfortunate for you. Chapter 48. Work hard, and life will sweeten. The criminal evidently did not recognize Wu Ling, his eyes reflecting a hint of sympathy. Wiping away tears and snot, he murmured, "At least I survived, but my poor brothers all perished in this crackdown." Wu Ling smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. Indeed, surviving is what matters. What else could he say? He could only strive to blend into this atmosphere of sorrow. Otherwise, he would seem out of place. The garbage planet does not believe in tears. Wu Ling patted the criminal's shoulder, offering solace. "Though we are a group of people without a future, and in the eyes of those stationed here, we may not even qualify as humans, we must not give up on ourselves. Work diligently, and life will gradually become sweeter." As an A-level superhuman, the individual typically carried an air of arrogance, often looking down upon others with disdain. On ordinary days, no one would dare to speak to him in such a motivational manner. Had they done so, they would have received 2 resounding slaps to remind them why the flowers bloom so brightly. However, having just endured a massacre, the weight of sorrow descended upon him, and the thought of his fallen brothers caused his heart to convulse with grief, tears streaming down his face. Thank you, young brother, you're welcome, but may I ask your name?" "Elder brother, Li Lao-san, but others call me Sanyi." "All right, San Yi. Li Lao-san felt a strange dissonance. He had clearly instructed the other to call him Sanyi. Yet here he was being addressed as Lao-san, akin to being called a dog. Wu Ling interrupted his thoughts, shifting the topic. "They will eventually face retribution. You must gather your strength and train diligently. One day, the opportunity for vengeance may arise." Vengeance? At this mention, a profound hatred radiated from Li Lao-san's eyes, which gradually morphed into resignation. His spirits sank as he lamented, "They possess mechs and warships, compared to them. We are merely unevolved savages. How can we possibly compete? 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. Do not underestimate the impoverished in their middle age." With that, Wu Ling patted his shoulder, infusing him with encouragement. "Cheer up. Although the Bailing district is not adjacent to ours, I must comfort the other survivors after encountering such an event. Sanyi, take some time to reflect on your own situation." Rising and brushing the dust from his attire, the blood-red moonlight cast an even paler hue upon Wu Ling's face. Just as he prepared to depart, he was suddenly called back by Li Lao-san. "Wait! What is it, Lao-san?" Li Lao-san, no longer caring to correct the lack of respect in the address, spoke with newfound determination. "I will accompany you. The surviving brothers in Bailing need me now more than ever." Wu Ling paused, momentarily taken aback, then nodded with a smile. "Very well, San Yi. As night fell silent and the bodies had been properly gathered by the survivors, Wu Ling seamlessly integrated into the Bailing district. A few familiar faces treated him as an esteemed guest, offering him tasteless energy bars with enthusiasm. This scene left Li Lao-san dumbfounded. He finally comprehended that the youth he had conversed with earlier was, in fact, quite formidable. How absurd! Yet, viewing it from this perspective, being called Sanyi suddenly felt more reasonable, and he could sense a hint of familiarity in it. The mech soldiers had departed, yet Wu Ling remained vigilant. Contemplating the earlier departure of who was likely returning to the Lock District, as anticipated, What had indeed brought Chris back to the factory, briefly updating Mirazan on the previous encounter before hastily seeking out Hao Rian at the Hao Changzhuang clinic. Encountered mech soldiers? Inside the clinic, which had put up a no visitor sign, Hao Ren pressed his furrowed brows repeatedly, pondering whether contacting him would prove detrimental. After all, Wu Ling was up against mech soldiers. Should he be distracted during an intense battle? It could lead to fatal consequences. Before we left, he mentioned this concern. Watt's tone was unusually somber, clearly indicating his distress. The journey back has consumed considerable time. If he has not escaped danger during this period, the only outcome would be death. If he were killed, no amount of communication would matter, nor would it affect him. Damn it. Hao Ren slammed his fist on the table, seething. What about Chris? Any foresight before seeking you? She also used her abilities to foresee and claimed she had temporarily escaped danger. That's why I rushed to find you, hoping to re-establish contact with the boss. Follow me. Hao Ren led Watt into the basement. The Shadow has been dispatched to contact the other criminals and deliver some potions. The new wave of revolt plans still requires your confirmation on timing. Let us remain dormant for now. It is not yet the time. When the comprehensive plan formally commences, the challenges of maintaining control over the entire situation become painfully evident. Each individual is an independent entity with their own thoughts. More importantly, humans are inherently social creatures, and individual actions can influence one another, leading to even more uncontrollable incidents. Wu Ling was no deity. After all, he was merely a 15-year-old boy. Yet, to orchestrate so many affairs at such a young age, even with Mirazan's assistance, was undeniably remarkable. Our clandestine mech fabrication must remain undisclosed to these criminals, Wu Ling reiterated. That is our trump card. Should it be exposed prematurely, all plans will be in vain. Hao Ren shrugged. Rest assured, I am not one to gossip. Wu Ling felt a semblance of reassurance regarding this matter. The individual in question is an exceptionally skilled physician, endowed with the remarkable ability to craft dreams. On the garbage planet, as long as he chooses to remain silent, no one can extract any valuable information from his lips. Additionally, after a moment of contemplation, Wu Ling solemnly uttered, "Take care." Hao Rian, taken aback by this unexpected sentiment, felt a grin stretch almost to the back of his ears, replying, "You too." I in the frigid stillness of the night, devoid of any insect chirps. Indeed, Wu Ling had never heard such sounds on the garbage planet. An unrelenting wind began to rise over the barren land, resembling the maniacal laughter of a demon. Sitting up in bed, Wu Ling pondered his forthcoming plans. He must devise a reasonable strategy to ensure that the station troops personally confirm his alibi within an appropriate time frame. Only in this manner can he extricate himself from suspicion. Suddenly, a series of knocks resonated from outside. "Boss, are you in there?" The voice sounded like Li Lao San's. Wu Ling rose, opened the door, and indeed found him standing there. "Is there something you need?" Li Lao San rubbed his hands nervously, glancing left and right before whispering, "Can we talk inside?" Wu Ling regarded him silently until Li Lao San lowered his gaze. Stammering, I just came to apologize." "You haven't offended me. What is there to apologize for?" Observing the reluctance to speak the truth, Wu Ling turned to shut the door. A young man must learn to protect himself when out in the world. Wait. Had Li Lao San dared to speak to him so casually before knowing his true identity, he would have surely faced a severe backlash. However, now aware of Wu Ling's formidable prowess, he instinctively humbled himself. Not daring to express any anger, he hastily clarified his intentions. "You see, the Bailin district has been thoroughly devastated. My subordinates have suffered heavy casualties, and I was hoping you could help me find a way to develop in the Locke district." The influx of new criminals had not been allocated to the Bailin district, which rendered recruitment a challenge after this catastrophe. The remaining criminals, each possessing their own means of survival, were unwilling to submit to one another, making it impossible for them to thrive under someone else's rule. Li Lao San, a solitary figure, was indeed one such person. He believed that at the very least, he had a connection with the boss and sought to leverage this opportunity to establish himself in the Locke district. It is a misconception to think that transitioning to another district is an easy endeavor. If one were merely passing through or seeking to join a gang, there would be no issue. However, aspiring to develop influence in a different district is a blatant provocation. Criminals from neighboring districts, who typically hold disdain for one another, would quickly abandon their prejudices and make it clear who truly holds power. If Li Lao San were merely seeking to join a gang, he could have easily remained in the local area. Yet he firmly believed himself to be a person of great ambition, unwilling to settle for mediocrity. How can a true man, living in the world, languish beneath others for long? Come in. After a moment's contemplation, Wu Ling stepped aside, allowing him entry. As soon as Li Lao San took his seat, Wu Ling got straight to the point. You wish to develop in the Lock District? Yes, indeed. Li Lao San nodded eagerly, his head bobbing like a chick pecking at grain. To bolster his bargaining position, he continued before Wu Ling could respond. Of course, I wouldn't expect you to work for free. I know you possess considerable expertise in machinery, and before the arrival of the mech soldiers, my gang's members discovered a hidden location known only to us. Filled with usable mechanical materials, Wu Ling's eyes gleamed with intrigue at this revelation. Chapter 50. The most lethal form of PUA. What exactly is inside? In that moment, Wu Ling recalled the foreboding prophecy made by Chris before his departure. This journey would be fraught with danger, but it would also yield rewards. Initially believing that the reward would be the mech's power core, he had not anticipated that a greater surprise awaited him. Heaven have mercy. On that desolate street, his interest in Li Lao San was merely a means to an end, a way to secure an alibi without any expectation of immediate returns. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to allow Hao Ren to take the lead while continuing to manipulate Li Lao San. With this in mind, Wu Ling's gaze towards Li Lao San radiated a fleeting sense of admiration. However, this glimmer quickly vanished, replaced by his usual impassive demeanor. I am not a professional mechanic, and I do not know the specific names of the items. But everything inside is remarkably well preserved. As he spoke, Li Lao San's demeanor shifted to one of dejection. We had originally planned to explore it tomorrow, but he trailed off. But Wu Ling could easily infer the implication. His comrades were all but wiped out, leaving him without the capacity to venture forth alone. He hoped to use this information to curry favor, in the hopes of restarting his life in the Lock District. Wait, Wu Ling scrutinized him. They haven't discovered your first stronghold, have they? Where is it located? Feigning nonchalance, Li Lao San replied with an increasingly innocent smile. Boss, you see, I can no longer stay here. Once you reach the Lock District, I guarantee you can re-establish your gang. Really? You truly guarantee it? Li Lao San's spirit soared, and Wu Ling nodded affirmatively. I guarantee it. Then we should not delay. Let's set off at once, Li Lao San exclaimed, rising in excitement. Yet upon noticing Wu Ling's calm demeanor, he awkwardly scratched his head. I got ahead of myself. It's too late now. It would be better to leave tomorrow. He was unaware that the Korg team was already in a state of frenzy, conducting widespread raids in the vicinity, even slaughtering a few unfortunate souls they encountered. Aside from that, do you have anything else to say? Wu Ling's voice resonated in the room. Li Lao San, bewildered, asked, What? Do you think playing the fool will be of any use? Wu Ling chuckled at the absurdity, asserting that if he wanted to exchange benefits, he must present something sufficiently enticing. I cannot even ascertain whether what you say is true. Do you expect me to take you to the Lock District and help you establish a power base? That I need to see your sincerity before I can trust you with the location, don't you think? Li Lao San stammered, then quickly resumed lamenting. Boss, you know I'm a solitary figure. How could I deceive you with such matters? Besides, the garbage planet is rife with deception and betrayal. I truly cannot afford to reveal my bargaining chip at this moment. Please understand, Wu Ling scoffed dismissively, moving to the window to gaze at the desolate nightscape. You must understand, you are the one seeking my assistance, not the other way around. That's not what I meant. Whether or not that was his intent was inconsequential. What mattered was that he reveal the location and then personally guide Wu Ling to the items he claimed. As a form of equitable exchange, Wu Ling turned back, teasingly remarking, Li Lao San, one must know their place. A fair exchange hinges on equality, not merely a transaction. To gain equal rights, both parties must stand on equal footing. Li Lao San was already in a position of weakness, yet he still sought to deceive Wu Ling with uncertain information, mistakenly believing him to be a naive and gullible youth. Reveal the location. Then take me there. It's that simple. Seeing that Li Lao San was still inclined to argue, Wu Ling, weary of further discussion, firmly stated these words and fell silent. Li Lao San was left in a state of shock. If the earlier hospitality had offered him a glimpse into Wu Ling's reputation, this conversation had made him truly recognize the man before him. Anyone who could survive and thrive on the garbage planet, even if merely a youth, was far from being an easy target. I'm saying if Li Lao San hesitated, if I bring you to that place and prove my words are true, how can you ensure your promise will be fulfilled? Written agreement? Such talk would elicit laughter from all the criminals on the garbage planet. Who on earth would trust a worthless piece of paper? Ultimately, he still harbored distrust towards Wu Ling. No, he distrusted everyone. From Li Lao San's perspective, this line of thinking was not entirely unfounded. Who could unconditionally trust another in this den of wolves? Wu Ling remained silent, humming a tune to himself and even absent-mindedly picking at his fingernails. Li Lao San. So, I am to receive no respect at all. What happened to the motivational speeches you gave me earlier on the street? Your earnest advice to work diligently? The bright visions you painted of better days to come? Were they all mere empty words? I can hardly believe I was so easily swayed by your charm. In that moment, an inexplicable sense of grievance welled up within Li Lao San, akin to a fragile old man abandoned by a scoundrel. He was conflicted, reluctant to expose his vulnerabilities so soon, yet Wu Ling was insistent, demanding to see it. Felt as if he was being forced into a corner, with the ultimatum of revealing his secrets or facing rejection. How could he withstand such pressure? He had never been so thoroughly cornered before. But if he truly refused to divulge the location, if he didn't reveal it to Wu Ling, who else could he turn to? It is utterly inconceivable to seek refuge with other factions. Even if it leads to starvation, I would never consider it. However, aspiring to cultivate my own influence in a different district, the most reliable option is undoubtedly the small boss. Moreover, those who are being sent my way possess an innate foundation of trust compared to other criminals. If he were to let such an opportunity slip through his fingers, he would surely despise himself. So, should I inform him? But what if, after I do, this youth proves untrustworthy? Can I resort to weeping and wailing? If I choose not to tell him, it is evident that the negotiations will collapse. And as a mere solitary figure, I lack the capacity to develop that area. I might even face severe repercussions from other gangs for leaking information. Severe repercussions? Relentless beatings, until I divulge my location, only to be silenced by those gangs. Contemplating this, it seems that preemptively sharing the information with the small boss might yield no significant loss, right? Li Lao San's eyes began to gleam brighter as the scales within him tilted inexorably towards candor. In the stillness of the room, even Wu Ling had not anticipated that this individual would inadvertently manipulate himself, and the most lethal form of manipulation often occurs invisibly. Chapter 51. We brothers are like grasshoppers on the same string. 30 kilometers southeast of the Bailin district lies a cavern cloaked in mechanical debris. The terrain inside is intricate, and it was by a stroke of luck that our gang's brothers stumbled upon this place. Having resolved to speak, it must be articulated clearly. Li Lao San, being a desperate man, is deeply imbued with a gambler's spirit, and once he makes a decision, he no longer hesitates. Lao San, look at yourself. Wouldn't it have been better if you had done this earlier? Wu Ling, despite being a mere youth, wore a mature smile that left Li Lao San feeling a profound sense of dissonance, yet he could only return the smile, refraining from voicing any dissent. Given the tragic event that unfolded in the Bailin district today, it is no longer safe. We might as well depart at once. Wu Ling, with the truth box in hand, exuded an aura of decisiveness that left Li Lao San in a state of astonishment. No, something feels amiss, yet I cannot articulate what it is. After swallowing a few times, Li Lao San awkwardly asked, "Are you not going to wait?" "Not waiting. This place is far too perilous. We should not linger." Wu Ling's assertive demeanor made Li Lao San feel an overwhelming urge to slap him. Internally, he mused, for heaven's sake, are we now teaching shamelessness from a young age? And rest assured, Wu Ling, unconcerned with the other's thoughts, patted his shoulder and lamented, "Lao San, you must cultivate a sense of urgency. What if those damned mech soldiers return? Consider your meager skills. Could you possibly contend with them? We wouldn't stand a chance if we were tied together." Li Lao San thought privately, "To hell with you. I am a dignified E-class superhuman, a veritable upper echelon on Garbage Star. How can I be deemed weak?" Yet, he refrained from voicing his thoughts, feeling as if he had been effortlessly maneuvered by Wu Ling. "Sigh. Rest assured, Lao San, Wu Ling had obtained the answer he sought, and at that moment, he and Li Laosan were shoulder to shoulder, akin to sworn brothers, thumping their chests in assurance. Once we assess the goods and you head to the Rock District. I cannot promise you riches, but allowing you to develop your influence will be relatively straightforward. You must trust me. Li Laosan let out a dry chuckle, suddenly realizing that this laughter bore an uncanny resemblance to mockery. Nearly betraying his true feelings, he quickly cleared his throat to mask it. Ahem. Of course, I believe in the small boss's credibility. But why, from your expression, do I sense your reluctance? A misunderstanding. It must be that your eyes are deceiving you. Oh, very well. Wu Ling nodded with a beaming smile, feigning ignorance to the other's true intent, and inquired, "Is there anything else you need to prepare?" Upon hearing this question, Li Laosan resolutely shook his head. Everything had been destroyed, leaving no valuable possessions behind. Since entering, the most valuable item he held was merely this clue, which he had now conveyed to Wu Ling. In this transaction, he had not even broached the topic of joint development, for he knew he could not safeguard it. Rather than squabble over such matters, it was wiser to relinquish it outright. Meanwhile, Wu Ling, far from merely discovering new mechanical resources, found in Li Laosan an excellent opportunity to extricate himself swiftly. Under the moonlight, guided by Li Laosan, the two stealthily slipped out of the Balan district, heading southeast. If the treasures within truly abound, we must ensure that no one discovers our trail, especially not those mech soldiers. Li Laosan nodded cautiously, indeed terrified of the garrison. You are right. Wu Ling continued to withhold information about the mech soldiers, and Li Laosan still believed that the mech soldiers had merely grown tired of their killing spree or had received other assignments. Leading to their sudden withdrawal, the 30-kilometer journey was neither short nor long, especially as Wu Ling had to persuade and insistently lead Li Laosan on a convoluted path, consuming even more time. Why are we taking such a convoluted route? When they left, did you see the direction they retreated? Li Laosan hesitated slightly before responding, to the south. Wu Ling nodded affirmatively. The location we are heading to aligns roughly with their retreat direction, so we must avoid them at all costs. You are right. As dawn approached, under Wu Ling's guidance, with a straight-line distance of still several kilometers to the target location, Li Laosan began to waver. Why don't we head back first? The mech soldiers cannot possibly remain here forever. Once they return to their synchronized orbit, I can accompany you again. The scene before them was desolate and empty. Was such caution truly necessary? By then, it would be too late for anything. Wu Ling flatly rejected the other's suggestion, stubbornly adhering to his plan. No more chatter, let us move quickly. Having painstakingly evaded the mech soldiers, and uncertain of how much mental energy he had expended, Li Laosan finally exploded with frustration. On the mountainside, the cold wind mingled with shattered metal debris whipping around them, yet the atmosphere between the two was exceedingly tense. Serve? Facing the wind, Wu Ling stood with his back to him, entirely unconcerned about a possible ambush. Laosan, do you truly believe you still have options? His voice carried a hint of amusement, laden with meaning. From the moment you chose to embark on this journey with me, we are like grasshoppers on the same string. Wu Ling had never seen a grasshopper, yet that did not hinder his understanding of the phrase's implication. For his teacher was none other than Murayzin, and as a banished criminal, Li Laosan could not possibly be oblivious. Yet, understanding or not, he truly did not grasp why Wu Ling claimed they were bound together. With this thought, Li Laosan sneered, I have heard of your exploits, but should a confrontation arise, I would not necessarily fear you. No, 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 Wu Ling turned to face him, teasingly retorting, you have misinterpreted. I have no intention of fighting you. In the next moment, his voice resonated like a devil's whisper, erupting in Li Laosan's ear, making the world seem to spin around him. Do you know why the mech squad retreated during the slaughter of the Balan district? Because I dismantled one of their mechs and killed their comrade. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 52. You wish to perish, dismantling mechs and slaying mech soldiers. Upon uttering these words, Wu Ling even whimsically blinked at him. Reminiscent of a mischievous youth encountered on the roadside in that instant, an icy dread enveloped Li Laosan. Even he, with limited intellect, could comprehend the terror lurking within those few terse sentences. What are mech soldiers? They are powerful weapons wielded to instill fear in the criminals of Garbage Star. They are the sharp scythe in the hand of death. They are the lifeblood of the garrison. Since the deployment of Garbage Star, mech soldiers have not been invulnerable. Yet with each of their deaths, a bloody storm has inevitably followed. They take pleasure in suppressing and slaughtering rebellious criminals, and when one of their own falls, they reveal their vicious fangs, unleashing the most brutal vengeance upon the criminals. In such a context, this youth before him audaciously claimed to have personally dispatched a mech soldier, and he had unwittingly entangled himself with him? Li Laosan's mouth slowly opened and closed, struggling to question whether what he said was true, but his throat had gone dry, unable to utter even a single word. It was, indeed, exceedingly frustrating. For heaven's sake. He had merely heard of Wu Ling's status in the Rock District and sought to curry favor with a valuable clue, hoping to ride the coattails of re-establishing influence. Who could have imagined that this ride would not be to a safe haven? He had been utterly duped by this youth before him, day in and day out, hunting wild geese, only to have his eyes pecked out by one. As darkness swirled before his eyes, Li Laosan struggled to curl his lips, finally managing to rasp out a few words. Really? Yup. As Wu Lingxing arrived, the dialect he spoke was incomprehensible, his voice gradually rising in intensity. What's wrong, my friend? Have I frightened you into a daze? He exclaimed. No, tell me, what is this excitement all about? Are you out of your mind? Li Laosan felt like crying, yet no tears came forth. He truly did not wish to associate with this lunatic and resolved to turn and leave. Are you planning to report me? Wu Ling's voice drifted from behind. If they come to hunt me down, I will certainly implicate you. You are my accomplice. Although you may not know me well yet, I assure you, I never lied at this point. Wu Ling seemed to recall their first encounter, rubbing his head in distress as his disheveled hair danced in the wind. Of course, I admit that I occasionally interpret not lying with a degree of flexibility. Damn it! Who will rein in this lunatic? Li Laosan halted abruptly, spun around and growled. What exactly do you want? I want to report you. I just want to leave. The farther away, the better. Is that so? I don't believe you. Wu Ling retorted, I swear. Li Laosan lunged forward, his eyes bloodshot. If you want to die, I have no desire for that. That's precisely why you cannot leave. Wu Ling shrugged nonchalantly, speaking as if discussing the weather. If you dare to walk away, I will kill you immediately. His demeanor shifted to grave seriousness. Believe me, absolutely. Goddamn absolutely? Li Laosan snarled, then let us see. The truth box assembled in an instant, a cannon as thick as a man's thigh pressing against Li Laosan's face. Cutting off his unfinished words, Wu Ling wore a sly grin. Do you wish to perish? A formidable energy coalesced instantly, causing Li Laosan to gulp audibly, rendered speechless. With the cannon's muzzle aimed so closely, and given the intensity of the energy, it was evidently a light energy cannon. Even grazing it would effortlessly vaporize a person. What is there to test? No, I don't want to. Terrorist. This was not merely insanity. He was a remorseless terrorist. Some things are merely heard about but cannot be visualized. However, witnessing it firsthand is an entirely different experience, with a vividness that delivers a visceral impact. I truly had no intention of reporting you. Li Laosan explained, raising his hands and taking slow steps backward. Criminals on Garbage Star love to gamble. Why don't we place a bet? If you take another step back, let us see if your head will disappear. Having boarded this pirate ship, there was no easy way to disembark. Li Laosan dared not move, cold sweat trickling down his forehead, his eyes fixed on the energy orb poised within the cannon. Nearly crossed in terror, still thinking of escaping. I'll tell you the route. Could you spare me my life? Our negotiations seem to have failed, Wu Ling said, ready to pull the trigger. What a pity. Wait, I'll go with you. Really? You know, I'm still quite young. I dislike forcing anyone and don't enjoy being deceived. More genuine than Bitalamela metal? Very well. I must be exceptionally kind, Wu Ling chuckled. Let us take a detour. What else could we do? Are we really going to recklessly plunge into the encirclement of mech soldiers? Li Laosan cursed his bad luck internally, his legs feeling as though they were shackled with electronic gravity cuffs. Caught in a state of reluctance. Dawdle any longer, and I'll kill you. As the words fell, Li Laosan's pace immediately increased significantly, eliciting an impressed click of the tongue from Wu Ling. After a while, they finally arrived at a rolling mountain of garbage. Wu Ling had determined that the location discovered by Li Laosan bore no relation to his own first bastion. They were indeed miles apart. After crossing 3 hills, they reached an entrance situated at the wind-sheltered slope. Eli Lausan obediently pointed toward the distant mountains, his head hanging in resignation as he feebly continued, to prevent other criminals from discovering this location. We deliberately disguised the entrance and installed detonation devices. Should anyone inadvertently stumble upon it, the explosive device will destroy the underground passage in an instant. Truly a professional conduct for the criminals of Garbage Star. Wu Ling commended them, hoping their collaboration would proceed smoothly. Isn't that right, Lausan? Li Lausan swallowed hard, responding awkwardly, that is certainty. Noticing his evasive speech, Wu Ling refrained from further commentary, gently patting his shoulder with a solemn tone. The past has become an unalterable reality. What matters is to look forward. One must possess foresight. Eli Lausan's smile grew increasingly strained. Chapter 53. Li Lausan was on the brink of collapse. The Garbage Mountain, a location discovered by Li Lausan's gang, bore some resemblance to the second bastion chosen by Wu Ling, having also lain abandoned for many years. Years of wind and sand had left the mechanical refuse on the surface mottled and worn, akin to leaves nibbled by insects, riddled with pits that were quite shocking to behold. Crack. As his foot landed upon the wrinkled refuse, it barely required effort to deform it. By the time the two reached the slope, they had left a long trail of footprints behind. Is this the place? As they peeled away layers of disguise, a half-meter diameter cave appeared before them. Looking up, the entrance extended inward for several dozen meters. With sharp edges of refuse jutting out, one could easily be injured if not careful while navigating within. Eli Lausan pointed toward the cave. The entrance descends 36 meters, all covered in mechanical refuse. Below lies a naturally formed rock layer, riddled with many branching paths. We have lost several brothers in the search for the right one. To have discovered such a depth, you must be quite fortunate. Wu Ling mused, his tone ambiguous. Eli Lausan, however, detected a hint of sarcasm and awkwardly rubbed his nose, his gaze flickering. At that time, we were pressured by members of other gangs, which is how we ended up here. Pressured? Wu Ling could hardly believe that the criminals of Garbage Star could not withstand even the slightest pressure, yet being hunted was a tale he could accept. However, he did not intend to pry further. Suddenly, dozens of mechanical spiders crawled out from a corner, silently streaming into the cave, causing Li Lausan to break into a cold sweat. Don't misunderstand, Wu Ling casually explained at the cave's entrance. We summoned these scouting spiders to evade the mech soldiers. There's no need to be afraid. They only serve a scouting function and possess no other peculiar abilities. Eli Lausan could only think. The more you say that, the more terrified I become. A few minutes later, feedback from the specialized headset arrived, and Wu Ling could not help but raise an eyebrow. Oh Lausan, the detonation program you set up is quite impressive. It took my little darlings 3 full minutes to crack it. Eli Lausan clicked his tongue in disbelief. Is this even human language? The painstakingly crafted counter-explosive program by so many of our brothers was meant to prevent outsiders from stealing our things. And now, you say you solved it in 3 minutes without lifting a finger. Damn. Is there no justice in this world? This is indeed a primary-level exile prison, right? Why is there such a freak among us? Little did he know, anyone who delved into Wu Ling's eccentricities would likely harbor the same sentiments. It was perplexing why someone who could thrive even in a mid-level prison would bother with this group of novices. However, Li Lausan could only keep these thoughts to himself, not daring to voice them to this madman beside him. All right, you go ahead, Wu Ling gestured invitingly. Eli Lausan thought to himself, how polite of you. While feeling increasingly vexed, your spiders have already mapped the way. What do you need me for? Wu Ling smiled sheepishly, nodding. I don't intend to kill you. God damn it. Li Lausan, though feeling cowardly, cursed internally at the other's shamelessness and bent down to enter the cave. Once he was inside, Wu Ling surveyed the surroundings once more, confirming no one was present before following closely behind, vanishing into the Garbage Mountain. The underground passage, formed naturally from mechanical refuse, was difficult for an average-height person to navigate. The sharp corners made it perilous, and even with their considerable strength, the two could only proceed cautiously, fearful of triggering a collapse in the already unstable passage. The outside wind gradually faded to a whisper, leaving only the sound of their breathing and the rustling of their careful footsteps. After traversing dozens of meters downhill for over half an hour, the terrain began to open up, when they reached the entrance of a natural cave. They could finally stand upright. The concealed wiring embedded within the cavern had been dismantled, scattered in disarray nearby, while several mechanical spiders scurried about, as if proudly presenting their findings to Wu Ling. The scene made Li Laosan's eyelids twitch uncontrollably, and any remaining flicker of cunning he possessed dissipated in that moment. With a swift motion, he tossed a glow stick into the cave, while Wu Ling surveyed the surroundings. Marveling, "You've managed to uncover so many paths. Your luck surpasses even mine. In truth, it is also a testament to one's capabilities," Li Laosan awkwardly attempted to explain, but before he could finish, Wu Ling mercilessly interrupted. "Enough, Sanard. If you truly possess such prowess, how could you have been driven here like a fool by other factions? That was merely a strategic retreat. Diske, you certainly have a way with words, damn. If it weren't for the fact that I can't defeat you, I swear I'd wipe that smirk off your face." This young brat may not resort to insults, yet his words cut deeper than any curse. "Please," Wu Ling reiterated his invitation, a faint smile gracing his lips, indicating, "After all, you were the one to discover this place. Thus you have the right of passage." He continued, "See, I am quite courteous towards you, so I kindly ask you to retract those profanities, lest I be compelled to." "Well, you might as well just kill me," Li Laosan lamented, unable to bear the sight of a younger individual posturing before him. Having lived for 6 or 7 decades, he felt that, according to the average human lifespan in the universe, he had only just entered the prime of youth. Yet he found it intolerable to witness a young punk flaunting before him. What troubled him further was the grim realization that he could not outmatch this lunatic. Torture. The agony was unbearable. "Tisk," Wu Ling shrugged nonchalantly, his lopsided grin evoking a desire to strike him, yet he reveled in the exchange, eagerly interjecting. Li Laosan took a deep breath, adjusting his breathing rhythm, ultimately opting for silence as he ventured deeper into the cave. Back at the factory, Wu Ling felt he could never match What's eloquence, often stifling his thoughts. After all, What's influence loomed large, and he was a sentimental being, unable to dismantle something so precious. Now, encountering Li Laosan felt like a match of wits. Two talents meeting, each engaging in spirited banter, finally releasing the pent-up frustrations he'd harbored. Just 2 words. Cathartic. Chapter 54. Spare me. The underground passage had formed into a natural cavern over countless years. As the light illuminated the stalactites, they radiated a mesmerizing array of colors, captivating all who beheld them. Wu Ling mused, if this planet still held vitality, it might one day become a legendary tourist destination. Having lived on the garbage planet since he could remember, he had never witnessed the splendor of the universe. Confined to a realm of disputes, bloodshed, and vengeance, it was Mira who tirelessly recounted tales of the outside world, of the people beyond, even crafting programs to simulate the alluring depths of space. Later, upon meeting What, Wu Ling gained a more concrete understanding of that world. These experiences gradually led him to accept a painful reality. He too had parents. Though the reasons behind his abandonment as a mere infant drifting through the dark cosmos remained a mystery. Everyone harbors their obsessions, much like how Ren's quest for vengeance for his kin, or Chris's desire to grasp the threads of fate for the salvation of her unfortunate people, or like Wu Ling himself, with extraordinary talent and relentless effort, he voraciously absorbed knowledge, daring to plot against the garrison on the garbage planet at such a tender age. His deepest obsession perhaps lay in the hope that one day, should he encounter his parents, he could softly inquire what had transpired. He had already formed a close bond with Mira, and whether his biological parents had abandoned him or were compelled to part with him no longer mattered. All he sought was clarity, to fulfill a small wish, and he would find contentment. Isn't it beautiful? Li Laosan's expression grew distant, his tone inexplicably somber. When I first came here, I fell in love with this place. I found myself thinking how wonderful it would be if the world could attain peace. He paused, self-deprecatingly adding, isn't that a laughable notion? A space pirate exiled here for robbing merchants. A killer with countless debts of blood. Harboring such absurd thoughts would surely elicit laughter. His emotions surged, tinged with both excitement and melancholy. Yet, who truly enjoys such a blood-soaked existence unless driven to the brink? We are exiled here, and our former organization would never risk offending the Remy Empire to rescue us. Like a mere fish, no one cares whether we live or die. Then why do you refuse to ally with anyone? Is it that you are determined to establish your own faction? Wu Ling, who had mocked him throughout their journey, chose not to ridicule Li Laosan's seemingly naive aspirations this time, but instead followed the thread of his disheveled thoughts, probing into the depths of his soul. Is this why you have sought to eliminate me? Because my existence prevents you from regaining your freedom so easily? Li Laosan suddenly laughed, a hint of relief in his smile. I knew a sharp mind like yours would see through it. In truth, from the moment you led me out, you had no intention of leaving me alive, did you? Same here. Wu Ling had indeed not considered sparing him, especially after revealing he had dispatched a mech. Yet you claimed you never lied, stating that once we reached the Rock District, you would support my establishment of Da-O. Ha ha ha, I see now. As he spoke, his laughter took on a nervous edge, realizing that the crux of the matter lay not in building a faction, but in the notion of a rival. Laosan, we are all just trying to survive. Don't act as if I am bullying you. After all, if given the chance, you too would seek to present my head to the garrison, wouldn't you? Wu Ling was perplexed by Li Laosan's sudden declaration, uncertain of its meaning, yet he had no desire to continue the conversation. I want to live. Spare me, Li Laosan stated earnestly. SK. Wu Ling clicked his tongue, choosing not to respond. He could not afford to let Li Laosan go. There was no foundation of trust between them, and the latter's allegiance was insincere. Rather than exhaust himself in the effort to tame his opponent, it would be simpler to dispose of him. He was busy and had no time for a nurturing game. The Mad Wolves gang, annihilated due to the use of laser weaponry. Those weapons were supplied by you, weren't they? And what of the sudden emergence of gene serums that significantly enhance individual combat capabilities? You orchestrated that as well, didn't you? The mechanical spiders detected aboard the garbage transport? I am quite curious about your true intentions. With combat now inevitable, Li Laosan recognized that his life had entered a countdown upon witnessing the mechanical spiders probing the cave entrance. Thus, upon returning to this underground paradise, stirred by its beauty, he could not help but confront Wu Ling. To him, if death was unavoidable, he might as well embrace it here, for at least in eternal darkness. He would have the splendid scenery as his final companion. Wu Ling shrugged, the sharpened truth staff materializing in his hand. You're clever, but when did we reach the point of open dialogue? Just moments ago. The mechanical spiders had already scouted the cavern housing the mechanical components, signaling that he no longer required Li Laosan's assistance. Sometimes, killing was not driven by bloodlust, but rather the absence of trust between two individuals, forcing them to face such a decision. Can you truly not let me go? Deep down, Li Laosan did not wish to perish, yet he also acknowledged a strong desire for Wu Ling's demise. You may not realize it, but I have never been one to engage in idle chatter during battle. Ever since I was a child, I was taught that villains perish from excessive talk, so I fear that with each additional word, the hope of victory slips further away from me. Wu Ling refrained from answering his question, instead turning to inquire, do you know why I broke my silence today? Whether outside on the mountainside or upon entering the cave. I exhibited remarkable patience in discussing so many trivialities with you. Li Laosan momentarily paused, initially believing Wu Ling to be a loquacious nuisance, only to realize he was not. Unbeknownst to him, Wu Ling could indeed be quite talkative at times. But such verbosity was reserved for those closest to him. With outsiders, he never exhibited such patience, especially during combat. I care not for your drivel. I only know that if you wish for my death, we shall both perish together, Li Laosan declared, producing a detonator from his pocket, grinning wickedly. Surprised, are you? I planted explosives outside the mountain. Should I press this switch, once the mountain collapses, you will be forever trapped here. Unable to escape, you shall die here, slowly and painfully. Ha ha ha. Sighed it. Wu Ling exhaled deeply. Fool. I have delayed for so long precisely to eliminate those explosives. Li Laosan. Chapter 55. Farewell, never to see again on the periphery of the garbage mountain. Mechanical spiders diligently executed their pre-programmed tasks, removing excess explosives with a persistent clatter reminiscent of dung beetles rolling their feces. Every action unfolded in an orderly manner until the area was cleared. Vanishing into the crevices of the refuse heap in the dimly lit underground cavern, two individuals, separated by less than 5 meters, could distinctly discern each other's expressions. Wu Ling swung the staff of truth with fervor, sincerely advising, Sanner, give it a try, just 2 presses. Time seemed to freeze at that moment as Li Laosan's chest heaved rapidly, the detonator in his hand suddenly feeling as heavy as a mountain, nearly slipping from his grasp. Swallowing hard, Li Laosan struggled to articulate a complete sentence. Wu Ling grinned. No need for formality. After all, if you don't try now, you might regret it for the rest of your life. What if it works, right? That look on your face is just begging to say, what is the difference between a salted fish and someone without dreams? Do you think such trivial tricks can deceive me? At this juncture, it is all you're doing. The veins on Li Laosan's forehead throbbed as he pressed the detonation button with fervor. In the distance, water dripped onto the stalactites, producing a rhythmic ticking sound that echoed melodiously. Amidst this reverberation, Li Laosan's expression crumbled instantly. Crack, 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 crack. After several futile attempts, the detonator merely emitted a sound akin to a lighter igniting. With nothing else occurring around them, Li Laosan fell silent, gazing at Wu Ling with an expression of purity. I think this is a misunderstanding, he endeavored to buy time. Yet Wu Ling offered him no respite. The spiked club glinted ominously as it danced within the confined space, the howling wind ruffling Li Laosan's hair and unsettling his composure. Bang! Li Laosan retreated swiftly, leveraging his momentum to leap, his body inflating like a balloon as his massive hand descended forcefully upon Wu Ling. Here, how much of your prowess as a mechanic can truly manifest? Sizzle! The staff of truth arced upward, colliding firmly with Li Laosan's palm. The sound of metal clashing resonated, accompanied by a cascade of sparks as Li Laosan's shirt was shredded, revealing his sinewy brown skin. Wu Ling maneuvered closer, his seemingly frail form unyielding, completely overpowering Li Laosan in their close-quarters combat. Damn it! If you're so capable, why not discard your weapon? Li Laosan's weapon had been rendered inoperative during the battle in the Bailin district. Leaving him to engage barehanded in just a few exchanges, he was reduced to a mere punching bag, only able to defend himself, feeling increasingly frustrated and nauseated. On the other side, since the battle commenced, Wu Ling had ceased all communication with him. Utilizing his agile physique and unyielding strikes, he adeptly maneuvered through the cramped space, wielding the staff of truth with remarkable precision. I possess a metallic body. Li Laosan withstood a blow from the staff of truth, the impact resonating painfully through his powerful arm. Yet he remained unfazed, delivering a kick to Wu Ling's chest with force. This man talks too much. Wu Ling mused inwardly, yet his body retreated without hesitation. Come on, boom, boom, boom. The force of their fists shattered the sidewall, creating more and more gaps as debris rained down upon them, nearly obscuring their vision. Wu Ling, in his evasive maneuvers, found himself with insufficient space behind him. Seeing Li Laosan's fist approaching, he could not evade and instead met the attack head-on, crack, suppressing the pain radiating from his wrist. Wu Ling crouched low, surging forward, bang bang bang. Although he did not primarily rely on physical prowess, his strength was nonetheless formidable, propelling Li Laosan's body into a bowing posture. In the next instant, the staff of truth was swung at an exquisitely acute angle. Boom! With the sound of a heavy hammer striking, Li Laosan was sent flying. His robust form smashed through several stalactites like a cannonball before finally collapsing into the stream with a resounding splash. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Wu Ling stomped down hard, shattering the slippery ground beneath him, swiftly reaching Li Laosan's side. The staff of truth raised high before descending heavily. Thud! Li Laosan's metallic skin erupted violently, the flesh within reduced to pulp. As blood splattered, Wu Ling was drenched, transforming into a ghastly specter emerging from the depths of hell, mercilessly harvesting every life within his sight. Farewell, Wu Ling grinned, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. Never to see again. With that, he denied Li Laosan any chance to plead for mercy, his fingers clawing downwards with ferocity, plunging into Li Laosan's skull. Blood streamed from his eyes as Li Laosan emitted a soul-wrenching scream. In the throes of agony, his body twisted and writhed, yet the staff of truth held him firmly in place. As his hands grasped at Wu Ling's palm, they only served to draw those 5 fingers closer together. The viscous brain matter oozed between the gaps of Wu Ling's fingers, mingling horrifyingly with the tears of blood in his eyes. Crack! Wu Ling twisted his left hand gently, and Li Laosan's head spun 180 degrees, affording him a view of his own battered back. Ha! Li Laosan's gaze grew increasingly vacant, his brown pupils filled with the regret of impending death. He lamented his past folly in choosing to embark with the demon Wu Ling. Even more, he regretted his lofty aspirations unaccompanied by the ability to realize them, ultimately leading to a dismal fate. He harbored resentment for many, yet in his final moments, he did not harbor much hatred for Wu Ling. For on the garbage star, there was no humanity, only the coldness of slaughter. Had their positions been reversed, he would have undoubtedly slain Wu Ling without hesitation. Bang! Casting aside Li Laosan's corpse, Wu Ling fell into a brief silence before crouching to meticulously cleanse himself. The crystalline sound of water echoed within the luminescent cavern, as the streams he disturbed sparkled like a string of pearls, reflecting Wu Ling's gaunt visage. Meanwhile, not far from him, Li Laosan floated quietly in the stream, drifting as if he had returned to a distant homeland. Chapter 56, Discovery of Ship Components. Could Li Laosan have been spared? Wu Ling had pondered this question, the answer being unmistakably clear: no. Among the criminals inhabiting the garbage star, there was no semblance of trust. If he were to endanger himself for the sake of so-called morality, it would be nothing short of irresponsible, both to himself and to Mi Cai and Howren. Reflecting on the battered and clearly unusable box of truth, Wu Ling traversed the chaotic corridors in silence until he arrived at an underground space teeming with mechanical components, where a smile gradually spread across his face. This is Link Crystal, which can be employed to enhance the ship's protective shield. The drive energy shaft provides kinetic energy augmentation for the ship's engine compartment. Hiss, Wu Ling's gaze fixated on a trapezoidal piece of metal ahead, where energy conduits shimmered like mysterious runes, beckoning him to approach. Triselmo Stabilizer. This device provides sufficient stability for the ship, typically serving assault-type vessels. Once installed, it allows effortless navigation, regardless of the complexity of the flight. Moreover, the gravitational field it generates at the ship's base enables personnel to move about without the need for seatbelts. Yet, one must not underestimate the significance of the phrase effortless movement in the cosmos. Gravity is non-existent. Even aboard a ship, specialized gravitational components must be installed, followed by the construction of a gravitational system to enable secure locomotion. Otherwise, unless one is strapped in, their body will flail aimlessly. Wu Ling's self-designed ship had yet to incorporate such features due to a lack of materials. To unexpectedly encounter a complete Triselmo stabilizer here felt nothing short of magical, akin to discovering an oasis while on the brink of death in a desert. It seems this location was once a stronghold for rebels. Surveying the surroundings, Wu Ling noted that within this vast space lay no fewer than hundreds of mechanical components, all intended for use in spacecraft. It was not difficult to surmise that among the previous criminals, there were undoubtedly those with exceptional expertise in mechanics. They had made preparations far beyond imagination to escape the garbage star, yet it remained a mystery why their efforts had ultimately failed. Regardless, Wu Ling found it hard to believe that these items were graciously bestowed by the local garrison. In a realm where laser weapons were strictly prohibited, how could the prison wardens commit such a fundamental blunder? In that moment, Wu Ling felt a surge of astonishment wash over him, akin to being showered with unexpected fortune. Is this the bounty what spoke of? A smile stretched across Wu Ling's lips, nearly reaching the back of his ears. What is happiness? Unexpected windfalls constitute the truest form of joy. Everything here requires no further processing. The only pressing issue is how to transport them to Barrier No. 2. This is a monumental undertaking, especially under the watchful eyes of the station troops, where caution is imperative. The main framework of the spacecraft for Barrier Number 2 has been assembled, and the items at hand are merely components. It is certainly impossible to construct an entire barrier from this location. Leaning against the spacecraft parts, feeling the coldness emanating from behind, Wu Ling furrowed his brow in contemplation. Should he disassemble them first and then transport? As soon as this thought crossed his mind, he shook his head in rejection. Not to mention the potential complications of such an approach, he was already under the scrutiny of the station troops due to various matters. Making success highly unlikely. It is evident that upon returning to the Lock District, those mech soldiers would undoubtedly keep a vigilant watch on him. Any sign of disturbance from his side would result in their swift and ruthless action against him. However, the intricacies of the spacecraft and the situation here must remain known to as few as possible, leaving Wu Ling in a dilemma. Should he feign death until the spacecraft is completed, then secretly lie low, awaiting the opportune moment? No, if he fakes his death, they would certainly inspect the genetic sequence of the body, and should he be exposed, all plans would be in vain. Furthermore, such a strategy is overly passive. Even if an opportunity arises, responding in time would prove challenging in such a confined space as Junk Star. If the station troops react and conduct a thorough search, he would be discovered at any moment. As time ticks by, beads of perspiration have begun to form on Wu Ling's forehead. His mind raced with numerous strategies, yet none provided a foolproof solution. After all, he is not omnipotent and has blind spots regarding many matters. However, relinquishing these spacecraft components is out of the question. He could not bear to abandon them. The entire escape plan hinges on the spacecraft, and the items before him could significantly reduce the construction time. If all else fails, he could leave the items here for now. Ultimately, Wu Ling devised a makeshift plan. Conceal this location and incite chaos on Junk Star, allowing him to gradually disperse the mech units in batches. As the station troops become overwhelmed, they would naturally ease their surveillance on him. With an opportunity at hand, he would then have a chance to transport the components away, if that were the case. It is imperative to acquire the remaining parts of the spacecraft as swiftly as possible, so as to catch them off guard in the shortest time frame. In the cavern's emptiness, Wu Ling's murmurs echoed softly, and a sense of resolution began to emerge in his eyes. He would proceed with this plan for the time being and consult with his mentor upon returning, seeking a better approach. The escape plan, which had yet to fully unfold, suddenly turned chaotic upon the discovery of this treasure. He now urgently needed to meet with Mi Tsai and that artificial intelligence to discuss the next course of action. Utilizing the dusty equipment within the cave, he performed a simple repair on the box of truth, ensuring it remained functional at the very least. As for the energy contained within the box, he could only devise a means to replenish it upon returning to the locked district. Summoning the mechanical spider and setting up defensive measures, Wu Ling busied himself with various disguises to obscure the traces of his previous passage. Passing by the location of Li Laosan's demise, he conducted a large-scale reconstruction to restore the cave to its former natural state before bending down to carry Li Laosan's body. The matter of disposing of the mech was significant, and he needed to be adequately prepared. The lifeless Li Laosan served as an excellent cover. After dragging his body out of the cave, Wu Ling meticulously reconfigured the area before slipping away under the moonlight. Soon disappearing into the thick darkness, ahead, a far greater storm was brewing. Chapter 57. Reactions on the warship in the synchronous orbit of Junk Star, warship cockpit. Within the hull, spanning a diameter of 40 meters, Captain Hodge sat elevated in a prominent position, surveying the virtual screen before him. The screen displayed the perspectives of various mech squads, who were converging in batches toward the Balin district, intent on capturing the audacious criminal who dared to slay Kellen. The station troops had descended into madness, and during a thorough search, several gangs hoarding laser weapons were uncovered. Bloody carnage unfolded in various locations, the shifting light and shadow casting an eerie glow on the few individuals aboard the warship. After a lengthy observation, Hodge straightened his posture, fingers drumming on the table before him, slightly tilting his head as he inquired, "The transport ship has been thoroughly searched, correct?" Still clad in a dirty maintenance uniform, Meeson rubbed his hands together and replied, "The inspection is complete. A total of 239 self-destructing spiders were found. Captain Hodge, you see," he continued, opening a nearby metal storage box and placing it under the microscope. Addressing Hodge, "Their internal programs have been interrupted by me, and there will be no unexpected occurrences." Meeson patted his chest in assurance. "Can we trace the signal source through captured signals?" This, Meeson, who had just been boasting confidently, suddenly faltered, causing Hodge's brow to furrow with agitation. "Speak plainly." "It's just that the individual set up a one-way transmission signal, which is a rather primitive tactic." Upon seeing him pause again, Hodge's expression remained stoic as he guessed. "I surmise you have a but to follow." "Heh heh." Meeson chuckled awkwardly, initially intending to flatter but quickly abandoning the notion upon witnessing Hodge's intimidating demeanor. He conceded, however, the more primitive the method, the harder it is to trace back to the source. Given our current resources, it's quite challenging to detect the signal emitter. Bang! Hodge slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Useless." Observing Meeson shrink back in fear only fueled Hodge's ire, especially when he recalled the duo of mentor and student on Junk Star. He felt a stark contrast highlighting his own subordinate's incompetence. Wait a moment, the mentor-student pair on Junk Star. Could they be behind this? Although he had already received a report from squad leader Felix, claiming no leads had been found, he couldn't help but make the connection. Mitsai was no pushover. If it weren't for their potential usefulness, he would have already subjected them to severe interrogation. With less than 3 years left before departure from Junkstar, many might choose to completely abandon hope and passively await their transfer day, but Hodge was different. The 6 individuals under his command and some of the mech soldiers were similarly discontent. They aspired to return and secure promotions, unwilling to transition from soldiers to civilians. The cosmos is fraught with danger, especially in chaotic star regions, where various powers clash and interstellar pirates exploit the chaos, leaving ordinary citizens with little voice and no semblance of rights. If they returned without any power, they might find even their sleep troubled. To navigate the corridors of power, one must possess wealth. And from where would their money come? Naturally, it would be through Mitsai's hands. Reusing various mechanical components, one could assert that the next 3 years would be the most crucial for Mitsai to exert his influence. Deep down, Hodge was unwilling to relinquish such a treasure. While he indeed had Meeson in his ranks, it was evident that the latter had succumbed to alcohol, remaining in a state of disarray. Moreover, both the mechs and warships required sufficient manpower for maintenance and upkeep. Hodge could not dispatch them to Junkstar to sift through mechanical debris. After much contemplation, it seemed that only Mitsai could be of use to him, and he need not worry about the latter fleeing. Are you certain that our warship and transport ship have been thoroughly searched? Hodge once again scrutinized Meeson with a piercing gaze. You may insult me, but you shall not belittle my professional skills. Meeson had long been aware that Hodge held him in contempt, yet he diligently performed his duties, believing that even if his efforts went unrecognized, they were still valuable now. After painstakingly clearing the vessels and receiving neither praise nor reward, but rather continuous doubt, he felt that his professional abilities were being questioned. Indeed, I may not match that damned old man on Junkstar, but I am not someone to be disrespected at will. Meeson's words were resolute, as if he had suffered great injustice, with tears welling in his eyes. This sentiment was understandable. After all, he too wished to secure a safe and leisurely job after leaving this place. Hence he would not yield when it was time to demonstrate his worth. Everyone involved in this line of work had similar thoughts. No one was inherently superior. Enough, just attend to your own responsibilities. Hodge's chest heaved with rapid breaths, wishing he could slap this insufferable fool. Notify Felix to cease all current tasks and focus on closely monitoring Mitsai and his mentor. I want them under our watch at all times. After calming himself, Hodge turned to the others and began assigning tasks. Understood, Commander. Remember, Hodge instructed his deputy England, speaking each word with intent, even while sleeping at night. I want eyes on them. As you wish, Commander. Upon receiving the command, Englander could not help but speak up. Though we lack concrete evidence, we all know that many matters are likely intertwined with the actions of Marazen. Are we truly certain we should feign ignorance? It is not merely ignorance, Hodgson replied with a sardonic smile, casting his gaze down upon the dimly lit planet beneath their feet. When it serves a purpose, he can be as brazen as he likes. But after we depart, do you believe he will hold any value for us? Englander's eyes brightened, and he gestured lightly across his neck, implying, although he did not explicitly state how he intended to deal with Marazen, his movement conveyed a lethal intent that was unmistakable to all present. So, gentlemen, Hodgson proclaimed as he surveyed the room, spreading his arms wide with an audacious grin, let us maintain our final positions for these last 3 years. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 58. Current developments, Doctor. Can you show me if my arm can still be reattached? In Hao Qiangzhuang's clinic, Hao Ren was lost in thought as he stared out the window, when a man staggered in, clutching a bloody severed arm. Observing the bloodstains that marred the floor, Hao Ren, plagued by his obsessive tendencies, retrieved a mop from the corner and immediately began to clean. The injured man stared in disbelief at the scene before him, before finally erupting, "Can you even do your job? My arm is severed, and you're simply mopping the floor without even a glance. It's been too long. It's already necrotic. Just discard it." Hao Ren replied nonchalantly, adding, "Toss it outside. You bastard, I suggest you think carefully before laying a hand on me." After tidying up, Hao Ren returned the mop to the corner and settled himself at the table. For if he were to die or be injured, it would not bode well for the criminals of the entire Rock District. Threatening me? That's merely stating a fact. Howren said leisurely. Do you believe those criminals will skin you alive? The injured man felt a surge of rage boiling within him, several times on the verge of striking out, yet he restrained himself, continually reminding himself to remain calm. To avoid rashness, he understood that should he truly attack Howren, he would surely face dire consequences. After all, the criminals of the Rock District relied on this singular doctor for their medical needs. Do you require a mechanical prosthetic? The mechanical limbs are crafted by Wu Ling from the maintenance department. Admittedly, they are somewhat rudimentary due to limitations, but once connected to the nerve signals, they do not hinder movement, merely lacking the extravagant weaponry. How much? The man, known as Doran, stammered as he inquired about the price while clutching his severed arm. Although Howren had a notoriously unpleasant disposition, he never spoke falsely in such matters. If an arm could not be reattached, then it simply could not be. He was unequivocally honest. If possible, Doran still hoped to procure a new arm, for in a perilous place like the Garbage Star, the fate of those missing limbs often proved dire. 2,000 energy bars. Howren raised 2 fingers and waggled them before Doran's eyes, explaining, the procurement cost is a full 1,500 energy bars, and with the surgical fees, charging you 2,000 is quite reasonable. Doran swallowed hard, hesitating. Could you lower the price a bit? No, damn it. Doran cursed inwardly. If I weren't afraid of you, I'd knock you out. You want to trade? Howren's eyes lit up, the irritation from being interrupted dissipating in an instant. A smile crept across his lips, ready to speak, only to witness Doran falter momentarily before completing his thought. I cannot afford to trade. Howren's expression fell as if a book had been shut. Fine, leave 10 energy bars and be on your way. Doran was indignant. You haven't even treated me. On what grounds do you charge me? Cleaning fees. Howren rolled his eyes. You've made my clinic filthy. Does cleaning not require manpower? Does it not waste time? I have no money. Do as you will. Are you certain? Faced with Howren's sardonic smile, Doran felt a shiver run down his spine, causing him to swallow back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. I only have 5 left. With no money, what business do you have seeking treatment? With that, Howren flipped the sign on the table, pointing to the universal lettering, reading aloud. No credit, do you understand no credit? Damn it, you think you can owe money to a doctor who saves lives? I enough. I have no time for your nonsense. Leave 5 energy bars and get out. After shooing Doran away, leaving him to his fate, Howren closed the clinic's door with a vexed heart, muttering under his breath, damn it, you better not be in trouble. The only person he genuinely cared about was the young boss of the maintenance department. The latter had now gone missing, and no matter the efforts he made to reach out, he could not establish contact, further amplifying his concerns for Wu Ling's safety. Though he was loath to admit it, the hopes of those who had departed rested squarely on the shoulders of this young man. Should anything happen to Wu Ling, all their prior preparations would be rendered futile, and their aspirations of escape would dissolve into mere fantasy. Where on earth are you now? A squad of mech soldiers passed by on the street, heading towards the maintenance department. Watching their retreating figures, Howren's anxiety deepened. Rock District Maintenance Department. Inside the factory, Felix once again occupied Morazen's recliner, mockingly stating, the last time I was here, your student was absent, and now, just days later, your student is still nowhere to be found. Have all the mechanical junk been repaired? Are you in such a hurry to scavenge for scraps? Since when did we lose the freedom to scavenge? Heh, you need not say such things to me. Felix pointed to his eyes, indicating, my eyes are fixed on you. No matter what tricks you attempt, the 500 mech soldiers will accompany you to the end. So, your purpose in coming here is merely to keep an eye on us? Morazen scoffed. Let us be real. We both know that at this stage, it is impossible for you to kill me, so just put away your petty thoughts, for we could just as easily bring each other down. Felix opened his mouth to respond, only to be abruptly interrupted by Morazen. I certainly want to live beyond 3 years, and my student will likely follow me to hell. So what grievances do you have? Hell? Ha 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 ha. Felix doubled over with laughter. Yet his eyes shimmered with a chilling glint. Isn't it heaven? According to our nature, hell would be more fitting. Morazen shrugged. But that is of little consequence. What matters is that we are left with only 3 years. Is it not? Indeed, as a senior scholar, you are quite astute, and you have indeed raised a fine student. Oh, by the way, you may not be aware. Felix clapped his forehead. How could I forget to mention this? Your precious student has just taken down one of our mechs, even killing a mech soldier in the process. Murayzin froze for a moment, then erupted in fury. Nonsense. Wu Ling is merely an F-grade superhuman. How could he possibly destroy a mech? And if that were true, would you be sitting here chatting with me? Their gazes locked, and the air around them became thick with tension. Chapter 59. The game between Murayzin and the mech soldiers to blame my student for your misfortunes is rather excessive. Don't you think? Excessive? Ha 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 ha. Whether it was him or not is not for you to decide, so it was indeed your doing, Felix remarked with a smirk, his eyes glinting. Whether he did it or not is irrelevant. As you said, you 1T survived 3 years anyway. The bird and rabbit die, the hunting dog is cooked. This is an inescapable fate in the Chaos Star domain, which is precisely why so many strive desperately to ascend. They wish to become the ones who hunt birds and rabbits, slaughtering the hunting dogs, even at the cost of everything. If blame is to be laid, it is merely a matter of poor luck for you. One is a senior scholar, the other a genius student. Placed outside, they would undoubtedly attract immense attention. Alas, how unfortunate. Alas, this is a garbage star where even the heavens do not heed your call. Murayzin cast a glance at the 4 mechs surrounding the factory before turning back to organize the mechanical equipment inside. Do you think we care about this? Haven't you always dreamed of escaping? Upon hearing this, Murayzin chuckled. You needn't attempt to intimidate me with such notions. Every criminal on this garbage star, one and all, harbors thoughts of escape. So, we play a daily game of cat and mouse, and we owe you a debt of gratitude for adding a modicum of amusement to the otherwise tedious lives of the garrison. No need for thanks. It is merely their just deserts, them, without you. Whether we receive our due is not for certain individuals to comment on. How delightful it is to engage in light-hearted banter with you. Felix chuckled heartily, turning his gaze towards Chris, his chin resting on his hand. Greetings, beautiful miss. I must admit, I am quite perplexed. With your enchanting allure, why have you not remained aboard the ship, but instead been cast away to this filthy realm known as Garbage Star? Chris discreetly rolled her eyes, thinking to herself that staying on the ship would have been the most terrifying prospect. Yet, regardless of her true feelings, she could only utter words that betrayed her thoughts. Thank you. Would you care to accompany me back to the ship? No. Well, under the care of Teacher Murayzin, my days have been rather pleasant, yes indeed. You heard my conversation with Murayzin, even if it means facing death in 3 years? You would prefer to stay here? Chris bit her lip tightly, timidly nodding. I would. Very well. Felix nodded decisively, surprisingly refraining from further inquiries, showing no signs of anger. This left Chris somewhat stunned. She had expected to be met with a reprimand. Yet nothing transpired. How utterly abnormal. Come help. Murayzin's voice broke through her astonishment. Okay. I'm coming right away. Do not doubt anything. The soldier before you simply harbors no fondness for women, Murayzin mockingly remarked, perhaps before being stationed at Garbage Star. He had an affinity for women? Who knows? That is my prerogative, Murayzin, Felix replied, somewhat dissatisfied, yet Murayzin continued unabashedly indeed. So, might I inquire, esteemed squad leader, how long do you intend to remain with me? Surely you wouldn't deprive this old man of some peace during these final 3 years. I fear you shall be disappointed. Orders have come down, and from now on, our squad shall ensure your safety. Felix emphasized the word safety, the weight of its implication unmistakable. Protecting safety is a facade. True intent lies in surveillance. Then protect from the outside. Do not enter my factory. You have no say in this matter, Murayzin. I advise you not to waste your efforts. Clang. The mechanical wrench was tossed to the ground by Murayzin. A series of sharp sounds ringing out as he strode forward, seizing Felix by the collar, enunciating each word. Listen, either you leave now, or you can kill me. From this point forward, all mechanical components shall be repaired by your own means. Trust me, once I am dead, my students will never again assist you with this wretched scrap. If you lack the authority, then now, immediately, inform your superior of the situation. I give you 5 minutes. After that, whether you kill me or not, I shall take my own life. If you doubt me, let us see. Why must it come to this? Felix attempted to brush Murayzin's hand away, but found himself unable to contend with the elder before him. The earlier bravado had dissipated, for he truly could not kill Murayzin at this moment. Otherwise, Commander Hodges would undoubtedly tear him apart. He held no doubts about that. Would an old man like me fear you? Since the two had acknowledged the inevitability of their fate in 3 years, Murayzin swiftly sought a breakthrough. In his view, it was utterly impossible to withdraw the mech squad, yet under observation, negotiating for some private space for himself, and Wu Ling was entirely feasible. One could not be monitored even for the most basic of needs. I will contact the commander now. So may I be released? Felix struggled several times, but to no avail, unable to suppress his rising concern regarding Murayzin's threat level. After halting a subordinate who attempted to rush in, he calmly stated, "You know, a mutual destruction scenario benefits neither of us. The rules of this world are perplexing. When one possesses value unbeknownst to them, anyone dares to dominate. Yet once you choose to retaliate, those who once bullied you will weigh their losses at any time and place, even if one possesses extraordinary talent. If one is a simpleton, they will garner no respect." Minutes later, having ended the communication, Felix's face turned pale. Following a scathing reprimand, his mood had soured considerably, yet he managed a faint smile in Murayzin's presence. "Commander Hodges has agreed. We shall be stationed outside the factory from now on." "Humph." Murayzin said nothing, merely observing him until Felix, feeling a lack of intrigue, departed the factory, prompting Murayzin to withdraw his gaze. "Teacher Mirazan," as the factory doors slowly closed. Chris couldn't help but voice her concern. "I can only vaguely foresee what lies ahead. I hope the young master will be safe." Chapter 60. Encounter with the mech soldiers. Even you, with your foresight, cannot discern what I, an old man, can, Murayzin retorted sharply, disregarding Chris's aggrieved expression. "Come help. The accumulated scrap metal has indeed become rather excessive. That wretched brat shall receive a stern lesson when he returns." Chris shrank her neck, obediently following behind him, becoming a true assistant. As for what? After the arrival of the mech soldiers, it had retreated to a corner, resembling an emotionless, broken mechanical dog, the kind anyone passing by would feel compelled to kick. While Murayzin busied himself with work, what controlled a cannon fodder robot, approaching him, its hands contorted in the air, resembling a failed scarecrow. "Those fools have just set up surveillance radars around." Murayzin silently acknowledged the robot's gestures, nodding slightly without further comment. Those soldiers would never miss the opportunity for surveillance. Setting up listening radars was merely routine, and he certainly would not pursue Felix recklessly over such matters, after threatening to take his own life. Their withdrawal from the factory area had been the greatest concession. Murayzin did not genuinely wish for mutual destruction. His only hope now was for Wu Ling's safe return. Mechanical arm, ready. Microscope lens, adjust to 5,400 times magnification. Mark welding points, acknowledged. The repair work within the factory proceeded methodically, while Wu Ling, finding himself in a desolate wilderness, had just finished manipulating the body of Li Lao San and successfully disposed of it. He finally encountered the first wave of mech soldiers in the H5-21 area, a straight distance of 72 kilometers from Rock District. "Who goes there? Raise your hands above your head and step forward." Wu Ling complied, placing the box of truth on the ground, then slowly rising, hands raised. "Do not misunderstand. I am Wu Ling, a mechanic from Rock District, out here merely to scavenge for junk. Step forward for inspection." Wu Ling's self-introduction indeed bore fruit. Even if these mech soldiers had never seen him, they were aware of his connection to Mirazan. In the absence of any anomalies, they would not treat him as they would other criminals. Drawing their weapons without hesitation, "Very well done." Wu Ling cooperatively stepped forward for inspection, facing 3 mechs. Even at his peak, he stood no chance against these formidable metal behemoths. The lead mech's chest compartment opened, and a robust man leaped out, striding towards Wu Ling, at 15 years of age. Wu Ling had already reached 180 centimeters in height, yet he still had to look up at the man, a testament to the latter's imposing stature. How can someone so tall and robust not feel constrained in this type of mech? Setting aside his musings, Wu Ling greeted, "Greetings, Commander. I am Wu Ling, a student of Teacher Murayzin. I am Claire. Do you have any proof?" Wu Ling hesitated. "Before leaving Rock District, I never anticipated encountering you esteemed commanders, so I have no means to prove my identity." Just then, a youth jumped down from another mech. Quickly approaching Claire and whispering a few words, as they conversed, he cast furtive glances at Wu Ling. Throughout their exchange, Wu Ling stood there, maintaining a look of innocence on his face. "This area is not particularly close to Rock District. And given the numerous large garbage mounds surrounding it, why have you ventured here? Claire, having listened to his subordinate's whispers, ceased to dwell on Wu Ling's identity and instead inquired suspiciously, in such a dangerous place as Garbage Star. You ventured here alone? The situation seemed curious indeed. Sighed at Wu Ling's side, his tone tinged with indignation. Isn't it because of the influx of new criminals? With so many people and so few resources, everyone must survive. Leading to competition for limited resources, I prefer to avoid mingling with them, so I often choose to venture farther afield. How long have you been out? About 2 or 3 days. And you have found nothing? Wu Ling nodded, shrugging. Indeed, not a single thing. Claire was certainly not one to be easily deceived by mere words. As she scrutinized Wu Ling, she seemingly nonchalantly took a step forward, her voice low and firm. Tell me your route this time. I will personally verify it. Generally speaking, if confronted with an ordinary criminal, they would not go to such lengths. If they found the individual displeasing, they might simply eliminate them. However, Wu Ling's identity was indeed different. At least in the context of the planetary garrison, where he was officially registered. Wu Ling pondered for a moment before sincerely inquiring, Commander, has something happened? Answer only what is asked. Claire snapped impatiently, showing no inclination to respond. Seeing that no useful information could be extracted, Wu Ling abandoned his plan to further provoke her and honestly recounted his movements over the past 3 days. When Claire learned that Wu Ling had once taken refuge in the Balan district, her eyes narrowed sharply, while the 2 mech soldiers slowly advanced, seemingly preparing to encircle him. What is the meaning of this? Wu Ling, in a state of panic, retreated a step, repeatedly waving his hands. It's a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. When the Balan district was besieged, I was hiding in my room, too afraid to come out. I did not partake in the criminals' riot. Whether he participated or not was not something that could be determined solely by his words. Claire let out a cold laugh. If you have nothing to hide, then come with us for a moment. Where to? Wu Ling asked. The new batch of mechanical junk isn't repaired yet. The commanders are pressing for it. And I need to return to see Teacher Mirazan as soon as possible. Are you trying to press me with this? Claire's gaze darkened. Do you think I would be intimidated? You must tell me what exactly happened. Wu Ling, at a loss, responded. The mech soldier Clin was killed, and the mech's main program was dismantled and stolen. Do you think this is enough reason to take you with us? What? Wu Ling was rendered speechless. And after a long pause, he shook his head. It has nothing to do with me, and after the Balan district was besieged, I left with Li Laosan from the district. Left? Where to? Wu Ling hurriedly recounted everything that had transpired over the past few days. Watching Claire's brow furrow deeper, nearly capable of crushing a fly. Chapter 61. Alibi. You killed Li Laosan. As Wu Ling's narrative unfolded, Claire began to discern the unusual elements. You were present during the Balan district siege. And after traveling with the criminals from Balan, you then killed one of them? The death of the mech soldier seems unrelated to you. Yet the convergence of these events appears too coincidental. That's how it is, Wu Ling organized his thoughts. Yet this very act only heightened Claire's suspicion. Where did you kill him? Upon Wu Ling revealing the location, Claire promptly ordered her subordinate soldiers to search for Li Laosan's corpse. As the soldiers departed, Claire remarked with a smile, then let us wait. In truth, she had already received orders from Captain Hodge to avoid excessively troubling the teacher-student duo at this time. After all, they posed little threat, and as long as the repairs on the mechanical junk were not delayed, it was acceptable. However, since discovering Wu Ling's prior presence in the Balan district, Claire could not afford to be careless. After all, this matter involved the death of a mech soldier, and all mech teams were paying close attention. Even members of Clin's team were summoned back to the battleship for questioning, and serious punishment was inevitable. Other teams were conducting extensive searches, both to apprehend the daring criminals who had killed a mech soldier and to ensure their own safety, as they certainly did not wish to suffer a setback. Commander, please exercise discretion. Our maintenance department relies on your support for sustenance and would never resort to killing mech soldiers. Wu Ling sat atop a mound of junk, showing no intention of fleeing, despite one soldier having left. 2 remained. While it might be feasible to kill one, eliminating 2 mechs with the current means seemed utterly fantastical. Should they coordinate their attack, he would surely meet his end. We are about to be reassigned. The criminals on Junk Star are rather restless. Claire snorted, her irritation palpable at the mere thought. Why can't they just leave quietly? Why are so many issues cropping up just as the time draws near? My teacher and I have always abided by the law. Wu Ling thumped his chest emphatically, utterly oblivious to the concept of shame. His words dripping with sincerity. He could not help but rub his hands together and ingratiate himself further. You see, could you possibly request the captain to assign us more work before you esteemed commanders depart? Teacher Marazin and I could earn some extra living expenses. You're quite the ambitious young man. Claire remarked with a wry smile. Who can predict what the future holds? Perhaps you should contemplate how to navigate the present challenges. Challenges? I do not perceive them as such. Claire countered, you are clearly enforcing the law, unwilling to overlook any wrongdoing, thus your meticulous investigation. I feel nothing but a profound sense of security. How could I consider this a challenge? Flattering words flowed effortlessly from Wu Ling's lips, leaving Claire amused. The mech soldiers had long neglected their training, their combat effectiveness waning, and they spent their days in drunken revelry, engaging in flirtations. Regarding Klin's death, their primary concern was whether it would affect their interests. And to be honest, it was difficult for them to empathize. Ahem. Observing the loquacious youth before him, Claire's suspicions had considerably lessened. Even if you shower us with flattery, we must still adhere to protocol in our investigation. That is only natural, Wu Ling replied with a grin, showing no sign of discontent. His effade was seamless, and combined with his youthful visage, it easily disarmed any defenses. After all, what malice could a 15-year-old possess? Including Wu Ling, the trio gradually delved into conversation. The soldier sent to search for the corpse was named Maine, a name that might suggest femininity, yet she was, in fact, a seasoned veteran, known for her extravagant lifestyle. With rumors suggesting her exploits had turned her into a mere shadow of her former self. The individual who had been whispering with Claire was Chi Su Tong, ever vigilant at Claire's side, appearing devoted while secretly aiming to leverage his relationship with the squad leader for personal advancement. He harbored dreams of escaping this desolate place, unwilling to squander his life as an inconsequential mech soldier. This was merely human nature, not easily labeled as right or wrong. In the cosmos, a universal language existed, both in speech and writing, having developed its own system. With the aid of technology, almost all languages could be translated into this common tongue, facilitating communication without issue. This was equally true on Junkstar, where compact translators had become ubiquitous tools. After more than 2 hours of casual conversation, the group noticed a small dark dot swiftly approaching from the distance. At this moment, Claire unexpectedly patted Wu Ling on the shoulder in a friendly manner, stating, once the process is complete, if there are truly no issues, you may return to the Lock District. Isn't there a need to report to headquarters for questioning? Wu Ling inquired, astonished. The so-called headquarters referred to the battleship in synchronous orbit, and he was quite eager to visit. No need. Claire waved her hand dismissively, adding cryptically, it's all essentially the same. No sooner had she spoken than a powerful gust of wind accompanied by a series of sonic booms approached rapidly, raising a cloud of dust as Maine maneuvered her mech with a flamboyant flourish, causing the others to squint against the debris. Thud. The mech's left arm swung down, dropping a lifeless body onto the ground. And Maine leaped out of the mech. This should be Li Lao-san, she stated nonchalantly, kicking the corpse, which had already begun to show signs of decomposition, shrugging at Claire, confirming it was indeed found near the reported location. However, due to the wind, the body had been blown a bit further away. Gunfire? Claire examined the wounds on Li Lao-san's body, and before she could speak further, Wu Ling preemptively explained, as all commanders are aware. I am a mechanic. The weapon I wield may possess considerable power, which is entirely reasonable. While saying this, he patted the somewhat deformed truth box, lamenting, however, after this confrontation, I too have paid a hefty price. Without timely repairs, my weapon risks becoming inoperative. Claire, upon hearing this, took the truth box and began to inspect it closely. Chapter 62. Return to Lock Street. I can assure you, the attack power of my weapon did not exceed the standard for laser weapons. Wu Ling assisted in unlocking the truth box, repeatedly assuring her, after all, I have always adhered to the law. You needn't keep emphasizing that point, Claire interrupted him, then turned to Maine. Has the time of death been confirmed? The dust storm raged fiercely, leaving the bodies severely mutilated, and without specialized equipment, we were unable to ascertain the exact time of death, only estimating a rough time frame within a day. Maine's response gradually eased Wu Ling's anxious heart. Secretly admiring the doctor's prowess, This ability to obscure the body's condition and disrupt visibility was something he had learned alongside Hao Ran, and it had indeed proven invaluable. What he needed was this very effect. As long as it was established that Li Laosan had died within a day, it would be impossible to find evidence of his deceit, which would also, to some extent, alleviate his suspicion, as for the possibility of tracing back Li Laosan's memories through neural connection signals. That was utterly impossible. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Claire promptly suggested, extract his brainstem cells for testing. It would likely be quite difficult. Maine hesitated, saying, his brain cells have already been damaged. Even if we bring them back to the battleship, it would be challenging. I instructed you to extract the brainstem cells, Claire replied impatiently. Whether it's feasible or not is not our concern. Let those medical personnel deal with it. Understood, Captain. Claire's mindset was rather straightforward. Since the members of their squad had encountered such an incident, they should simply fulfill their responsibilities, leaving everything else untroubled. They were certainly obliged to attend to their own duties, while matters outside their purview could be left to others. The mecha soldiers stationed on Garbage Star were remarkably uncomplicated. You need not worry. If it's not your doing, there will surely come a day to clear your name. But if it is your doing, do not blame us for being unmerciful. Claire turned to Wu Ling, adding, after all, we are merely acting impartially. With the mecha soldiers killed, there must be an explanation. I completely understand. Wu Ling nodded. So, do I still need to accompany you officers? Before Maine returned, Claire had stated he need not go to the battleship, but Wu Ling had little faith in his words. The mecha soldiers had a reputation for being ruthless, with countless instances of them turning against others, devoid of any credibility, under the dim sky. Facing the raging wind, Claire pondered for a moment and quickly made a decision in line with the captain's previous orders. I will personally escort you back to Locke District. After that, you need not show yourself again. Just await our findings. The mecha soldiers had internal communication channels, and he was aware that Felix had already stationed his team at the maintenance department. Once Wu Ling returned there, escape would be impossible. Moreover, Claire's personal escort would completely eliminate any notion of Wu Ling attempting to flee, leaving him with no choice but to patiently await the final judgment. After tossing the suitcase to Wu Ling, Claire swiftly delegated tasks and communicated with the battleship. Upon receiving a clear response, he and Wu Ling dashed toward Locke District. The wind howled as Wu Ling, perched upon the shoulder of the mecha, squinted against the gusts, reflecting on the events that had transpired along the way, gradually calming his thoughts. In truth, when he encountered the mecha soldiers, he had prepared for the worst, that is, a situation where both parties would perish. He certainly hadn't anticipated such a smooth progression. Thus, there must have been occurrences unbeknownst to him. Ever since he had ventured out with Li Laosan, he had been out of touch with Hao Ran. And to comprehend the entirety of the situation, he would have to wait until he returned to Locke District. The mecha's pace was exceptionally swift, especially as they chose not to take detours. In less than half an hour, they arrived back at Locke District. When the group of criminals saw Wu Ling returning atop the mecha, they were immediately struck with shock. To them, it was unfathomable that the mecha soldiers, known for their ruthlessness, would actually return an apprehended criminal personally. It shattered their previous notions. Everything happening before their eyes was so surreal that they momentarily forgot to greet Wu Ling, allowing him to pass by unchallenged. Outside the Hao Qiangzhuang clinic, the recently distressed Hao Ren witnessed this scene, and his racing heart finally found solace, letting out a long sigh of relief. It's good that you're back. Their eyes met for a fleeting moment before they averted their gazes, refraining from speaking under the watchful eyes of the mecha soldiers. Yet that brief exchange conveyed an understanding born from their long-standing rapport. See you tonight. See you tonight. Outside the maintenance department factory in Locke District, a new building had risen, with 2 mechas stationed on either side of the factory entrance, while the remaining 3 stood silently around the newly constructed edifice. Felix was leisurely sipping tea on a balcony chair when he caught sight of Wu Ling, a hint of an enigmatic smile gracing his lips. You finally returned. Did you come back empty-handed? He rose and approached the edge of the balcony, slightly looking up at Wu Ling perched upon the mecha's shoulder, teasingly remarking, returning with nothing. That doesn't quite suit your style. There was nothing to be done. First, we faced an ambush in Berlin District, then I was deceived by the criminals there into a wild goose chase. It was just bad luck, Wu Ling replied candidly, as there was no concealing the truth. Claire, within the mecha beneath him, was already aware of the entire ordeal. If he were to start deflecting the conversation now, it would only make him seem foolish. It seems your suspicion is quite substantial. Felix concluded with a chuckle. Then, through the mecha, he addressed Claire. Did you find any traces, sir? You cannot wrongfully accuse an innocent. Before Claire could respond, Wu Ling protested. Let us put aside whether I possess the strength to harm a mecha soldier. Even if I had that ability, would I dare to act? I certainly wouldn't want to be hunted down. That's a very reasonable point, Felix replied with a sardonic chuckle. Next time, refrain from making such claims. Indeed, there is suspicion, but no substantial evidence yet, which is why I brought him here. Claire's voice echoed through the mecha, gravelly as he stated, with you all present, no matter what occurs, there is assurance and truth. What they sought were not tangible pieces of evidence. Did mecha soldiers require proof to act? Absolutely not. The fundamental reason for bringing Wu Ling here was to elicit the final value from him and his mentor. As for everything else, it was mere nonsense. He was also confident that Felix was well aware of this. Chapter 63. The purest dependence on each other since you're back. Let us head inside. Felix said, looking at Wu Ling. Do you expect me to escort you personally? That won't be necessary. Wu Ling leaped down from the mecha, waved at the two, and made his way back to the maintenance department factory. Holding the truth box, just before the factory doors closed, he glanced back and locked eyes with the two once more. Wu Ling's gaze was innocent and clear, while theirs held a hint of something inscrutable. Little boss, you're back. You still know how to return. Chris's voice coincided with Myra's in a near-perfect harmony. Wu Ling turned to see what holding up a sign, and he instantly understood. He was back, but this time without any gains, only a mess of trouble. Welcome home, little boss. Watt's mechanical voice resonated through the factory, and it wagged its tail at Wu Ling, pointing towards the factory's interior, silently mouthing several words. Wu Ling was momentarily taken aback, unable to decipher what it was trying to convey. Were there soldiers inside the factory, or had something gone awry? The issue was that the mouth movements of a dog were quite different from those of a human. Leaving him somewhat perplexed, teacher, I'll clean up first. Aware that the factory had surveillance due to Watt's hint, Wu Ling refrained from speaking any forbidden words. That moment, he still bore the dried bloodstains clinging to him, which felt quite uncomfortable. Mira feigned a cold huff, a fleeting expression of concern crossing her face before she reverted to her usual demeanor. Wu Ling smiled at her, then winked at Chris before entering the shower room. The sound of water trickling soon filled the air, with droplets cascading down like vertical lines upon him, and feeling the warmth enveloping him, his tense nerves began to ease slightly. For Wu Ling, the factory resembled a small world that belonged solely to him, a place where he could momentarily lower his guard, free from the worry of betrayal. After washing up, Wu Ling, feeling refreshed, glanced around the factory yard. The familiar lounge chair was devoid of the elder's presence. Just as he contemplated taking a stroll, Watt suddenly bit onto the hem of his pants, tugging him towards the inner side of the factory. Upon entering, Chris and Mira were already waiting, while Watt shed its not-so-clever disguise and leapt onto the mechanical table, wagging its tail. Those mecha soldiers have installed a listening system in the factory. Detaching it isn't difficult, but it would surely expose us, so Teacher Mira asked me to only shield this small area. We can speak here without worrying about eavesdropping. Impressive. You're becoming increasingly useful. Wu Ling patted its dog head, but was met with a snap of its steel teeth, almost biting off a chunk of his hand. What do you mean by becoming increasingly useful? I've always been quite remarkable. Ah, right. They found themselves in an environment rife with surveillance, and under such circumstances, Wu Ling naturally refrained from engaging in a verbal spar with. He casually exchanged a few words before shifting his gaze towards Marazen. Teacher, there has been a significant discovery, he announced, unveiling the matter of the dismantled mechas and how he, along with Li Laosan, had uncovered the hidden location. Marazen was already aware of the mecha destruction. Thus, he exhibited no surprise upon hearing this. However, his emotions fluctuated considerably upon learning about the contents of the hiding spot. Are you saying that many of the items inside are intended for use in spaceships? Indeed, there are at least 100 high-quality components, all meticulously crafted, albeit covered in a layer of dust due to the passage of time. Nevertheless, I have tested them, and they are fully functional. After responding, Wu Ling curiously inquired, does that location have any connection to you, teacher? Nonsense. I have always been a law-abiding citizen. Wu Ling smacked his lips, finding the remark oddly familiar. Before he could articulate his thoughts, Murayzin pondered briefly before continuing. That site is likely as you speculated. It was buried by the rebels 30 years ago. The criminals on Garbage Planet instigated a massive uprising, led by a mechanic whose strength had reached rank D, possessing formidable combat capabilities that even the mecha soldiers could not suppress effectively. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the underground world you discovered was likely a preparation made by him to escape. A mechanic? Rank D? Wu Ling marveled inwardly. A D-rank Esper's energy level had surpassed 10,000 crystals, rendering them impervious to laser weaponry and capable of effortlessly demolishing entire city blocks. Particularly given that the individual in question was a mechanic, their combat prowess would escalate exponentially, making it nearly impossible for ordinary mechas to contain their counterattacks. After toiling for years, Wu Ling had barely achieved an energy level of just over 5,000. It was difficult to fathom how powerful a D-rank mechanic must be. Unaware that he had inadvertently engaged in a moment of humble bragging, Wu Ling couldn't help but ask, "Do you know that person?" "Teacher? That was over 30 years ago. By the time I arrived on Garbage Planet, the rebellion had long been quelled, and I only heard about it through idle chatter among the surviving criminals." "Then do you know why they failed?" "His plan was nearly successful, but at the last moment, he was betrayed by his own men, allowing the garrison to respond in time and deliver a fatal blow. After all, warships were still flying overhead. When energy cannons were aimed at the criminals on Garbage Planet, even a D-rank Esper could not withstand the crushing blows from above. The two sides were simply not on the same level. That is why I have always advised you not to trust anyone," Murayzin sighed. Looking at Wu Ling, "Even me, you should not trust too easily." Wu Ling fell into silence. After a long pause, he suddenly broke into a smile. The hint of confusion in his eyes dissipating entirely. Rare moments. One must choose to believe. Wu Ling was never a person swayed by sentimentality. This was evident from his actions after killing Li Lao-san. Yet, even someone as cold-blooded as he was reluctant to be surrounded by untrustworthy individuals. Even if one were to take a step back, if Murayzin had wished to kill him, there would have been no need to save him in the first place, nor to personally teach him. If he could not trust even such a relationship, which was both mentor and fatherly, then what was the point of living in this universe? His connections with Hao Ren and Chris had initially been forged out of mutual benefit, whereas his bond with Murayzin was purely one of reliance. Chapter 64. Future plans. All right, let's not dwell on that. Murayzin discreetly wiped the corner of his eye, his expression devoid of emotion. The mecha soldiers have arrived at the factory entrance, and we are under constant surveillance. Extracting the items inside will be exceedingly difficult and almost guaranteed to expose us, I understand, which is why I have yet to devise a good plan. Wu Ling hesitated, his attractive brows gradually knitting together. Eyeing Chris's prophecy, "We can escape," but I have yet to grasp the key point. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Chris hesitated and spoke with some reluctance. "I can no longer see the trajectory of future developments." What do you mean?" After organizing her thoughts, Chris explained, "Ever since you returned to the factory, whenever I utilize my precognitive abilities, I can only perceive a shroud of fog. As if, well, how should I put it? It's as though all the developmental trajectories are enveloped in mist. I can sense that perhaps everyone will die, and in the next moment, it shifts to everyone managing to escape by a hair's breadth, only to soon revert to a scene of heavy casualties. The causal chain has become muddled." Having seen much of the world, Murayzin quickly grasped the essence of the matter. Wu Ling had discovered a concealed cave filled with items sufficient to assemble a spaceship. And once assembled, only a few finishing touches would be required to declare it complete, Wu Ling added. "The only problem is that transporting these components is akin to climbing a mountain. If our actions are revealed, we will undoubtedly perish." Thus, the question returned to the initial point. How should we transport them? What's mechanical eyes flickered intensely, evidently engaged in complex calculations regarding various possibilities. "If you can't assist in any way, then what use is keeping you around?" Wu Ling shot a stern look at Chris, remarking, "Hao Ren is unaware of so many secrets. Perhaps we should eliminate him to silence him." No. I just temporarily lack the capability. It's not a permanent state." Chris hastily retreated, her 10 fingers suddenly extending sharp metallic claws that glimmered with a chilling sheen under the energy lamp's illumination. What nonsense are you spouting at a time like this? Murayzin cast a disapproving glance at Wu Ling, his reprimanding tone provoking an instinctive reaction from Chris, who knocked over nearby objects in her panic and exclaimed, "You can't kill me. I am still useful. I can still perform. What an idiot." Murayzin rolled his eyes, his features rather refined, yet his intellect seemed lacking. "I'm merely scolding my own student. What are you making a fuss about? Have you ever seen anyone shout about wanting to kill someone before actually doing it? Truly absurd." Huh? Dimwit. While What continued to calculate various possibilities, he also allocated a fraction of his memory to mock Chris, merely toying with her, having no intention of taking action. "Look at how terrified you are." Chris's chest heaved rapidly, her eyes nearly bursting with fury. "What does it mean to toy with a fool? You're the real fool. Your entire family are a bunch of morons." She had formulated 100 retorts in her mind. Yet when it came time to speak, the words eluded her. This artificial intelligence's backing was none other than the shameless Wu Ling. Even if she retorted, it seemed unlikely to benefit her. Wasn't this clearly bullying? All right, back to the matter at hand. Ignoring the agitated Chris, Wu Ling slightly relaxed before resuming his discussion with Murayzin. "If we allow Garbage Planet to remain in turmoil, do you believe we might find an opportunity to take advantage of the chaos?" "What do you mean?" Wu Ling smiled broadly, revealing a mouthful of white teeth. "What I propose is to deploy the mechas hidden in Barrier 1 onto Garbage Planet in batches, turning that group of criminals into weapons in our hands to engage the mecha soldiers. However, there is a crucial issue." Before Murayzin could respond, What interjected, "How do we accurately seize the timing of the uprising? And once our secretly transported mechas are destroyed, do we have scapegoats to shoulder the blame?" Regardless of the endeavor, having scapegoats is vital. Otherwise, one risks drawing fire upon themselves. Everyone present was no timid soul, and thus What spoke candidly, harboring no desire to conceal his thoughts. "That task can be assigned to Hao Ran." Wu Ling calmly stated, "His dream-weaving abilities are commendable, and he can also hypnotize opponents, which may prove unexpectedly useful at critical moments. If he believes he can handle it, then I have no objections for now. During this time, I will also expedite the sorting of chaotic signals on Garbage Planet, establishing our own internal communication system." "How long will that take?" Wu Ling inquired. "The utilization of mechas requires real-time communication to unleash their full potential," which is why he posed the question. "The specific timeline is indeterminate, but it will require at least 3 months. The mechanical debris on Garbage Planet is excessive, with heaps of electronic refuse carelessly discarded, resulting in magnetic field disruptions. The cacophony of signals could drive anyone to despair. Even for What, an intelligent being, achieving successful sorting within a certain range would demand considerable time. 3 months was the limit of his uninterrupted efforts. There should be enough time. Murayzin then spoke. "The uprising on Garbage Planet necessitates guidance, and that too requires time. We cannot simply decide to deploy the mechas immediately. The severity of the criminal silence, the quest for scapegoats, and even their proficiency in operating mechs all require time." The teacher's words were indeed accurate. Wu Ling nodded and remarked, "Fortunately, although we cannot leave the factory for the time being, there are doctors outside providing support, which will not significantly impact the implementation of our plan." Wu Ling, along with Murayzin and Hao Ran, had always remained in the shadows regarding all plans. Whether or not they departed from the Rock District was not a major concern. What he needed to do now was wait for the opportune moment to transport various components from the cave to Barrier Number 2, and then assemble the spacecraft within a short time frame. Only in this manner would they have a chance to escape this prison. "I will contact the doctor tonight to discuss the specifics in detail," he stated. As Wu Ling's thoughts gradually clarified, Murayzin interjected, "We must also strive to complete the accumulated work at the factory. After all, now is not the time to sever ties." "Understood." "What? Let us get to work." "All right." Chapter 65, Dreams Hold Everything. "You killed Li Laosan?" In the dream-building space, Hao Ran remained silent for a considerable time before finally voicing, "No wonder I couldn't find that person. It turns out you have already annihilated him inhumanely." "Inhumane annihilation," Wu Ling corrected. "Ah, still nitpicking over a single word. Your thought process is truly remarkable," Hao Ran retorted before continuing, "but nonetheless, welcome back. On a different note, how is the progress on the Shadow front?" "Fairly smooth. We have already established contact with 15 individuals. all of whom are E-class superpowered beings. In the tranquil space, darkness enveloped them as mist swirled, nearly obscuring their vision. Wu Ling recalled his initial visit to this place, where he had been astounded by this ability to draw individuals into dreams from afar using seeds. Indeed, a skilled hand for underground operations. Even after multiple visits, he still regarded this ability as exceptionally powerful, akin to a supreme support mechanism. Can your dream create mechs? Wu Ling broke the silence at an opportune moment. Howren pondered for a moment and responded, as long as we understand the structure of the mech, it should not pose a problem. He then couldn't help but inquire, do you intend to draw those criminals into dreams to train their mech operating skills? Not just them. Wu Ling shook his head. Both you and I need to practice in this regard. Though he was a mechanic, he lamented the lack of practical experience in the desolate place known as Garbage Star. Even with Murayzin and What-S assistance, his theoretical knowledge was vast, yet it remained a mere academic exercise. Indeed, Howren quickly grasped this point, recognizing the importance of preparation. Give me paper and pen. Upon hearing this, Howren immediately conjured paper and pen before him. I could also conjure electronic devices, such as a computer. Wu Ling cast a deadpan glance at him. Why didn't you mention that sooner? Before the virtual screen, Wu Ling rapidly sketched the various components of the mech, detailing each parameter meticulously. As he wrote, he explained to Howren, if we start learning from the fundamental theories, it would not only consume excessive time but also be somewhat counterproductive. Once you memorize these parameters, constructing the mech in dreams should pose no challenge. To be honest, if this weren't advantageous to the plan, I wouldn't even bother learning it. For as long as he could remember, his parents had wished for him to become an excellent doctor. In those days, he felt they were forcibly imposing their dreams upon him. However, ever since the destruction of Water Blue Star and the tragic loss of his family, his perspective had shifted. Now, Howren did not merely live for himself. The imprint of his family's legacy had indelibly marked his soul. He was determined to become the most outstanding doctor in the universe. Of course, dreams could take many forms, and like him, he had no qualms about seeking vengeance along the way. Do you remember? Howren sighed. There is a legend about Joe Pa Pai in my hometown. You are even less human than him. He then couldn't help but add, do you think I possess a photographic memory like you? Then let us not waste time on unnecessary chatter. We might as well memorize a few more parameters. Wu Ling chose not to delve into the meaning behind Joe Pa Pai, but continued to explain, this is the tricell reflection circuit, which can maintain the main engine's energy between 2300 to 2500 pact, providing sufficient kinetic energy for the mech's movements. Additionally, regarding its operation, we also need to. Howren felt utterly exasperated. Yet he had no choice but to learn. In days, he seemed to return to the days of Water Blue Star, where he had youthful dreams, sitting by the sunlit classroom window, tapping a pen against his lip while aimlessly gazing at the girl frolicking on the playground outside. Then, he was precisely struck in the face by a piece of chalk from the teacher. In the dream-building space, time barely flowed. Their communication, based on brainwave exchanges, progressed swiftly, making it a true sanctuary for learning. It was unclear how long had passed, but after Howren finally memorized the complex parameters, he felt as if his head might explode, as if time dragged on endlessly. These are all the parameters for the T-251 assault mech. See if you can construct it in your dreams. All right. Minutes later, Wu Ling slapped Howren's shoulder, and even in the dream, Howren felt the strength behind it. This is incorrect. Wu Ling pointed to the knee joint of the mech, frowning. The liquid connector is in the wrong position, which will cause the operation to be inefficient. The entire mechanical leg will thus be rendered useless. The 4-meter-tall mech stood silently before them, its streamlined design exuding immense power at first glance. However, Howren had no time to admire his creation, drenched in sweat as he executed Wu Ling's demands. This is wrong again. That makes 3 times. I have already explained to you that the dimensions of the elbow joint components must be precise. Otherwise, it will affect movement. What may be a minor issue in your dreams can lead to catastrophic consequences in reality. What on earth are you constructing? To me, it appears to be a heap of scrap metal. No. The wiring direction here is misaligned. Do you intend for it to remain stationary as a target? The weapon is a giant hammer forged from an exotic alloy. A giant hammer, do you understand? Not a mere toothpick. In this position, the mech's cabin door hinge has issues. It should be modified this way. Come, let me explain it to you one last time. In the misty dream space, Wu Ling's eyes gradually turned crimson, entering a frenzied state as he relentlessly berated Howren's nerves. His furious demeanor was akin to that of a completely different person. Meanwhile, Howren, like a quail, found himself in his own territory yet dared not rebut Wu Ling's authority, fearing that a careless word might unleash the latter's wrath upon him. Despite being older than Wu Ling, he refrained from uttering a single word, terrified of being torn apart by Wu Ling's fury. There was no doubt that Wu Ling possessed such power. If what were present, he would undoubtedly express deep sympathy for Howren, saying, "I completely understand you." Chapter 66. Combat experience is earned through suffering once again. An indeterminate amount of time passed. When the brand new mech stood before them, Wu Ling finally nodded in satisfaction. "Are most people in the universe as dull as you?" Howren's chest heaved rapidly, his teeth grinding as he struggled to contain his frustration. Each field has its own expertise, that is true. After the mech was assembled, his demeanor returned to that of an innocuous person, as though the earlier events had never transpired. "For instance, your medical expertise is indeed impressive. You finally spoke a sensible word. In terms of medicine, you still cannot compare to me," Howren replied with a forced smile. No. Wu Ling shook his head. "I simply have not focused my expertise in that area. Given some time, I believe I would fare quite well." Howren nearly spat blood. This casual display of arrogance caught him off guard, and what frustrated him even more was his inability to find a solid reason to counter it. The remarkable quality of this youth lay precisely in his ability to exhibit exceptional talent in whatever he endeavored. "Based on this mech, let us recreate an identical one, and we can each operate it for a practical test." "All right. You seem somewhat reluctant?" "Not at all. I am very eager," Howren replied, regaining his smile, gently caressing the mech before him. He chuckled. After all, which man could possibly resist the allure of a mech? Despite being scolded like a tattered sock during the mech's construction process, a flicker of accomplishment surged within him at that moment. This was his creation, albeit birthed from the realm of dreams, yet it did not hinder him from standing tall with pride, overflowing with self-satisfaction. Who among the family on Waterblue Star could comprehend that the dashing mechs he had only seen in sci-fi films were now crafted by his own hands? Incredible. If this were before the explosion on Waterblue Star, wouldn't it be reasonable for him to hold the title of an academician? Smack! Wu Ling slapped him on the shoulder. "What nonsensical thoughts are you entertaining now? The dream space is becoming unstable." At this moment, the atmosphere, under Howren's fervent mental guidance, swirled wildly. The black earth began to crack and spread in all directions. If delayed any longer, it seemed the entire dream realm would shatter. Oh, it's nothing." Regaining his composure, Howren sheepishly scratched his head, quickly stabilizing the space, and soon created a second mech. "With my current abilities, I can only produce up to 5 mechs, exceeding that would cause the dream world to collapse." Howren carefully assessed his own capabilities and stated, "If we are to engage in intense combat drills, this number must be reduced by 2. In other words, only 3 mechs can operate simultaneously? Indeed, any more, and my power cannot sustain it." His energy level barely exceeded 1,000, just reaching the threshold of an E-class superhuman. Forcing his abilities would burden him significantly, even risk injuring himself. That's fine. For now, it is sufficient. Wu Ling pondered before making a decision. Then let us proceed in batches, prioritizing those criminals with reliable mouths, and over the next few months, ensure everyone learns to operate the mechs. If that is the case, I have no objections. Howren readily agreed, not merely offering empty promises. Indeed, if the timeline extended to several months, he could guarantee task completion. Now, it was time for practice. Wu Ling stepped into the mech, and as the cabin door sealed shut, his voice resonated through the intercom. "What and Teacher Mira are also tightening the signal source. Soon we will be able to install and debug the mech. Let us enter and test the effects." Coming right up, climbing into the mech, Howren familiarized himself with each control under Wu Ling's meticulous guidance. "This is the lever. Pushing it forward after activating the mech will propel it forward. If pushed fully, it enters a burst state, reaching maximum speed, but due to the scarce resources on Garbage Star, I replace some components with inferior materials, limiting its top speed to only 3 minutes. What happens if you continue using it after those 3 minutes? After utilizing this ability, at least a half-hour cooldown is required. If used again within 3 minutes, the core engine will be damaged. Then it would truly become a sitting duck. Hao Ren smacked his lips as Wu Ling's voice emerged from the intercom. This is the best outcome achievable with the current resources. I completely understand. Hao Ren did not complain. After all, resources here were limited. Crafting a high-level mech equipped with comprehensive weaponry was nothing short of a pipe dream. As for weaponry, due to the scarcity of energy weapon materials compatible with the mech, strictly controlled by local garrisons, we were unable to acquire such items, leading to the removal of ranged weaponry. Thus, the mech was primarily designed for close combat. Further testing our operational skills, I believe those criminals would be quite eager to learn. Hao Ren played the role of a supportive partner, affirming Wu Ling's words while Wu Ling elaborated with meticulous detail. For a time, they exhibited a different form of synergy. Also, remember this, Wu Ling directed his gaze toward a crimson button adorned with a menacing skull. I refer to this button as the self-destruct key. When escape seems impossible, pressing this will unleash all available energy, rendering defenses null, while simultaneously enhancing the mech's attack and speed by 200 for a duration of 30 seconds. This time, Hao Ren refrained from inquiring about the consequences after those 30 seconds. Given the button's name, the repercussions were self-evident. Allowing him ample time to familiarize himself, Wu Ling also hastened to integrate theoretical knowledge with practical operation. I am ready. Hao Ren's voice rang out, and at that moment, Wu Ling transitioned from slow movements to agile maneuvers within the mech. This remarkable learning speed left Hao Ren astonished, exclaiming, "Just to clarify. Let us start with the most basic combat. You have to give me some sense of experience." Damn, boom. Before he could finish, Wu Ling had already propelled the mech towards him, delivering a straightforward hammer strike that sent both him and the mech flying. Such combat experience was forged through hardship. Inside the mech, a manic grin spread across Wu Ling's face. Chapter 67, Dialogue in the Dream Space. Damn it. You've gone mad again. In the dream space. Hao Ren held the reins and thus, there was no scene of smoke and dust. The mech collided heavily against a transparent barrier before crashing to the ground. With a sudden burst, the mech controlled by Hao Ren appeared behind Wu Ling, raising a hefty hammer to strike at the mech's midsection. Can you even execute such moves in reality? Wu Ling was astonished. What kind of outrageous maneuvers are these? So, you can do whatever you please here? Yet despite this, his own movements did not falter. He swiftly yanked the joystick, evading the impending blow, and in a split second, kicked the opponent down. We're all familiarizing ourselves with the mechs together. How come you're so impressive? Bring it on. Engaged in the battle, Wu Ling had fully ignited his emotions, his excitement surpassing that of an old lecher encountering a beautiful woman. Each move exuded a fierce vigor. Lacking combat experience, Hao Ren found himself in a predicament, enduring blows with no capacity for retaliation. As for Wu Ling's prowess, it stemmed from both his extensive real-world experience and his role as the mech's creator. Though he had never truly operated one, he had rehearsed countless scenarios in his mind, and of course, the most crucial factor was that he was indeed a genius. Actions that cannot be executed in reality are prohibited in this space. Just as Wu Ling was relentlessly attacking, he suddenly found himself unable to control the mech. While Hao Ren unleashed a teleportation maneuver, Wu Ling immediately commanded, "We are practicing operation, not letting you indulge in your own dreams." "I don't want to either." Hao Ren was nearly exasperated. Under Wu Ling's relentless pressure, he felt compelled to employ those abilities. Refrain from your impulses. Otherwise, what is the point of training? I'll do my best. Not just your best. It is imperative. Wu Ling halted his movements and, speaking deliberately, asked, "Ask yourself, do you still wish to leave Garbage Star? Do you still want to avenge your family? If so, then discard your wishful thinking and learn the mech operation earnestly." After he uttered these words, the space fell into a profound silence. Mist swirled around them, accompanied by an unknown wind that flowed and ebbed. After a long pause, Hao Ren commanded the mech to rise from the ground. And the two mechs locked eyes. "Let us go again." This time, it was Hao Ren who spoke, and he demonstrated through action that he was not the kind of person who could not rise to the occasion. Under Wu Ling's unilateral onslaught, and having finally adjusted his mindset, gradually his operations began to exhibit some structure. At the very least, he was no longer merely a punching bag but was finding opportunities to counterattack. As fists clashed and heavy strikes echoed, they fought according to the laws of reality. The mechs shattered and reappeared, until after exhausting over 10 mechs, Hao Ren gasped for breath and conceded defeat. His head felt as though it had exploded. After continuously conjuring over 10 mechs and wholeheartedly engaging in battle, his spirit was on the brink of collapse. A physical breakdown. Indeed, he could no longer persist. If he continued, he would surely suffer severe repercussions. Wu Ling recognized Hao Ren's limits and ceased the relentless training, stepping out of the mech to sit alongside him. "How do you feel?" "Ha, ha," exhausted, utterly worn out. "It's more tiring than treating 100 patients. If you can improve even a little, it won't be a loss." Wu Ling refrained from offering excessive words of comfort. After all, they were adults. Well, Hao Ren was indeed an adult, and many things did not require excessive explanation. He would understand on his OWNS, for what if he never grasped it? Then he was naturally unworthy of collaboration. The two individuals sat in silence, resting quietly for a while, until Hao Ren's voice ceased its intermittent interruptions. Wu Ling then remarked, "You are already aware of the subsequent plans. During my time under surveillance, I will entrust you with the affairs outside." "What is there to entrust?" "We have long been brothers in the same trench," came the reply. "Rest assured, I will relay the message to Ingzi and have him begin screening those criminals." "Indeed, I trust you to handle matters efficiently." Wu Ling nodded, his demeanor exuding a maturity that is often elusive to others. While most children feign adulthood, he emanated an authenticity that required no pretense. In every matter he deemed serious, his conduct bore a level of sophistication that many adults lacked. This peculiarity sometimes left Hao Ren perplexed, as the stark contrast was difficult to articulate. "Is there anything else that requires addressing?" Hao Ren inquired directly, shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind. "Nothing else, but during this time of screening criminals, feel free to invite Ingzi to join us for training. I was just about to mention that." Hao Ren smiled. Although Ingzi occasionally indulged in excessive chatter, he was indeed a figure of trust. "Everything has been progressing well lately." "Trust?" No, Wu Ling countered without hesitation, his tone devoid of aggression yet imbued with an undeniable authority. "I have never held any trust in them. Only relationships bound by mutual benefit are truly reliable." "Very well. I concede that I misspoke, that I am aware of your bond. But the plan to escape the garbage star must be foolproof. We will discuss the remaining matters openly once we are out of danger." Wu Ling did not rebuke him, merely articulating the stark reality in a calm manner. He understood that Wu Ling had many doubts regarding his reliability, but as long as the desire to leave the garbage star persisted, all could be negotiated. To be candid, Wu Ling had never truly regarded Ingzi with any respect. Regardless of Ingzi's antics, Hao Ren would ensure his suppression. Should Wu Ling intervene directly, it would create a rift between him and Hao Ren.as. For Ingzi's thoughts, they were of no concern to him. With this in mind, Wu Ling reiterated, "After we leave the garbage star, he may choose to depart, and so may you. After all, we owe each other nothing. Of course, all of this hinges on our successful escape. Should anyone cause trouble before we leave, do not blame me for turning hostile." When he turned hostile, it would indicate a point where killing became imperative. This statement served as a reminder to Hao Ren to keep his people in check. Chapter 68. Let your names resound throughout the garbage star. Zhang De found himself in a state of turmoil. Residing in the Pongxin district, he had served as the second in command of the gang for 5 consecutive years. He yearned for advancement, yet found himself unable to progress any further. The position of leader was unassailable, and should he wish to establish his own territory, the resources required were beyond his imagination. At least the leader, Yihu, would not let him leave easily. The risk of losing even his footing was too great. The cost-benefit analysis simply did not favor such a move. Yet, the desire for advancement gnawed at him. Each day and night, he felt a suffocating restlessness, contemplating strategies for ascent. However, just a few days ago, the unlikely dream within his heart began to take form. Someone had delivered to him a vial of blue liquid. While this potion could not enhance a man's virility, it could amplify the powers of a superhuman. According to the individual who provided it, after consuming this elixir, his level could surely surpass 1,300 crystals, allowing him to dominate Yihu effortlessly. The allure of increased power, the temptation of leadership, and the exhilarating sense of being a figure of authority captivated him deeply. Yet, could he truly rebel? And what if he succeeded? Zhang De found himself engulfed in a cycle of self-doubt and self-encouragement, alternating between feeling inadequate and feeling capable. The source of this confusion was none other than Ingzi. He vividly recalled the words. As long as he drank this potion, he could wreak havoc within the Hu Shao gang. It felt reminiscent of a cosmic con artist, yet it struck precisely at his desires, causing his mind to spiral in an incessant loop. The criminals who arrived at the Garbage Star would never escape, yet this very reality intensified the intrigues among them. Such rivalries were universal. Those stripped of hope often clung desperately to petty power. At the very least, being the leader of a gang conferred a sense of prestige. Wherever one went, they would be regarded as a figure of significance. As for the second-in-command, who cared what the subordinate thought? Now that the opportunity lay before him, he was torn between seizing it and fearing the sting of failure. Compared to this dilemma, he had little doubt about the authenticity of the potion. The potency of the 3MD elixir had long been known among the criminal populace. The mecha soldiers had searched high and low, yet had failed to uncover the mastermind behind it, leaving Zhang De unperturbed by those fools. His concern lay in whether he would have the chance to disembark from this perilous journey. After much contemplation, Zhang De devised a compromise. He would observe for a while and decide whether to consume the elixir after meeting with the mysterious individual that evening. As night fell, he feigned illness, remaining indoors all day to quell the agitation in his chest, finally lying down in bed. What the hell is this? Why must I lie in bed when I could just meet him? Zhang De muttered, increasingly convinced that the mysterious figure behind Ingzi was unreliable. Yet at that moment, an overwhelming wave of drowsiness enveloped him, igniting his sense of alarm. How could I possibly feel sleepy after being cooped up all day? It must be a conspiracy. Suddenly, he recalled Ingzi's parting words. If he lay down and felt drowsy, he must not resist. Only then could he meet the figure behind Ingzi. Was it a superpower? Realizing this, Zhang De gasped. Was the dark world of the Garbage Star truly so terrifying? For someone with such abilities, why was he not confined to a higher security prison, but rather brought here? Those mecha soldiers truly were not to be trusted. As the drowsiness washed over him, Zhang De felt his mind slipping away, and with his current situation within the gang, he deemed it relatively safe, ultimately deciding to relinquish his resistance. Let us see what tricks you have up your sleeve. In the dimly lit space, as Zhang De cautiously traversed the narrow path and stepped through the crimson mirror into another realm, he discovered that more than 10 individuals were already seated around a colossal wooden post. The others, having arrived before him, were unfazed by his presence. Without mutual introductions, it was impossible for anyone to discern one another through the thick fog. Zhang De had intended to greet someone and probe the atmosphere of the gathering, yet no one was inclined to engage with him, leaving him to withdraw his words in disappointment. Those who chose to be here were driven by personal ambitions. Yet the Garbage Star's tradition of oppressing the ambitious meant he advised against inquiring too much. "Who are you?" Zhang De inquired, gazing at the lone figure clad in white seated opposite the wooden post. "I am the organizer of this meeting. You may refer to me as the Dream Weaver." The Dream Weaver? Are we truly within a dream? This exchange piqued the curiosity of others present, yet none spoke up. Waiting for Zhang De to elaborate on the topic in general terms, that is accurate. The Dreamweaver was none other than Hao Ren himself. He had no desire to delve into lengthy explanations, opting instead to gloss over the subject with vague remarks. "Please take a seat. We still need to wait for a few more individuals before commencing the meeting." The air of mystery was palpable. Zhang De scoffed, contemplating for a moment before selecting a seat. He had come this far. Leaving quietly would only disadvantage him. Once seated, he began to survey his surroundings, alternating between expressions of awe and fervent speculation regarding the intentions of those present. Yet, no matter how he pondered, he could not grasp any clues, leading him to abandon the thought altogether. To hell with it. Let things unfold as they may. After an indeterminate amount of time, once the final participant arrived, Hao Ren elegantly cleared his throat and commenced speaking. "Welcome to the realm of dreams. I am the organizer of this meeting. You may call me the Dreamweaver. Today, I have summoned you all to discuss the future development plans for the Garbage Star." Before numerous scrutinizing faces, Hao Ren exhibited not a trace of nervousness. Rather, his demeanor grew increasingly composed. Those fortunate enough to be present were likely idealists dissatisfied with their current circumstances. However, they were all too aware that possessing ideals did not guarantee a favorable outcome. Betrayal, assassination, even the closest friends and family could become stumbling blocks on the path to success. Speaking, Hao Ren paused for a moment, his voice then taking on an unusually serious tone. "Well then, Today, I shall present you with an unparalleled opportunity. A chance for you to prove yourselves, to achieve greatness, and ultimately to surpass your own limitations. Let your names resound throughout this wretched star. As his words echoed, the entire dreamscape fell into a silence so profound that one could almost hear a pin drop. Chapter 69. Is there anyone still wishing to depart? Who is this fool? I have no idea. Is he the mastermind behind it all? Why does he exude such an air of teenage angst? What if I suddenly wished to leave? Various murmurs began to buzz around, abruptly halting the emotional buildup that Hao-Ren had been cultivating. Since you are disinterested in my motivational speech, let us instead discuss something tangible. They are all the type who 1T act until they see results. Hao-Ren never intended to persuade them with a few simple phrases, but witnessing their blatant disrespect dampened any desire for pleasantries. Do you wish to escape this garbage star? Upon hearing this, the assembled convicts exchanged glances, each one unable to discern the other's expression, yet they could easily imagine the astonishment etched upon their faces. Goodness! So you refuse our heartfelt inspiration and instead choose to dangle a tantalizing prospect before us? Who wouldn't wish to flee this wretched place, dreaming of escape every single day? Yet, is it truly so easy to break free from this garbage star? Despite their worldly experience, none had ever witnessed a successful breakout. If you wish to continue listening to his nonsense, then be my guest. I, for one, am too weary to waste my breath on fools. A robust convict suddenly rose, slamming his palm against the table, cursing vehemently. Hao-Ren turned to see that the very man who had just called him a fool was indeed the same one. Tell me, how do we leave? After the last individual had entered, the portal-like passage had already sealed, leaving the muscular man at a loss. Once again, silence enveloped the room, every gaze shifting to the so-called mastermind, eager to witness how he would handle the situation. The man's outburst was akin to an affront, akin to spitting in someone's face after delivering an insult. If not managed properly, it could severely tarnish his reputation. They intended to use this muscular figure to gauge their opponent's depth. Since it had no bearing on their own resources, why not indulge in the spectacle? Thus, from the outset, they had no intention of mediating. In fact, they hoped the man would escalate his aggression and push harder. Hao-Ren could surmise the thoughts of these criminals, yet he chose to remain silent as the man approached him with relentless determination. He broke into a smile. Dio, you truly believe this place allows you to come and go as you please? Upon uttering these words, not only did the muscular man's expression shift, but so did those of the other convicts, who could not help but react. What do you mean by that? Did you not claim we could come and go freely? We placed our trust in you. And this is how you repay us? Hao-Ren regarded the rising crowd with indifference, a hint of amusement flickering within him. The defiance of these newly recruited criminals was simply too enticing to resist. Yes, conquest. He had to conquer them, turning them into vital components of his escape plan. Before the muscular man could close the distance, Hao-Ren extended his arm, fingers splayed, then suddenly clenched into a fist. The man was lifted into the air as if he were a mere chick, his body involuntarily soaring upwards without any apparent force. He kicked and flailed, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. Yet the onlookers saw nothing amiss at his neck. He was ensnared by an unseen hand, the master of which was none other than Hao-Ren and I in my realm. No one can defy my will, except for that twisted little boss. Hao-Ren silently appended in his mind, casting a cold glance around. Do not presume that an A-level superhuman can go without breathing for long. Here, your lives or deaths are entirely at my discretion. If you dare to contest this, feel free to TRYS. His words lingered. The atmosphere in the space felt as though it had been frozen in time. Those who had risen in anger, those who had shouted profanities, those who were left speechless, all of them halted in their tracks, even their voices snuffed out in an instant. It was not that they did not wish to speak or act, but rather that they could not. Their bodies were rigidly fixed in their current poses, even the right to utter a word denied. With a thud, he dropped the muscular man to the ground, snapping his fingers lightly. Only then did the others regain control over their bodies. Damn this ability! Zhang De was among those immobilized, suddenly regretting his gamble. Had he not been blinded by desire, he would surely be sound asleep at this moment. Indeed, a gambler meets a grim fate. He had never imagined that merely being a dream could be so perilous. Just then, the muscular man, like a furious bull, sprang from the ground, hurtling towards Hao Ren like a cannonball. In an instant, Hao Ren nonchalantly snapped his fingers again, and the man's speed slowed dramatically, transforming him from a human projectile into a comical slow-motion figure. If one could observe the expression on the muscular man's face at that moment, it would undoubtedly be quite amusing. Huh? Hao Ren murmured, his voice echoing within the dream. So, the energy level has surpassed 2,000 crystals? No wonder he is so confident in reality. A superhuman with a combat power of 2,000 would easily overpower someone of Hao Ren's caliber, even employing various techniques to do so. Yet, now drawn into the realm of dreams, Hao Ren had countless ways to compel him to kneel and plead for mercy. With his current strength, pulling someone into a dream was exceptionally challenging. Any struggle on their part would result in failure. This was precisely why he had instructed Shadow not to resist. These individuals clearly had their own desires or goals, making their entry into the dream remarkably smooth. Initially, he had planned to invite 36 individuals into the dream. Yet 31 had arrived, with only a mere 5 unable to let go of their suspicions and failing to arrive on time. Hao Ren was in no hurry to lure those 5. Instead, he chose to prioritize the plump prey before him. The convicts drawn into the dream lacked the perverse strength of the little boss, making escape from the dream virtually impossible under Hao Ren's deliberate confinement. As all eyes were filled with shock, fear, and resentment, Hao Ren strolled leisurely over to the muscular man, flicking his fingers lightly, sending him hurtling backward. Upon colliding with an invisible wall, his body erupted in a cacophony of chaos. A friendly reminder. While this may be a dream, death here will render your physical form a mindless vegetable. Now, is there anyone still wishing to depart? Chapter 70. Who is in favor and who is against? Not a single soul dared to speak, of course. A massive man had just exploded right before their eyes. Speaking up now would only make one a second fool. Hao Ren nodded in satisfaction, wholeheartedly agreeing with Wu Ling's assertion that these criminals were a bunch of lowlifes. Without a firm hand, they would never comprehend the true darkness of the universe, nor the depth of the hidden puppeteer's malice. As for the rights of criminals, who the hell cares about that? Anyone bringing up human rights here would be met with disdain even from the stray dogs on the street, though there are no dogs on this garbage star. Oh, except for Wu Ling's. Hao Ren patted his head, adopting a tone dripping with sarcasm. The deceased individual hails from Yushu District, serving as the third in command of the Viper Gang. His name is of little consequence. Should anyone be interested, you may inquire after I release you from this dream whether he truly met his end. Poor muscular man, who died without ever possessing a name of his own. His words were like a steel needle, piercing the hearts of all present. Those who had heard of or encountered the third in command of the Viper Gang felt a chill. Such a figure had just been obliterated before their very eyes. If this so-called Dreamweaver could eliminate such a character, how could they expect to escape unscathed? Since you are all here, I presume each of you harbors your own ambitions, but I believe that deep down, the most fervent desire shared amongst you is to flee this prison. The power dynamics of your gangs and the machinations between factions pale in comparison to that singular goal. Hao Ren resumed his seat. Observing the still-dazed convicts, with a genial smile, he gestured for them to sit. Family, you're here now, so there's no need to stand. Please, take your seats and listen. Exchanging glances, the convicts remained uncertain, yet they all seemed to silently agree. Let us assess the situation first. Once everyone was seated once more, Hao Ren clapped his hands, the crisp sound drawing everyone's attention back to him. Dear family, do you truly wish to languish here on this garbage star? You? Hao Ren pointed at the individual closest to him. Do you not wish to leave? The man, feeling the weight of Hao Ren's gaze, instinctively shuddered. Upon hearing Hao Ren's inquiry, he finally grasped that the other party did not intend to toy with him. After a moment's hesitation, he nodded in agreement. Damn it, I have long yearned to escape this wretched place. But no buts. Hao Ren categorically denied him the opportunity to finish his sentence, pointing instead to a slightly more distant criminal. What about you? Do you not wish to leave? Of course I do. I dream of it. With the first individual setting the example, the subsequent criminals followed suit. Everyone named by Hao Ren echoed the same sentiment. Naturally, they all desired freedom. A significant portion of these individuals reveled in the notion of confinement, but they preferred to imprison others rather than be imprisoned themselves. In this forsaken land, their former leader had no interest in rescuing them, on one hand. It was a thankless task, and on the other, he did not wish to exacerbate tensions with the authorities. Thus, they became the unfortunate victims of a calculated decision, in these times, who truly relishes the role of a sacrifice? Under Hao Ren's guidance, their responses gradually grew more resolute, and the urgency to leave became palpable, spiraling into an uncontrollable fervor. Damn it. I was captured by those damned Tramil soldiers simply because I failed to retreat in time during a robbery of a passenger spaceship. And they unceremoniously dumped me on this trash planet. You're fortunate. Can you believe that I once trafficked in authentic 3D virtual games? I was sued for loading the data of a popular starlet into the game and sharing it for profit across the cosmos. And before I knew it, I ended up here. Huh? What game did you load? Someone could not restrain themselves from interjecting. Pure starlet worships me. Damn, you really have a flair for the extravagant. As the emotions reached a crescendo, Hao Ren cleared his throat and deftly steered the conversation back on track. Since everyone wishes to leave, I can offer you an opportunity. What opportunity? Finally, someone volunteered to play the fool, and Hao Ren saw no reason to prolong the suspense, though his tone remained shrouded in mystery. Previously, there had been a riot, but the basic equipment was too outdated, leaving them defenseless. This time, however, we are different. Have you ever piloted a mech? His tone, if paired with a sleazy expression, resembled that of a small-time merchant peddling illicit goods in the cosmos. A mech? We can pilot mechs. Zhang De keenly discerned the implications, unable to contain himself. If we get caught, we'll face dire consequences. Right? This is contraband. It is also a means for the garrison on this trash planet to effectively control the criminals. On this trash planet, what difference does it make whether you die today or tomorrow? Wu Ling did not respond directly, but instead posed a philosophically charged question before shrugging. Consider this. We cannot defeat those scum merely because they possess mechs while we do not. Once we are fully armed, if our plan proceeds smoothly, who knows who will emerge victorious? You are the elite I have meticulously selected from among the criminals on this trash planet. The 3DM potion I gifted you is merely a token of our meeting. The mechs are the true surprise. Imagine, when thousands of mechs roar past, can those garrison troops withstand our charge? In reality, Wu Ling had only assembled a dozen mechs so far, a far cry from the thousands he had boisterously described. Perhaps due to the dream's influence, his words were irresistibly enticing, as if wrapped in a veil of temptation, leading many criminals present to redden their eyes and begin to envision that grand scene. A torrent of steel, a veritable deluge of metal. Really? We can truly pilot mechs? If mechs are indeed available, what are those garrison troops to us? At that moment, Zhang De could no longer contain himself. Expressing his long-standing disdain for those wretched soldiers, excellent, Hao Ren felt a surge of delight within. This was precisely the kind of camaraderie he sought. Once more, he offered a friendly reminder. This time, he effortlessly captured their attention, stating, "Those who have come here are family die in the spirit of uniting our efforts towards a common goal. I must lay down some ground rules. Just earlier, I planted the seeds of a dream within you. If anyone carelessly speaks out after waking from the dream and reveals our upcoming plans, then I can always invite them back to the dream for a visit. At that point, you will no longer be considered my family." Hao Ren surveyed the crowd with a composed demeanor, speaking in a gentle tone. Now then, regarding the rules I have established, who is in favor and who is against? Chapter 71. The mech soldier's sentiment. A substantial amount of items had recently been received. 2 months had passed since Wu Ling returned to the factory. During this not-so-short yet not-so-long period, his days were monotonous, but not tedious. By day, he repaired mechanical components, and by night, he met with Hao Ren in dreams, synchronizing information from the outside world while subtly inciting the various factions on the trash planet. The over 400 mech soldiers were beginning to show signs of fatigue. In comparison to the vast number of criminals, their numerical disadvantage was becoming increasingly apparent. They toiled tirelessly on this planet day after day, yet still could not suppress the friction among the criminals. In just half a month, your strength has skyrocketed from a power level of 1,000 to nearly 3,000. And you claim this is solely due to your own efforts? In the Kuro district, the captain of the mech squad, with bloodshot eyes and a disheveled appearance, lifted Phil's chin with a hand, revealing a cold smirk. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to kill you? This is genuinely the result of my arduous training." Phil lamented, desperately attempting to explain. his face etched with profound fear. Your expression betrays your deceit. Captain Mose chuckled softly, gently patting the side of Phil's face. But I can grant you an opportunity to prove your innocence. With that, he leaned back in his chair and waved his hand. And immediately, two soldiers approached carrying a device, which they set down with a thud beside Phil. Amidst the faintly rising dust, Mose pointed to the device, stating, "This is a lie detector. If you pass its test, then I shall believe you." A similar scene unfolded in other districts, as the mech soldiers, who had been unable to capture the mastermind behind the scenes, grew increasingly irritable and unwilling to waste time on such matters. As for exterminating all these criminals, they certainly desired that. However, with the garrison here about to be reassigned back to the Tramil Empire, they had no intention of stirring up trouble at such a critical juncture. The necessary deterrence would not be relinquished. A few deaths were acceptable, but they must never wipe them all out. Otherwise, there would be no new criminals to replace them, rendering this trash planet devoid of strategic value. And the new garrison could easily refuse to rotate in with various plausible excuses. When that time came, they would be in a dire predicament. Not only would Captain Hodge be pushed to his limits, but the mech soldiers would also be driven to madness. Killing them all was impossible, so they gradually altered their approach, shifting from violent purging to gentle enforcement. You aren't denying it? That's fine. We have means to compel your admission. However, it was soon proven that their so-called methods were utterly ineffective. After 3 more months of strife, not just in the Kuro district but also in the Morin district, and throughout various districts on the trash planet, the lie detector tested hundreds of thousands of criminals, arriving at the absurd yet comical conclusion. These individuals were all telling the truth. The honesty could not have been more genuine. Among the dozens to hundreds of individuals under scrutiny regarding the 3DM potion, each claimed they had only heard of it but had never seen it, and their rapid increase in strength stemmed from their innate talent and hard work. This posed quite a conundrum. Damn it, we might as well just kill everyone who took the test. If we slay these hundreds of thousands, then no matter what means the mastermind employs, they will all become irrelevant. No one believed that the mastermind could incite such a widespread emotional response in such a short time. Most of these criminals were innocent, truly having never encountered the 3DM potion nor been involved in this affair. Yet, with the mindset of better to kill wrongly than to let one escape, the idea of adding more collateral damage was not entirely unacceptable. Thus, someone proposed this suggestion, only to be met with derisive laughter from other mech soldiers. Go ahead and kill. Recently, we've grown numb to the act of killing. Besides, do you have any idea how many criminals reside on this trash planet? Less than 1 million. If we eliminate them, the Imperial officials will surely bicker over this matter. Do you still wish to leave this cursed place? Or perhaps you'd prefer to suggest to our captain that we gather them all together and bombard them with the battleship's energy cannon. Just see if the captain goes along with it. These hundreds of thousands are not defenseless commoners, but rather individuals endowed with extraordinary abilities. The moment they realize there is no escape, the energy they would unleash in unison would pose a significant headache even for these mech soldiers. Aside from a madman, almost no one would willingly undertake such a task. The tragic demise of Klin serves as a stark reminder. What if among these individuals lurks the true mastermind, precisely the one they are escorting? No one can guarantee that chaos will not ensue at that moment. Should we merely stand idly by and allow that hidden perpetrator to act with impunity? Conversely, if we consider the situation from another perspective, it may be inconsequential. We are on the verge of departure. As long as we leave this group of criminals behind without any significant upheaval during the handover, the ensuing troubles will become the concern of the next unfortunate souls. Why should we, as brothers, toil so arduously to facilitate the endeavors of those who come after us? There is merit in this argument, indeed. Even if we were to painstakingly uncover the true instigator, it is likely that the accolades would be seized by the officers, leaving us with naught but a mere token of imperial currency. Why subject ourselves to such hardship? The subsequent garrison might even reproach us for meddling and usurping the recognition that rightfully belongs to them. We can discuss this matter privately, but it is imperative that the officers remain oblivious. A cautious mech soldier voiced a word of counsel, eliciting a chorus of agreement. Yet, in this universe, there exists no impenetrable wall. Moreover, this assembly of mech soldiers, in their daily languor, has long since cast military discipline to the winds. Whispers of this topic proliferated, fragments of it inevitably reached the ears of the officers. Captain Hodge could not contain his fury upon hearing the news. He convened an emergency meeting that very night, rebuking the mech soldiers for their reckless thoughts and insisting they fulfill their final duties with utmost diligence. He even sanctioned the first dozen soldiers who spread the rumors, yet the internal discourse continued to spiral out of control, further undermining morale that was already lackluster. The commands issued began to be met with insincerity, their execution faltering drastically, plunging the garbage planet into an even deeper chaos. Hodge suddenly realized that, unbeknownst to him, his grip on the military had grown increasingly tenuous, an overwhelming sense of crisis enveloping him entirely.